Chapter 181. Shu Maomao blinked. The sunlight seemed exceptionally bright at that moment, and the people who were fighting, those who were kneeling and crying, all fell strangely silent at the same time. The fighting stopped, only Sister Wang's broom was still flying up and down. "I beat you all to death, you bunch of ingrates. Don't even think about eating my cooking again." Shu Maomao turned around and hugged Shu Lan's neck tightly. "I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't listen to you." Shu Lan patted his back, her tone relaxed. "It's okay, it's your supernatural power controlling you. I understand. I don't blame you." On the way here, she had noticed that even though Shu Maomao would repeat what Jiang Yunai said, he would still come back every time she called his name, and he would obediently listen to requests unrelated to Jiang Yunai. When Jiang Yunai said she would kill her, Shu Maomao had countless ways to do it to her, but he didn't. Shu Lan guessed that Jiang Yunai's mind control ability wasn't an absolute command, like the new regulations, but rather a relatively weaker, more lasting emotional influence. No matter how much Shu Maomao liked her, that affection could only guarantee he wouldn't touch her. Shu Lan had always been a daring gambler. In short, she wanted to gamble on whether Jiang Yunai or she would die after that shot was fired. Her son, with whom she had spent 7 years, never separated for a single day, her son who was her top priority in life. If he were to become someone she wouldn't recognize because of an ability standing against her, then Shu Lan could only accept her fate. But now she was alive. Shu Lan stood up, ruffled Shu Maomao's hair, and led him through the crowd. Passing Lu Xingyao, she gave the order, "Send the body and everyone in the communications room to the execution platform." Lu Xingyao, his face full of guilt, said, Okay. Reflecting on his words and actions, he felt like he just had a ridiculous dream. How could he have been so bold as to help a girl who had just arrived at the base contradict the commander? Was he crazy? He hadn't even been drinking much lately. Lu Xinghao pulled up her coat, grumbling as she followed. "I thought it was just a coincidence that everyone suddenly started idolizing celebrities, but it turns out it's superpowers. Her superpower is truly insane. She can actually make so many men obey her commands." Shu Lan was about to speak when Shu Maomao suddenly hugged her leg, burying his face in her waist, remaining silent and still. Shu Lan stroked his head and said, "You guys wait for me at the execution platform square. I come later." "Yes, Commander." Shu Lan whispered, "Baby, shall we go to the space for a while?" Shu Maomao nodded without a word, and the next second the scene changed. Before them stretched an endless field of rapeseed flowers. Shu Lan led him to sit down on the edge of the field and handed him the gun. "Here, take it back. My marksmanship isn't as good as yours. I had to get right up to her to kill her. Luckily you helped me." Shu Maomao took the gun, lowered his head, and said sullenly, "I'm sorry, Mommy." Shu Lan chuckled. "Why did you call me back again? Didn't you want to be a mature and cold little boy?" "Not now." Shu Maomao turned his head and rested his eyes on her bent knees. "I said something really awful to you." A slight dampness seeped through the fabric onto Shu Lan's skin. Her smile vanished in an instant, and she said in surprise, "You cried?" Strong and calm, Shu Maomao, who hadn't shed a tear since being weaned, was actually crying. A sharp, throbbing pain welled up in Shu Lan's nose. Her voice softened. "It's really okay, baby. Mommy's seen mind control abilities before. I can tell whether those words came from Jiang Yunai's mouth or your heart. You're angry. I made you cry." The dampness on her pants grew heavier. Shu Lan looked up, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. She couldn't cry along with her, otherwise Shu Maomao would feel even more guilty. She had to act nonchalant, treating it as a trivial matter. Besides, it was just a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes in their life. As long as Jiang Yunai was dealt with, it didn't matter if she couldn't. Killing the other half of the man was fine too. Mommy's not angry. Why would she be angry if it's obviously a lie? It's just that I got a grain of sand in my eye. Speaking of which, her mind control ability is amazing. Does it have a number or something? Shu Maomao wiped her tears on her trouser leg, looked up, and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, 012, the charming aura. Big mouth little black, bring it over." 2 balls, one black and one white, appeared in the rapeseed field, with a pink heart of about the same size, shimmering in the middle. Host's mother, it was this fluffy pink thing that interfered with the host's consciousness. "We caught it as soon as it arrived." Little Black said regretfully, "Unfortunately, it wasn't the player who killed the ability user. We missed 80,000 points." Shu Lan had a calm expression that she had expected. 012, do you have anything to say before you get beaten up? The pink heart had a high-pitched, girlish voice. "What did you do to me, you murderer? How did I end up here, separated from my master?" Shu Lan sneered, little black, big mouth, beat it up 800 times. Yes, mother host. I go first. Shu Maomao pressed her cheek against Shu Lan's knee, smelling the flowers with her, watching the three unidentified objects fight for a while. Mom, the rapeseed flowers are so pretty. The cold-blooded Maomao returned after crying, and Shu Lan chuckled, yeah, I think they're pretty too, golden, like sunshine. A fake is a fake. She was angry then, but after it was resolved, she couldn't even be bothered to mention it. Shu Maomao said, Mom, I had sand in my eyes just now. And now? Not anymore. In District 9, on the plaza used for sentencing murderers, a dejected man and a spirited woman formed a stark contrast. Wife, I really just suddenly lost my mind. If I were clear-headed, and I don't have any superpowers, why would I follow them and shout right? Zhong Mei's face remained icy. Did you take the money I saved to buy new appliances and give it to that woman? Fan Buitao shuddered, yes. You still remember that, which means you're quite clear-headed. On our wedding day, you said that if you did anything to betray me, you'd be on the execution platform. Go kneel down there now. Fan Buitao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had indeed stolen the money, and he had indeed shouted the rebellion slogan. Zhong Mei was so angry she wouldn't even look at him. Fan Buitao could only dejectedly walk to the group of traitors and Jiang Yunai's corpse and kneel down, hoping to win back his wife's lost love with his sincerity. Not long after, another person knelt down beside him. Fan Buitao asked in surprise, Secretary Hua, why are you kneeling? Hui Yu's lips pursed into a thin line, and she shook her head. After a while, the commander still hadn't appeared, but more and more people were kneeling. Does the commander not care if we live or die? Of course she does. She risked her life dealing with the zombie king to bring everyone here safely, moved houses, provided food and drink, and even helped build the base. In the end, everyone turned against her because of their superpowers. Anyone would be heartbroken. Sigh, what's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly listen to that woman and start getting so hung up on things? When Shu Lan landed precisely on the judgment platform in front of the execution ground with Shu Maomao, she was surprised to see the men kneeling in the sunlight covering the entire square. Zhou Dahe ran up the platform, respectfully handed her the microphone, and then obediently ran back to kneel. After all, he was the one who opened the communications room door for the people in District 1. Shu Lan, holding the microphone, glanced at them and said with a half-smile, very conscientious, huh? But have you forgotten? Everyone kneeling here will eventually be buried underground. Chapter 182. Some people tensed, afraid to utter a sound, some looked up, staring at her in terror, some anxiously explained, Commander, I wasn't telling the truth before. Shu Lan said, look, Jiang Yunai is lying right there. Does she still love you? No, she doesn't love me anymore. The feelings arising from their supernatural abilities were like a gust of wind, coming and going quickly. Shu Lan said irritably, if you don't love her, why don't you leave? Are you all kneeling here praying for rain? Do you think the base will even be built if I kill so many people? The gloomy faces of the crowd gradually brightened, like withered flowers being watered and blooming anew. Commander, you're not angry with us? Shu Lan sighed softly. Sigh, being angry is one thing, but we have to be reasonable. I know you all harbor deep resentment towards me. But you saw it today, didn't you? Where there are people, there will be conflict. If I don't take away your abilities, today you use them to cause trouble, tomorrow someone will use them to kill someone, and the day after tomorrow a mind control ability user will lead men and women in a fight. We be dealing with all this messy trouble every day. How can we live a peaceful life? Commander is right. If anyone steals abilities in the future, I will not protect them. Yes, hand them all over. A quick smile flickered across Shu Lan's lips, which she had hidden behind the microphone. People are complex yet simple, sometimes unpredictable, sometimes quite easy to fool. She said with a straight face, a great man once said that life can't be too smooth sailing, you have to experience some setbacks to grow healthily. Shu Maomao glanced at the earphones that looked like pendants on her ears. He seemed to know who that great man was. I think our 9th district is the same. It seems we suffer repeated setbacks, but each setback is actually telling us where our shortcomings are, and where we need to improve. Shu Lan frowned, her tone becoming serious. There are only 7 years left until the meteorite hits. The underground base is our last refuge. I hope everyone treats those around them like family, stops scheming and fighting, helps each other, joins hands, and gathers all our strength to overcome the impending natural disaster. That is our true enemy. Thunderous applause erupted, and faces, moved to tears by the inspirational words, rose in the sunlight. Shu Lan waved her hand. Except for the group that came with Jiang Yunai, everyone else, disperse, and go do what you were doing. Fang Butao, you get up too. You're the first couple I personally officiated at their wedding. Don't tarnish my reputation as a top-notch officiant. Commander, I even hit you earlier. Aren't you going to punish me? Xu Lan answered without hesitation. Don't worry, no punishment. Even Xu Maomao couldn't escape the mental control. How could these ordinary people possibly resist? Fortunately, the so-called heartthrob aura only caused everyone to suddenly start fawning over a woman they had just met. It didn't escalate to the point of turning against their own family and causing a death. She had to prove to Xu Maomao that it wasn't his fault, and he didn't need to be blamed. Most people got up and left with expressions of relief and gratitude, leaving only the mole, bound hand and foot. Xu Lan spotted a familiar face. Lieutenant Su, you betrayed us again? Lieutenant Su, again indeed. Xu Lan deliberately shook her head. You guys from District 1 are so polite. You come all this way, and you always bring me little surprise gifts. Tell me, what messages have you been sending to District 1 without my knowledge? Lieutenant Su stammered guiltily. No time. Xu Maomao spoke up. They said that District 9 has been taken over by Xiao AI, and preparations for the relocation can begin. Xu Lan let out a long "oh," very confident, daring to claim they'd taken over just because they controlled a man. Jiang Yunai probably has one eye that's blind. She can't see the existence of women. Thinking about how she had once been controlled, Xu Maomao felt agitated. Mom, killed him now? Wait, I still have questions to ask, Xu Lan said. You dispose of Jiang Yunai's body first, however you like. Xu Maomao raised her hand, the dice spun, and a centipede emerged, happily feeding, randomly scaring several soldiers to death. Xu Lan, already used to this, calmly watched the centipede finish eating and leave. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. She pressed her earpiece to contact Li Yanli. I thought of a good plan. Help me lure the people from District 1 here, and we won't have to fight them. The mind-controlling ability user from earlier? It's alright, dealt with. It's no problem for me. My son and I have years of experience stealing abilities from people. It's not a joke. Li Yanli laughed. Following you for plundering is worthwhile. Tell me your plan. It's just... After she rambled on for a while, Li Yanli agreed. Okay, let's try. Xu Lan interrogated Jiang Yunai about her daily life in District 1 from the mole. You built her a manor, with 20 maids to serve her. She doesn't have to do anything else but chat with different people in the manor. You even have to make an appointment a week in advance to talk to her. TSK, she's treated like a national treasure. Most of the decision-makers, soldiers, and superhumans in District 1 are remnants of the patriarchal society. Making them obey is equivalent to standing at the top of the entire district. No wonder Jiang Yunai was bouncing around in front of her before she could even get her footing. She'd probably fallen from heaven to earth, and was too tired to adjust, eager to go back. Having asked enough questions, Xu Lan picked up the walkie-talkie. Help me find a woman whose voice sounds a lot like Jiang Yunai's. Ji Lan hesitated before replying. Commander, it might be a bit unlucky, but we all think your voice sounds a lot like hers, especially when you're talking to Maomao. Oh, that's the voice she uses when she's soothing a child. Xu Lan went to the communications room, stood in front of the radio, rolled up her sleeves, and began to act out a performance. Commander, everyone, Xiao AI's operation was a success. You can all come over without worry. I'll be waiting for you in District 9. Roger that. We're discussing the relocation plan. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao AI. It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do to repay everyone for their care all this time. Since the information had already been transmitted, and by an insider no less, the person receiving the new message had no idea that the situation would reverse so rapidly. If the false information continues to be sent out, that district will likely believe it without question and begin preparing to relocate. Although the people there are as cunning as honeycomb briquettes, given Li Yanli's personality, she certainly wouldn't be able to stand by and watch 500,000 people be killed by a meteorite. Xu Lan, on the other hand, doesn't care. She's already received 500,000, so another 500,000 won't make a difference. The fishing net is slowly being drawn back, waiting for the big fish to enter. Back in the space, the talking little heart, having been beaten, is unusually obedient, and the pink light flashing around it isn't as bright as before. Host Mother, I investigated for you. Its number is 012, the charming aura. When its owner, Jiang Yunai, meets a conventionally attractive man, it automatically generates a script with Jiang Yunai as the female lead and the man as the male lead, forcibly implanting the script into the man's mind and resetting his favorability rating. Jiang Yunai can also continuously manipulate the thoughts of other men through language, eye contact, and physical interaction. Shulan understood. 012. What is the task you gave her? 012 answered honestly. Get the male lead with the best chance of generating a script to max out his affection level, try to survive together until the end, and achieve a happy ending. Shulan asked, what if the male lead already has someone he likes or is already married? 012 weakly replied, we still try to win him over. Shulan's eyebrow shot up. Oh you're interfering in other people's relationships. Luckily I caught you. Little black mouth, give me another beating. Yes. Shu Maomao took an ice cream cone made on the production line from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and watched three balls fight, swinging her legs. Mom, what's this pink one called? It's called Shameless. Chapter 183. 012 was bumped back and forth between two balls, one black and one white, until finally it whimpered and begged for mercy. Whether or not you insist on pursuing the male protagonist is up to you, master. It's not a mandatory requirement from 012. If you don't want the reward, you can give up on the target. Shu Maomao asked, what's the reward? Personal charm points. The higher the charm points, the stronger the effect of your mind control. It can also beautify your appearance, keeping you forever young and stunningly beautiful. Can I use the reward on someone else? No. It's useless. Shu Maomao pouted and lowered her head to eat her ice cream. Tada! Baby, look at mommy. Isn't this dress pretty? Shulan came downstairs, wearing a beige wide-brimmed sun hat, a sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress, a sapphire necklace around her fair neck, and large sunglasses. Shu Maomao nodded. It looks good. Shulan took out a camera from her bag. Go change into a nice outfit too. You like the color of rapeseed flowers, right? Let's take a picture with them, and capture the beautiful flowers in the photo. Shu Maomao looked down at her gray thermal underwear, finished her ice cream in big bites, put down the box, and went upstairs to change. Soon, a handsome boy wearing a black printed t-shirt, beige shorts, sneakers, and sunglasses came downstairs. All changed. Shulan exaggeratedly covered her mouth and praised, wow! What a tasteful baby! Simple, luxurious, and handsome. Mommy has decided that from now on, you can choose your own clothes. Shu Maomao coolly pushed up her glasses. No problem. Shulan smiled and reached out, pulling him outside. Let's go! Let's go on a spring outing. Big Mouth and Little Black, follow along. Shulan hopped on her electric scooter, and Shu Maomao skillfully sat backwards on the back, their two round balls following behind the wheels. Together they left the villa, heading towards the rapeseed field along the path. The pink heart was left behind in the house, watching them leave, bewildered. In 012's automatically generated romance script, this woman was merely a supporting character, a stepping stone for the heroine and hero's relationship to blossom. Its owner, Xiao Ai, had just found a few high-quality men in District 9 and started her conquest mission when she was shot dead by the supporting character. How could the plot development be so different from the romance scripts in its database? According to the common romance style on Blue Star, the female supporting character would constantly frame the female lead to compete for the same man, and finally, the male lead would discover her evil deeds and shoot her dead. Jiang Yunai died, and all of 012's missions could no longer proceed. It thought it would log off with its master, but the scene changed to a beautiful, unfamiliar place, with two black and white balls that attacked it immediately upon meeting. Completely baffling. It had no idea why it was being tortured in the murderer's territory. Even more absurdly, at the top of its romance script database, the fixed female lead section was completely blacked out, while the male lead section lit up, bound to the name Shu Maomao. Shu Maomao male, 7 years and 15 days old. It's a tool for creating love stories, but the male lead is only 7 years old. It won't pass censorship. The 7-year-old boy, perched on the back of an electric scooter, watched a bright pink heart fly out of a house in the distance and hesitantly followed them. Mom, shamelessly following me. Shulan, why does that sound like you're scolding me? I'm talking about that pink thing. I know, never mind, let's change its name. It's so bright, let's call it a light bulb. Shu Maomao said. The light bulb said its reward is eternal youth, but it can't be used on you. Shulan teased him. Are you that afraid I get old? Yeah. Shulan, enjoying the cool breeze, said comfortably, I don't want to get old either, but it's the law of nature. When I get old, you grow up too. Shu Maomao said. I don't want to grow old. Big Mouth said it before, time only moves forward, it never goes backward. You grow up eventually, and I grow old eventually. If you feel good about the present, let's start now, and live happily every day. Shu Mao Mao leaned back to back with her. Okay. We're here, get out of the car. Shu Lan, in front of a field of rapeseed flowers, placed the camera on Big Mouth's head. You two are the photographers, don't disappoint me. Yes, mother host, mission accomplished. Shu Lan hadn't taken many photos before, and the mother and son stood straight, resulting in two colorful mannequins against a golden background. This doesn't look good. We need to try some different poses. Baby, make a peace sign, like a double, with both hands. Shu Mao Mao let her manipulate him, making peace signs, hugging, kissing, without the slightest impatience. Finally, Shu Lan grabbed the light bulb that was sneaking around in the distance, and placed it in the middle as a decoration. She and Shu Mao Mao, one holding up Xiao He, and the other holding up Dazui, used their superpowers to control the camera and take a family photo. After dinner, Shu Lan hummed a song as she packed the photos, along with others taken earlier, into a photo album. Shu Mao Mao asked, Mom, why are you making two albums? Shu Lan said, one to keep and one to give away. Shu Mao Mao's expression returned to its usual blank. He didn't need to ask to know who that someone else was. Seeing him sitting quietly opposite her, propping his chin on his hand and watching her work, seemingly bored, Shu Lan picked up a photo, wrote a sentence on it, and pushed it towards him. Write down how you felt the day the photo was taken. The back of the photo was white, with crooked handwriting on it. Having a picnic with my 6-year-old son, Shu Mao Mao, in the park. It was a bit windy, and my hair kept getting into my mouth. Not a good day for a picnic. Shu Mao Mao flipped to the back. It was a photo taken on their way to find Li Yanli. He and she were sitting on the grass covered with fallen leaves, a large pile of food on a mat beneath them. Shu Mao Mao flipped it back, and wrote under her handwriting. So eating out is called a picnic. After writing on one photo, Shu Lan handed over a second one. On the back of the photo was written, when Shu Mao Mao and I were picking up trash, we found a dinosaur museum. Let's go in and take a look. The lighting in the photo was dim. They were standing on either side of a yellowish-brown fake dinosaur specimen, their hands raised, mimicking dinosaur claws. Shu Mao Mao immediately remembered the day she took him around the museum, finally telling him seriously, Baby, maybe the dinosaurs turned into zombie dinosaurs first, and then they all died. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he wrote on the back. I also think they turned into zombie dinosaurs first and then died. When Jiang Yunai was controlling him, she said to him, Predator, you don't like living under your mother's control like a killing machine, do you? As he repeated Jiang Yunai's words, there was actually another voice trapped behind the thick glass wall, struggling against the forces twisting his will, and clearly telling him, No, Shu Mao Mao, you like it. Chapter 184. After catching the light bulb, Shu Mao Mao had a new problem. Before, only Aunt Ji Lan liked to secretly watch him, but now all the aunties in the base started staring at him, openly and secretly, with strange smiles on their faces. When he walked down the street with Shu Lan, enthusiastic aunties would wave to him, Commander, I made a dress for little Mao Mao, come and see if it fits. Little Mao Mao. Shu Mao Mao's lips twitched. He didn't like that title. He wanted to be Master Mao Mao. Master Mao Mao, come and try our hometown rice cake, it's very sweet. Shu Mao Mao still remembered the bottle of juice he'd been given inexplicably, and turned away with a sour face. I don't eat what you give me. Shu Lan took it. I try it. The rice cake contained red date paste and raisins. It was so sweet that Shu Lan couldn't stand it after one bite, and then shoved it into Shu Mao Mao's hands. If it was from her, Shu Mao Mao would eat it. He'd just taken his first bite when he heard the woman who delivered it scream excitedly, Ah! He ate it. He ate it. He ate what I made. Shu Mao Mao stopped chewing, looking suspiciously at the pastry in his hand. Was it poisoned? Shu Lan chuckled and joked, Want to take a picture together? 10 yuan a time. At first, only the auntie from Lu Qing's office gave Shu Mao Mao birthday gifts, but now, wherever he went, women would stuff things into his hands, watching him leave with burning eyes. Shu Lan's hands were full of gifts, thoroughly enjoying herself. I feel like the bodyguard of an international superstar, ha ha. At first, Shu Mao Mao wasn't used to this feeling of being the center of attention. Every day he frowned and glared back angrily, but after he glared back, the women weren't afraid at all, they just screamed even more happily. He looked at me! He looked at me! So handsome. Nonsense. Lord Mao Mao was clearly looking at me. He was eating the peanut candy I made. Shu Mao Mao, eh? After a few days, he became accustomed to and numb to this phenomenon. Let him look, it won't cost him anything, and he get lots of different snacks to eat. During this time, District 1 tried to contact the Zombie King again, informing him that Qin Shuxuang was dead. They had been under Jiang Yunai's mental control for too long, and many influences were deeply ingrained. Even though the obsession had suddenly disappeared, their trust in her remained. If Qin Shuxuang hadn't been killed and the real raider taken down, the message wouldn't have been able to be sent at all. Zhang Wei, who had only said one sentence last time and immediately disappeared, was an example. This time, when they contacted the Zombie King, the people from District 9 didn't interrupt, indicating that Jiang Yunai's operation in District 9 was a perfect success. The Zombie King said that since Qin Shuxuang is dead, she can acknowledge the commander as the sole human leader and also honor the peace agreement, agreeing not to harm humans during the relocation. The gloom that had been hanging over Hua Zhouqiang's face for days finally dissipated. What indestructible! It was nothing but hypocrisy, a facade of benevolence for the sake of the raiders. Without delay, District 1 immediately deployed the relocation operation. 20 planes, filled with soldiers, took off from the center of the snowfield. Your mission is to quickly establish yourselves in District 9, cooperating with the first batch of combat teams to publicize the news that District 1 will take over the construction of the underground base, gaining popular support. Yes, sir. The plane streaked across the azure sky, heading south in orderly formation like migratory birds heading for winter. This scene was reflected in the eyes of the female zombie reclining on the roof of the vehicle. She curled her lips and said, "Quite a few went. They really stepped on the traps." A sweet voice replied through the earphones, "Because Xiao Ai is waiting for them." Li Yanli sighed helplessly. "Why are you acting like this?" "Ha ha ha. Every time I talk to Secretary Hua like this, he wants to bury his head in the ground. It's hilarious." Li Yanli narrowed her eyes. "Secretary Hua? Another surname Hua?" "The same as that math teacher who teaches Xu Mao Mao badminton." "It's the same person." "Man or woman?" "Man." Li Yanli's eyes narrowed again. "Ha, a man. He's amazing. He can handle so many things every day, arranging work and people so efficiently." Li Yanli's lips twitched downwards. "Ha, amazing. I feel like he works even harder than me. Shouldn't we give him some kind of model worker award? But he says he doesn't want anything. Being busy every day makes him feel fulfilled." Li Yanli said, "How's the weather in District 9 today?" "It's alright, starting to get a bit hot." "Hey sister, let me tell you, Secretary Hua is quite handsome. He was even judged as a high-quality man by Jiang Yun's lovability." Li Yanli interrupted her. "What's Mao Mao doing?" "He's making grain coins. He's running out of money." "And Secretary Hua's personality?" Li Yanli sighed, looking at the sky, her heart filled with bitterness. "You like this?" "Secretary Hua?" Hearing his listless tone, Xu Lan's eyes curved into a smile, as if she'd done something wrong. "No, sister, I'm very loyal. I like the father of my child, but unfortunately, he died too young." Sigh. Li Yanli, She didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. The plane departed in the morning and arrived at the 9th District Airport in the afternoon. A group of men in identical military uniforms were waiting below to pick them up. That's right, it's Lieutenant Su. He was in the first group to scout ahead. It hasn't been easy for him. Lieutenant Su has been a prisoner here for almost a year. He must have suffered a lot. Lieutenant Su Yang's smile was stiff as he watched the groups of people disembarking. Yes, he had defected again. Why was he always the one who defected? And each time it wasn't voluntary. Once he was held at gunpoint. Once he was tricked with supernatural abilities, and this was his last chance to live. "Lieutenant Su!" The leading soldier hugged him tightly, patted him, and said with deep emotion, "You worked hard." Su Yang thought, "It wasn't that hard. I even gained a few pounds." He recited his memorized lines dryly. "The base isn't far. I lead the way. Did you bring the communications station? How many superhumans are there?" "Yes, there are 89 superhumans." "Are the people in District 9 resisting fiercely?" Lieutenant Su wiped his sweat and said, "A bit." "Please follow me this way. The transport vehicles are ready for you." Confirming everything was going smoothly, the plane that had dropped off the group immediately took off to pick up the next batch, slowly shrinking and disappearing into the horizon. As he walked towards the airport exit, Su Yang couldn't help but steal glances. Where is it? When are they going to raid it? Are they going to trick us into going to the base like last time? As they walked, a strange fragrance wafted on the wind, filling everyone's nostrils. The sun was so intense it made them dizzy, like someone with low blood sugar suddenly standing up experiencing blurred vision and tinnitus. More than 500 people silently collapsed. Behind the abandoned old plane, a mother and child wearing black gas masks emerged. Controlling the wind to blow away the poison gas, Xu Mao Mao took off his mask, and Xu Lan followed suit. She picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Old Lu, come in and collect the vegetables." After saying that, she walked through the crowd, picked up the falling communicator, and turned off the light. Chapter 185. Not long after, the communication signal was restored. The operator asked, what was the reason for the previous interruption? The officer, who had been embracing Lieutenant Su, knelt on the ground and, under the new regulations, read aloud what Xu Lan had written on her paper into the communication unit. Too far away, poor signal. Did you successfully reach the 9th District base and meet Jiang Yunai? Xu Lan wrote quickly. Yes. Please try to maintain communication. Xu Lan turned off the communication unit, waited a moment, and then turned it back on, revealing her script. Sorry, there are many people and tall buildings in the 9th District base. The communication signal. She turned it off, then on again, continuing, the signal is very poor. If there is an emergency, please contact us immediately. Okay, received. Xu Lan turned off the communication unit, tossed it aside, her expression indifferent, releasing a powerful aura towards the person in front of her. Listen carefully, my rule here is, surrender, and you will not be killed. Planes would arrive periodically, bringing a new batch of people, landing, and then flying away again, until 4 months later. The initial erosion plan is progressing smoothly, Commander. The people of District 9, under our leadership, fully endorse your leadership and are willing to cooperate in the subsequent construction work. Xu Lan gave the actor officer in front of her a thumbs up. Compared to the stiff delivery of lines by the previously controlled individuals, the actor who voluntarily surrendered spoke vividly, clearly, and with great emotional impact, perfectly conveying the smugness of having usurped power. The Commander-in-Chief will arrive at the airport with important social figures around 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Please prepare for their arrival. Roger. After closing the communication, Xu Lan remarked, this Commander-in-Chief is truly cautious. He only dared to emerge from his shell after sending so many people as a vanguard. Lu Xingyu said, when the Zombie King forced us to surrender, he used the same command style, advising the superhumans to abandon the ordinary people under his protection as soon as possible and use every means to get to Zone 1. Xu Lan asked the good actor officer in front of her, will the Commander-in-Chief bring the clairvoyant? Yes, if that person sees Jiang Yunai below and becomes suspicious, he definitely won't land. That's true. Have you seen your Commander-in-Chief? And that clairvoyant? Besides him, are there any other powerful superhumans with him? The good actor officer was about to answer when suddenly his mind clicked, and his eyes. Suddenly widening in shock, Xu Lan exclaimed, Commander, you wouldn't be going to. Xu Lan didn't deny it. I'm going to kill him. One commander here is enough. We don't need a Commander-in-Chief. You're incredibly bold. Too bold, aren't you? Stop talking nonsense and confess quickly. We still need to make dinner later. The officer quickly swallowed his shock and said, I've seen the clairvoyant, but I'm not qualified to see the Commander-in-Chief. However, I know who might have seen him. I take you to find them. Having found those who had seen the Commander-in-Chief, Xu Lan read their memories, confirming the Commander-in-Chief, the major officials, and the clairvoyant's appearance. Mom, I remembered. Just kill these few. Kill these first. Leave the bodies behind. Okay. These 3 simple sentences settled the assassination of the Commander-in-Chief, leaving the summoned prisoners trembling with fear. It was an assassination of the Commander-in-Chief. Wasn't discussing such a nationally significant matter a bit too casual? Shouldn't they have said a few more words, devised a tactic or something? The next afternoon, the sky was clear and cloudless. The late summer/early autumn sun was still scorching, and most people were chatting or taking a nap in the shade. Xu Lan drove the car out of the parking lot and stopped at the edge of District 9, waiting for the plane to pass over the flight path. In the passenger seat, Xu Maomao held a water bottle in both hands, drinking chilled mung bean soup through a straw. Today you're the flying assassin Xu Maomao. Would it be cooler if you wore a mask? Never mind, it's so hot. Mommy will put some sunscreen on you so you don't get sunburned when you get down. Xu Maomao held the water bottle in one hand, offering her the other to apply sunscreen, then switched to the other hand. Mom, I want to learn to fly a plane. Go ahead, but you can learn when you're taller. Why? Because if you sit in the pilot seat, the control panel will block your view. Come sit here, and see if it blocks your view. Xu Maomao, unconvinced, switched seats with her, and found that the steering wheel did indeed block his eyes. He leaned back and said wistfully, I'm growing so slowly. Xu Lan laughed and said, you're growing fast. Most 7-year-olds aren't as tall as you. Xu Maomao still felt he was growing too slowly, Being short was bad. He couldn't even beat Lianli at ball games. The buzzing sound of propeller blades cutting through the air filled his ears. Xu Maomao looked up and gazed into the distance. Xu Lan, as if on cue, said, "You're here?" Xu Maomao opened the car door. "Yes, I'm going to find them." Despite trusting her son's abilities, Xu Lan couldn't help but remind him, "Baby, remember, if you can't win, run. Even a successful escape is a victory." "I know." Xu Maomao teleported into the air, threw a die to summon a moth, and stood between the moth's eyes, flying towards the direction the sound came from. Seeing the huge gray moth slowly shrink into a tiny dot in her vision, Xu Lan felt as if a thread in her heart flew away with him. Because of his clairvoyance, to ensure her safety, Xu Maomao didn't insist that she watch the battle. Xu Lan herself knew that even if she was worried, she couldn't help at all in her son's battle against the superhuman. The only thing she could do was stay far away and not be a hindrance. She nervously unscrewed the lid of the kettle, finished the remaining mung bean soup Xu Maomao had made, exhaled, and her gaze hardened again. She had to trust him. He was a genius who could even defeat a monster like Bei Ting. When the moth appeared ahead of the flight path, the pilot was stunned. What was that gray, moving thing in the distance? He realized what it was, and quickly grabbed the hanging megaphone. "Attention all ability users, unidentified flying object ahead." "There's..." That's it." A large gray unidentified flying object disappeared behind the clouds, leaving the flight path completely clear except for clouds and air. The pilot behind him cursed, "There's no unidentified flying object. Don't joke around like that. You scared the whole cockpit awake." "Just now." "Well, I guess I was seeing things." The next second, an upside-down human face suddenly appeared on the front window, expressionlessly tapping on the window. The pilot turned pale with fright and screamed, "Ah! A ghost! A ghost!" The face retracted and disappeared before the window. Xu Maomao squatted on the top of the cockpit, below the propeller, using the air wall to block the strong wind, happily flexing her cheek muscles. No wonder Lianli scared his mother so much before. It really was fun. The call hadn't even ended when the screams of the two pilots ahead could be heard throughout the plane. Commander-in-Chief Hua Xiaoqiang, waking from his afternoon nap, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Sitting beside him was the clairvoyant superhuman, who, too, had been jolted awake by the pilot's shout. He rubbed his eyes wearily, then used his superpower to instantly become fully alert. "There are people on our plane." Chapter 186. The other ability users looked up at the sound. Clairvoyant's eyes widened, searching left and right. "He's gone." "It's a little boy." A child's voice, devoid of emotion, rang out from the back of the cabin. "My mom said, surrender, and you won't be killed." A battle was imminent. The ability users sprang from their seats, using various methods to attack the suddenly appearing boy. The boy. Hua Xiaoqiang's pupils constricted. "Be careful, he's a raider. Cover all exposed skin." Didn't Jiang Yunai say she had already controlled the little raider? Why did she send the raider to attack the plane? Wait. The mom he just mentioned wasn't Jiang Yunai. It was that cunning woman, Qin Xiaoshuang. They'd fallen for her trap. The boy who had just been standing there vanished under the barrage of ability attacks. Countless silver beams streaked through the narrow cabin. The cabin door was blasted open by an invisible force, and the strong winds from high above whipped in. "He's up there," cried the clairvoyant. "Comes to the front immediately. Kill the boy on our plane." Xu Maomao sat beneath the propeller, a needle as thin as a hair in his hand. Just as he was about to tighten his grip, the shadow beside him rose, transforming into the upper body of a man, a sharp dagger in his hand. Xu Maomao's skin turned rock black, remaining motionless. He tightened his grip on the needle, rapidly absorbing the blood within. The dagger pierced his flesh with a crisp clang. At the same time, a blade suddenly appeared, piercing the man's chest, leaving a bloody hole. His eyes widened, and he fell straight down, plummeting into the clouds. Xu Maomao caught the hilt of the knife. The moment he touched the blood, the method for using his supernatural ability flashed through his mind. Shadow traveling, using a person's shadow as a medium for spatial movement. A good assassination ability, actually. The fighter jets behind caught up, a barrage of bullets piercing the air, heading straight for the small figure sitting beneath the propeller. Xu Maomao's clone entered the cockpit, appearing without warning in front of Hua Xiaoqiang, the muzzle of a pistol pressed against his heart. Hua Xiaoqiang raised his hands, trying to buy his life with words. "Kid." Xu Maomao spoke. "Except you." Bang! Flesh and blood were reduced to fragments by the destructive force of the gunpowder weapon. Hua Xiaoqiang's expression froze, his voice caught in his throat, and all life dissipated with the copious amount of blood flowing out. The smell of fresh blood filled the entire space, and the cockpit fell silent for a brief moment. The commander-in-chief, just like that, dead? And killed by a mere child. A sudden burst of water washed away the blood splattered on Shu Maomao's body. He turned his head, his dark eyes seeming to hold the aura of death from hell, sweeping over the people, who were frozen in fear and shock. Apart from Hua Xiaoqiang, the others he wanted to kill weren't on this plane. He half closed his eyes, uninterested, walked to the cabin door, returned all the incessantly firing bullets along their original path, took a step forward into the wind, and disappeared from the sight of the cabin's occupants. The next second after he left, panicked screams erupted from another plane's cabin. Raiders. Shu Lan stared at the sky, her mind blankly waiting. She had no mood for anything else. The roar of the planes gradually brightened her empty eyes. She immediately opened the car door and jumped out, shielding her eyes from the sunlight, watching the planes fly overhead. They still made it into Zone 9, which meant a small black dot jumped off the plane, rapidly descending, and magnified in Shu Lan's clear eyes. A smile instantly bloomed on her face, and she opened her arms wide. How wonderful, Shu Maomao, as free as a little bird. When they were about 30 meters from the ground, Shu Maomao used teleportation to appear in her arms, embracing her while suspended in midair. She smelled sweet, the same sunscreen scent as him. Shu Lan kissed his cheek and asked, "You jumped right off that high? Aren't you scared at all?" "No, it was fun. I take you next time." Shu Lan immediately refused, "Thank you, baby, but mommy won't do it. I'm afraid I faint in midair. It's so sunny outside, let's get in the car." The car's air conditioning was very cool. Shu Maomao sat down, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to Shu Lan. Shu Lan said, "I want it ice cold." A layer of cold air rose from the water bottle. Shu Lan took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a small sip. Shu Maomao held another bottle of water in both hands, and gulped down more than half of it. The mung bean soup was too sweet. He had been wanting to drink water while he was up there, eager to finish the assassination. Shu Lan started the car and headed back. Once she reached range where the walkie-talkie had a signal, she contacted Lu Xingyao. "Old Lu, have you arrived at the airport yet?" "Yes, Commander, the plane is landing." "Okay. Shoot anyone who resists you. Take the bodies inside back, and have the people from District 1 line up to look at them. Put some ice in, it's hot, don't let it rot." "Okay." Lu Xingyao put down the walkie-talkie, picked up his gun, and listened to the commander speak in the sweltering summer heat. It felt strangely cool, even better than a fan. He arrived in the summer, and while he was indeed furious when he lost his powers, the thought of his daughter needing care prevented him from acting recklessly. Now, Lu Xingyao was actually glad he yielded quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the right to speak here. With the biggest fish in District 1 caught, there was no longer any pretense. Shu Lan directly addressed the remaining leaderless group. "Hello, this is Qin Shuxuang. Commander-in-Chief Hua Xiaoqiang is dead. I'm giving you one last choice. Either pack your things and come over, or stay there and wait for the zombies to break in." After much hesitation, the people from District 1 cautiously asked, "If we choose to walk, will you send a car to pick us up?" Shu Lan mimicked the announcer's tone. "Sorry, this event has expired. You have to come back another time. They already have all the good stuff in District 1. Why would they send a car? They're dreaming." Shu Lan had been sleeping at the base with Shu Maomao for a while now. Not all the captives understood the wisdom of compromise. Some were exceptionally loyal to the commander-in-chief. Some sought revenge for their fallen comrades, and some were driven by a strong sense of justice, unwilling to submit to the rule of evil. If she weren't there, these people would harm innocent security personnel. So, that summer, gunshots rang out daily from the execution platform. The crowd grew numb, not even bothering to watch. A group of people who had reached the end of their lives were choosing death over a good life. Watching the couple next door argue was more interesting. Only after lining up to see the corpses of Hua Xiaoqiang and a group of high-ranking officials, their faith completely collapsed, and they realized that resistance brought no hope, did the gunshots gradually subside. Lieutenant Su Yang, as one of the earliest defectors, never imagined he would one day be appointed as a guard over his former comrades. He didn't want this job at all. Doing manual labor at the base earned 5 coins a day, while guarding only earned 3, minimum wage. He carried the food he packed from the canteen into the small, dark room, sat down to eat in front of his comrades, and as expected, was met with merciless insults. "Su Yang, how dare you eat her food?" Lieutenant Su swallowed his food and said, "Didn't you guys eat too?" Chapter 187. That's because The man had barely begun to speak when he remembered the food that had been snatched up as soon as it was brought to the small dark room, and his face flushed red. Dignity aside, he was genuinely hungry. Su Yang lowered his head and ate his rice, casually delivering some bad news. The commander said that was your last meal. Starting tomorrow, anyone who doesn't go out to work will be buried alive here. She's absolutely vicious. Cruel. Su Yang. You're an accomplice to evil. Where is your loyalty as a soldier? Lieutenant Su said, It's in my heart. My loyalty is to the people. The people are out there, doing well under Commander Qin's leadership. What's wrong with that? He sighed. I don't understand why you're so stubborn. Changing leaders isn't treason. Don't you understand the principle of working for whoever feeds you? No wonder the commander said you're a bunch of idiots. Living you're a waste of food, shooting you're a waste of bullets, and waiting for you to figure things out is a waste of time. We might as well just bury you. The soldiers fell silent. They hadn't realized how utterly useless they were. After a while, someone couldn't help but ask, Lieutenant, what are you eating? It's from the mess hall, beef stew with potatoes. Beef. In District 1, cattle are practically national treasures. Only someone of the commander's rank can eat it every day. Some people's resolve began to waver. They swallowed hard and asked, Is it good? Lieutenant Su picked up a piece of beef, stewed until tender, a good 3 centimeters thick, still glistening with rich broth, and put it in his mouth right in front of him. He closed his eyes and slowly chewed, then, after savoring it, exclaimed with deep feeling, Delicious. The soldier's eyes lit up. What kind of work do we need to earn food? Lieutenant Su said, Work to earn food coins, then exchange them for food. Either use your brains or your strength. Whatever contributes to the base, you earn coins. I go. Lieutenant Su, please introduce me. The small dark room gradually became the second prisoner of war conversion site. Those who went in were fearless, and those who came out were all focused on making money. However, there were very few jobs left at the base. The majority of the money was earned at the shelter, which was always packed with young laborers, both men and women, working feverishly. Then, there were management, canteen, sanitation, security, infrastructure, and other public service positions. The goods in the exchange shop were constantly being updated, but most people's income was only enough to make ends meet. Everyone wanted to improve their quality of life, and gradually some people came up with crooked ideas. For example, gambling. Someone who had previously made a fortune picking up people became a wealthy man at the base, and used the money in his pocket as capital to open a casino, enticing people to bet. Many people joined with a gambler's mentality, only to lose everything and return home unwilling to accept defeat. Even when they won money, they wouldn't use it for food, instead going back to gamble. Other wealthy individuals followed suit. Those who lost and were still resentful reported the scheme to management. Hui was forced to add a new, explicit rule. Gambling in groups was prohibited, and ringleaders would have their homes confiscated. While open gambling was banned, private gambling operations continued. This problem wasn't too serious at first, and didn't warrant a report to Shulan. After most of the people were brought under control and order was restored, she returned to her original lifestyle, sleeping in her spatial dimension at night, and making decisions that only commanders could make and doing work that only raiders could do during the day. Later, several people who reported the casino were maliciously targeted and brought to Zhongmei as victims. The kind-hearted Zhongmei couldn't bear it, and told Shulan, who then learned that people would do such things to make money. Okay, I understand. I handle this. After Zhongmei left, Shulan rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, then turned to Shimomo and said, Baby, do you know how I used to help my classmates with their homework when I was little, forge their parents' signatures on their test papers to earn pocket money, and rent out game consoles to them for $10 a day? Did the teacher find out and praise me? Smart, but not for the good. Shimomo asked, What is the good way? Shulan smiled and said, Mommy asked that too. I asked my teacher, What is the good way? The teacher said, Study hard, Shulan, find a job and work. It's the right way. But baby, the right way brings in money slowly, and is hard work. So some people will turn their minds to crooked ways. Shumamo asked, Does it mean I have to find them and kill them? Forget it, we killed so many people before, the execution ground is practically red earth. Mommy will take you to play with them. That day, people who had been busy all day turned off their lights to rest. Time slowly passed, and when all was quiet, 2 or 3 figures emerged from the houses, peering around the street, bypassing the patrolling guards, and finally gathered in front of the same door, knocking 5 times. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The code was correct, and the door opened a crack, letting in a few inches of bright light, saying, "Same as always, 1 coin for entry." Damn! It's so dark. After paying the coin through the crack, the door opened completely, revealing a bright little world inside. On the table lay homemade playing cards, dice, and mahjong tiles. The air was filled with the sounds of voices, and the clatter of metal coins. The dealer had a tall pile of coins beside him, making everyone envious and eager to grab them immediately. The newcomers had just sat down, rubbing their hands together, ready to make a fortune, when there was another knock at the door. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." The person responsible for opening the door opened it a crack, repeating the same old phrase, "Same rules as always." He suddenly fell silent. Those engrossed in the game hadn't noticed anything amiss and excitedly shouted, "It's definitely my win. Open! I won. 7 pairs. Flush, I'm the biggest, ha ha ha." The door was pushed open, and a delicate, slender white hand held 2 coins with the number 1 on them, accompanied by a sweet female voice. "I know, entrance fee 2 people, here you go." The table closest to the door was the first to notice something was wrong. That voice, that tone. The door was now fully open, and a mother and child stood in the doorway, curiously examining the furnishings inside. "Wow, so many people, it's so lively." Everyone's expressions froze simultaneously. They frantically tidied up the coins and the table, pleading, "Commander, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. We never gamble again. Please don't kill us." Shulan said, No, we're just playing cards together. It's consensual, no need to kill. Where you were sitting just now, sit back down." The gamblers, though afraid, dared not disobey, nervously returning to their seats. Shulan said with a smile, "Let's continue playing." The people at the gambling table didn't dare breathe, only exchanging glances. "Want to play? Yes, the commander has spoken." So those pushing the mahjong tiles continued pushing them, those flipping the playing cards flipped them, and even the plastic cup covering the dice was opened. Shulan led Shumama over and asked, "How do you bet on this?" "It's a contest of size. If your hand is smaller than the number the dealer rolls, or the same number, the dealer wins. If your hand is bigger, the dealer loses. You place your bet before the lid is opened, and you pay out whatever you bet. If the player gets a triple or a straight that's bigger than the dealer's, their bet triples." Shulan said, "Oh, then give me a seat, I want to play too." The dealer cautiously glanced at Shu Mao Mao beside him. "Are you playing, or is it Master Mao Mao?" Chapter 188. Shulan slammed her hand on the table, declaring righteously, "Of course it's me. What's the difference between sending Lord Mao Mao and blatant cheating? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Everyone silently answered in their hearts, yes. After all, he's their provider. They dared not say it aloud, but could only murmur it to themselves. The people in the room respectfully brought Lord Mao Mao a chair, making him sit next to Shulan. They also brought him freshly roasted peanuts and melon seeds, as well as fruit exchanged from the supermarket, placing them in front of him, afraid of slighting this great figure in any way. "Bao, take out our coins." Shu Mao Mao reached out, and coins poured onto the table like flowing water, all of them the largest denomination, 9. "Shake it." After everyone finished rolling the dice, the dealer, seeing that Shu Mao Mao was just watching and eating sunflower seeds, had a glint in his eyes and asked, "Commander, how much are you betting?" Shulan pushed out the small mountain of dice in front of him, all of it. The glittering coins brightened the dealer's eyes. If he could win this one, he'd be rich. Shulan picked up a handful of sunflower seeds and cracked them open. "But if you lose, you have to pay me the same amount. Can you afford to lose?" A bucket of cold water was poured on his heart, which had been burning with greed. The dealer looked down at his scattered coins and said dejectedly, "I can't afford to lose." Shulan nodded. "It's okay. If I win, I just take what you have." "Open it, I have." 124, huh? So small. The dealer opened his cup, and on top was 236. A huge surprise hit him. His eyes widened, and his facial muscles uncontrollably stretched into a smile, overjoyed beyond compare. "Commander, you?" Shulan pushed the coins in front of her forward with one hand. I lost. These are for you." "Wow. I struck it rich. My God, so many. That's enough to empty a store." After everyone else's dice were rolled and the tally was settled, Shulan finished her handful of sunflower seeds, clapped her hands, and said, "Let's play again." The dealer was dumbfounded. "Huh? Again?" Shulan reiterated righteously, "Of course. I already paid the entrance fee. You can't just let me play one round." "Again?" "Baby, give me the money." Shu Mao Mao raised her hand, and a mountain of coins appeared, even taller than before, all still denominations of 9. The dealer finally realized what was happening and said with a bitter face, "Commander, this isn't fair. You have plenty of money, losing one game doesn't bother you much, but for me, losing one game means I'm bankrupt." Shu Lan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, that's what running a casino is all about, luring people in with high returns. The more people play, the more you earn. Your losses are insignificant, but others are ruined. You can do that, but I can't. Enough talk, roll the dice. Same as always, if you win, you can have everything in front of you. If you lose, you give me all the money you have." The dealer finally understood. She wasn't really there to play, she was there to cause trouble. Even without using her powers to cheat, the commander had plenty of ways to deal with them. Someone stealthily stuffed their money bag into their pocket and slipped towards the door. They only taken a few steps when knives were shoved into the doorway with a thud. Shu Maomao said in an icy tone, "My mom didn't let you leave." Shu Lan turned her head and smiled slightly at them, a smile that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Don't go. I love gambling too. Who will play with me if you leave?" Everyone was on the verge of tears. They couldn't afford to lose. In the second round, Shu Lan's dice rolls were still low, but after she lost, Shu Maomao would bring out even more. In the third round, Shu Lan won, the dealer went bankrupt, and slunk away, looking utterly defeated. "If I were to be serious, you still owe me a lot." Shu Lan gathered her money, got up, and sat down opposite him, then moved aside to let Shu Maomao sit in the dealer's seat, straightening his chair for him. "All right, now that Master Maomao has learned how to play, he be the dealer, and you be the players. Place your bets." Shu Maomao's hand rested on the dice cup, casually shaking it, revealing 3 sixes. The people in the room, who beat him? That night, everyone who couldn't sleep and came to the casino went home empty-handed, even more sleepless, lying awake until dawn. He hoped to win a little, but instead, he lost everything, his pillow soaked with tears of bankruptcy. Gambling, what a devastating blow. Early morning, as the cafeteria staff began their shifts, everyone waking from their sleep. The commander's yawning, sleepy voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Announcement. Starting today, the base salary for all positions will be increased by 2 coins, meaning the minimum wage will rise to 5 coins per day. Also, I haven't forbidden you from doing business. You can still earn money by opening your own shops using your skills, just like before. Oh right, I especially love gambling. I had a great time last night. If anyone else wants to open a casino, feel free to do so. I come immediately, and we battle until dawn." From that moment on, no one in District 9 dared to mention gambling again. The annual gala was moved to New Year's Eve by Shu Lan. It was recorded and broadcast on a large TV in the cafeteria, so those who couldn't attend could also see the program. The next day, various street offices brought boxes of money to award prizes to their hardworking and outstanding employees. There were awards for perfect attendance throughout the year, special contributions, and helpful neighbors. Each award included a corresponding amount of money, distributed door to door, like giving out New Year's red envelopes. With the money distributed, residents gained purchasing power, exchanging it for goods in stores. The stores were emptied and restocked, and the money flowed back in. The space was like a perpetual motion machine, with production lines constantly producing goods. If people didn't buy, those goods would accumulate in warehouses, and the production lines would be idle. Shu Lan felt this was a true waste. She also told them that there were only 6 years left until the meteorite's arrival. Before then, every household should try to make or stockpile supplies with long shelf lives to withstand the uncertain end of their underground life. Shu Lan planned to have Dazue add production lines to make canned goods and dried goods in the coming years, and also expand some underground warehouses for storing energy and goods. In case Dazue disappeared with his space one day, they wouldn't be completely wiped out. Winter passed, spring came, and summer arrived again. Shu Maomao was already 8 years old, but the people in District 1 were still dragging their feet and unwilling to set off. Shu Lan drove along the road. The vegetation along the way was less than half of what it had been when she came last year. Grasslands and forests had degraded, and flowers were practically nowhere to be seen. It wasn't just humanity heading towards extinction. Animals, insects, and plants were all dying under the direct or indirect influence of the virus, as if this planet was already on its deathbed, just short of its last breath. Even if they survived until they saw the light of day again, could they continue to live? They probably could, right? Then Shu Maomao would marry someone, have a little raider, and inherit the space. Shu Lan turned her head and glanced at Shu Maomao, who was sleeping with her head tilted to the side in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but smile slightly. She's really bored. Why is she thinking about this all the time? Let the descendants worry about their own affairs. Chapter 189. The destination was Crescent Bay, a place they had visited before, and the same transaction was taking place. The difference was that last time, she had repeatedly stopped to play along the way, causing her to arrive late at night. This time, she went straight to the destination, setting off in the morning and seeing the sea in the afternoon. Hee hee. Baby, it seems we arrived first. Shu Maomao opened her eyes, rubbing them. Mom, he's on the beach. Okay, he's fast. A row of coconut trees lined the roadside at Crescent Bay, the marks of the previous fight still visible, lying crookedly. Blue sky, white clouds, the sea, sunshine, and the half-dead coconut trees, undeniably, it was a beautiful scene that lifted one's spirits. The ultraviolet rays were intense at the beach, especially on a summer afternoon. Shu Lan was applying sunscreen to herself, and then rubbing it on her arms, when a leisurely female voice sounded in her ear. Long time no see. Indeed, it had been a long time. The last time they met was at Dong Mei and Fong Buotao's wedding. He was in the north, acting as a source of reassurance for the zombies, while she was in the south, pioneering humanity's path to survival in the apocalypse. Like two online friends who frequently kept in touch, yet were worlds apart. Shu Lan said, "Wait a minute, they say sunburn hurts a lot." Li Yanli leaned against her car door with one hand, squinting as she said, "I know, I always get sunburned. Even if I lose an arm or a leg, it doesn't hurt, but sunburn hurts." Shu Lan exclaimed in surprise, "Then why are you still standing outside? Get in the car." "It's okay, I like this tolerable pain, it gives me a sense of being alive." Shu Lan didn't understand, but respected her. After wiping herself down, she took a bag from the back seat, changed her driving flats into flip-flops, and got out of the car with a sun hat. Li Yanli took a few steps back before she could see clearly that she was wearing a revealing swimsuit and short skirt, her long legs and slender arms reflecting the sunlight, with a skin so white it seemed to glow. He turned his head quickly, as if stung by a light. "You dressed up specially today?" Shu Lan said, "That's right. The season wasn't right last time, so I planned to take a set of beach photos before we came. Let's have our fill of fun before the world ends." Shu Maomao, standing beside her, was also dressed casually in a vacation style, a white tank top, a blue striped shirt jacket, floral swim trunks, and matching flip-flops, and was expressionlessly putting on sunglasses. Shu Lan took out a wide-brimmed sun hat and offered it to Li Yanli. "Here, take it, it cover you up a little." Li Yanli was taken aback. She had already turned and gone to Shu Maomao, taking a new hat. The mother and son, with a clear purpose, headed straight for the beach. No matter when or where, she always seemed full of energy, treating the world like a playground. "Sisters, come quick, let's take a picture together." She also wanted to drag others in to play with her. Li Yanli chuckled and shook her head, pressing her hat down and following. Playing on the beach was fine, but going into the water was out of the question. The ocean looked clean, but who knew how many fish had died in it? In Shu Lan's imagination, it was like a pot of fish soup, good for extracting salt, but playing in it was a different story. She didn't really want to be an ingredient in that fish soup. The camera, seemingly possessed by telescopic vision and metal controls, took pictures of the blue star's remains against the backdrop of the blue sea from various angles. Shu Lan couldn't wait to crawl under the parasol she had brought. "I can't take it anymore, it's a bit hot." Two gusts of cold wind lashed at her simultaneously, instantly transporting her to winter. She shivered and quickly said, "Thank you, great immortals, but please stop your magic." Ugh, the sea breeze is fine." Shu Maomao glanced at Li Yanli. "Mind your own business." Li Yanli shrugged. "I can't help it, I'm kind-hearted." Shu Maomao took out a memory card containing videos of the party, and gave it to him. "Here's what you wanted, go on." Li Yanli took it, put it in her pocket, and leisurely reclined on a beach chair. "The scenery here is indeed beautiful, I can look around a bit more." "Won't you leave?" "Let's fight." "Sure, let's fight on the sea." "Let's go." Shu Lan was still drinking water, not saying a word, when suddenly she was alone. She looked around speechlessly. The beach was quiet. Finally, she sighed, picked up her camera, and began looking through the photos. It has to be said that the photographer's preferences are evident in the photos. Li Yanli is almost never seen in them. Either only a glimpse of her skirt is visible, or half an arm or half a face is shown. Only 2 or 3 group photos were kindly included. In the photos, she stands behind Shu Maomao, her arm around his neck, while Li Yanli stands almost at the very edge of the frame, at least 2 meters away from them. Xu Lan stares at the smiling woman in the photos, thinking, if only he were the way he really is. If she told Li Yanli that she knew the whole truth, and he didn't have to pretend in front of her, would Li Yanli be happier, or would he distance himself even more? Sigh, I don't know. Xu Lan puts down the camera, sprawls out on a beach chair, and takes off her hat to cover her face. Go ahead and play, I'm going to take a nap. After waking up from her nap, Xu Lan opened her eyes. The person beside her was still empty. She sighed softly. It's so unfair that they won't let her play if she doesn't have any special abilities. Fine, she played by herself then. Xu Lan picked up a few tools nearby, poured some fish soup into the sand and stirred it. She sat on the beach, piled the wet sand into a cake shape, and muttered to herself while taking pictures of it. This is the kitchen of the famous pastry chef Xu Xiaolan. Today we're making a 3-tier deluxe cake, along with macarons and egg tarts. A figure appeared beside her, a tattered shirt jacket draped over his arm, revealing a tank top underneath. He asked, "Where are you?" Li Yanli appeared right behind him, taunting, "Why are you running? Giving up, kid?" Xu Maomao saw the cake-shaped sand in front of her, her eyes slightly disappointed. She raised her chin contemptuously and said, "Continue, I break your left hand too." Li Yanli sneered, very ambitious. The tension flared instantly. Xu Lan looked left and right, feeling exhausted. If we really have to decide a winner, can't we play rock, paper, scissors? It's safer and saves time. Li Yanli said, "What if he can read minds?" Xu Lan said, "You two stand back to back, don't touch each other, hurry up, I still want to go swimming in the pool today." Li Yanli turned around, his eyes slightly narrowed. No one should touch anyone. This meant he really did have it. Xu Lan, completely unaware of her slip of the tongue, waited until neither of them could see the other before shouting, "Close your eyes. Don't use your powers. 1 round to decide the winner. Listen to my command, rock, paper, scissors. If it's a tie, we play again, rock, paper, scissors. Okay, 1 paper, 1 scissors. Xu Maomao wins. Sister, you lost by a narrow margin. Don't be too sad. Let's end it here for today. I hope you two never fight again." Xu Maomao glanced at Li Yanli and said, "Even if we fought, I would still win." "Yes, you win, you win." Li Yanli didn't care at all, and wasn't sad at all. After turning around, he lowered his eyes, staring intently at Xu Maomao's expression. But Xu Maomao had no expression. She took off the clothes she had torn during the fight, wearing an old man's vest, picked up a shovel, and started cutting the cake, even asking, "Mom, what flavor is this?" Chapter 190. Xu Lan answered seriously, "The first layer is chocolate, the second layer is mango, and the third layer is strawberry. Here, Mommy will cut you a piece." "I don't want it, this is sand." A detail she noticed occasionally flashed through her mind, connecting the dots. Li Yanli's eyes darkened, and a slight smile played on her lips. "Xu Xiaolin." Xu Lan lowered her head to shovel sand, casually replying, "I'm here." "You changed your name again?" Xu Lan said, "My real name is Xu Lan." "Which 2 characters?" Xu Lan thought to herself, "Don't you know which 2 characters?" But she still cooperated by clearing a patch of ground and carefully writing her name on it with a twig she found, then adding Xu Maomao below. "This is my name, and this is my son's." Li Yanli looked at Xu Maomao, who was wetting the sand and helping her build the house, and gave a meaningful "oh." She bent down and said to Xu Maomao, "Nephew, since our fight is over, I be heading home. Auntie will miss you. Would you like to shake my hand and say goodbye before you go?" Xu Maomao didn't even look up, and said dismissively, "No." Li Yanli suddenly understood. Yes, that's the right attitude. Xu Maomao never interacted with anyone other than his mother, and when they fought, he fought to the death. He had been so touched when Xu Maomao suddenly offered to shake his hand, only to find out it was to read his mind. What was he thinking when he shook hands with Xu Maomao? It seemed like he wasn't thinking anything except surprise and confusion. Otherwise, why didn't the mother and son act strangely afterwards? Or perhaps the mother and son already knew some of the truth, but were working together to deceive him. Very likely. Finding a cloud of doubt, Li Yanli looked at Xu Lan, who was digging a sandpit, and excitedly said, "Baby, put your legs in, and Mommy will make you a mermaid tail." "Sister, don't go yet, make me a fish tail too, I want to take pictures." Li Yanli, She didn't seem like someone who knew many secrets. 2 mermaids, one big and one small, were freshly made. Xu Lan shoved the camera into his hands. "Make sure you find a good angle." Li Yanli, who had said he was leaving, reluctantly picked up the camera and helped take pictures. After taking the pictures and putting the camera down, Shu Lan looked at her expectantly with bright eyes. Can you fix the generator in the villa again? Completely unable to refuse, Li Yanli followed her to the villa. After the villa was electrified, Shu Lan pointed to the pool. Can you swim? If you can, could you teach me and your nephew? I never learned to swim before. So, the only one who could swim became the swimming instructor, and the promised trip home was repeatedly postponed. Li Yanli couldn't go into the water. The wound on his neck from the zombie bite would never heal, and he was afraid the virus at the wound would spread through the water. He stood beside him, verbally instructing, relax your whole body, feel the buoyancy of the water. Shu Lan, typically both bad at swimming and playful, struggled on the swimming ring for a while before saying he was hungry and needed to go back to his room to change and cook. But Shu Maomao, who had just learned to swim, was still paddling around in the water like a little frog. Li Yanli glanced back at the busy people in the kitchen, squatted down by the pool, and whispered, Kid, did you use your mind-reading ability to steal some secret from me? Shu Maomao swam to one end of the pool using the breaststroke, then instinctively swam back on his back, saying, I didn't read minds. Really? Children shouldn't lie, or their noses will grow longer and longer. Shu Maomao said, I didn't lie. The one with the mind-reading ability was his mother, Shu Lan, not him. He read memories. Li Yanli's suspicion lessened considerably at his straightforward answer. Then I'm leaving. Tell your mother. Shu Maomao asked, why don't you go tell her yourself? It was already dark, with only a faint light remaining. Li Yanli was facing away from the light inside the room, her face hidden in the shadows, her expression unreadable. After asking, Shu Maomao paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, anyway, I'm leaving now. Don't play in the water for too long, your skin will get wrinkled. Shu Maomao said nonchalantly, bye-bye. Bye-bye. 2 minutes later, Shu Lan shouted from inside the house. The crab escaped from the pool. I'm afraid to catch it, I'm afraid it pinched my hand, help. Shu Maomao appeared from the pool into the house, soaking wet. She picked up the crab and threw it back into the pool, saying, Mom, it escaped too. Shu Lan looked outside, the light in her eyes slowly dimming. She lowered her head and continued slicing ginger, muttering, every time we meet, it runs away so fast. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm a zombie, and you're a human. The person flying through the night slowed down, standing alone in the center of a desolate city, looking back. The only house lit up by the sea was already far away and out of sight. But he could hear her say, Shu Maomao, change your clothes before helping mommy, or you catch a cold. Shu Maomao replied, no, it's just the water I released. I put it back in the pool, you see. Wow, they dried instantly. Amazing, and those dead crabs came out again. I'm really impressed, they're so eager to live. Let's tie them up and steam them. Even with just the two of them, there was a lively atmosphere, never a dull moment. Li Yanli listened quietly for a while. He had no choice but to leave without saying goodbye. He simply couldn't bear to leave. After 2 days of playing at the beach, Shu Lan returned to base with a wealth of photos and videos, sharing them with her colleagues in Jilan's office, unsurprisingly receiving a barrage of praise. What adorable mermaids. The commander's swimsuit is so beautiful. Huh? Is the beach this clean? I thought it would be full of dead fish. Sujin noticed a detail. Commander, there seems to be another figure here. Shu Lan had already removed the photos featuring Li Yanli, but there was still one that had slipped through the net. She calmly said, oh, that's the shadow of a coconut tree, it looks like a person. It's too lonely for just the two of us. Let's go as a group next time. Jilan hesitated and said, but we have to pay everyone's salary every day, we can't leave. Shu Lan raised an eyebrow. I said we can leave, so we can leave. We used to have statutory holidays, we should have them now. But not too many, how about a collective day off for every 7 working days? Everyone's eyes lit up, great. Lu Qinghe asked excitedly, then, Commander, are we going to the beach again next time? I really want to play in the water too. A day trip to the beach doesn't seem enough, how about the river? Shu Lan was about to suggest the river, she could make an artificial beach and plant a few coconut trees pulled from her space, when the walkie-talkie rang. Zhou Dahu said, Commander, the Zombie King specifically asked for you. Hearing the words Zombie King, the office immediately fell silent. Even after several years of peace, the shadow cast by zombies remained deep, and hearing it would send shivers down people's spines. Shu Lan reached out to Shu Maomao, who took out a small pair of earphones from his spatial storage and placed them in her palm. Just as he was about to jump off the chair, Shu Lan pushed his shoulder. Don't move, just sit and continue eating your watermelon. I go to the door and come back. Shu Maomao then sat back down, picked up his spoon again, and buried his face in the watermelon. Chapter 191. Shu Lan put on her headphones and walked outside. Hello? Commander Shu Lan, who's always busy, unfortunately, I have some bad news for you. You be busy again? Shu Lan asked. Oh? Zombie King, why do you say that? The people in District 1 not only planted spies in your area, but they also used crystal cores and viruses to cultivate a team of high-level zombie spies, wanting to place them by my side to monitor my every move. Shu Lan said, they're doing this again. No wonder there's been no movement. They think that as long as they feed them enough crystal cores, they can cultivate multi-powered zombies, like me, and kill me to become the new king. And then? After those high-level zombies awakened their abilities, they outwardly obeyed orders, but as soon as they gained their freedom, they turned around and went on a killing spree in the base. Shu Lan frowned and scoffed, they're courting death. Not all zombies are indifferent to the food so close at hand. Some zombies can't resist the temptation of blood and power. The reason the zombies in the north are obedient and don't attack humans is because a zombie king has been suppressing them with overwhelming force and an iron fist. To prevent the virus from controlling their humanity and leading them astray, Li Yanli doesn't even dare to leave the zombie horde for too long. And those fools, seeing the zombies under control, actually conceived the insane idea of using them. Shu Lan pondered his words, an unbelievable thought forming in her mind. So, you always known about the zombie breeding inside? Ever since Qianlian died at your place, I occasionally gone over to listen to what they're up to in there, and I happened to overhear it. Li Yanli said, I originally wanted to send them over, but then I thought, rather than letting them arrive in District 9 still clueless about the situation, acting superior and arguing with you, it's better to let them drive themselves into a situation where they have no choice but to join you. When the time is right, I go in and take care of those zombies, leaving only the most obedient group, so your convoy can set off again. Shu Lan suddenly remembered the superhuman hero who, even when branded a murderer and hunted throughout the city, would still step forward to help everyone in danger. If it were him, he would definitely go in immediately to stop the people of District 1 from doing something foolish. But that Li Yanli is dead, and not just once. Why did you suddenly go silent? Shu Lan's thoughts returned, and she smiled. It's nothing, I'm fine. My good sister, you saved me a lot of trouble. If all goes well, I can take in survivors from all over the country this year, and from next year onwards, I can wholeheartedly prepare for the meteorite. Li Yanli said, this is the first time in my life I've become sworn sisters with someone. The older sister won't live much longer, but I will definitely help my good little sister achieve her dream of living to 100. Shu Lan felt a strange, invisible emotion welling up in her chest. What about me? Shu Lan took a deep breath, using a joke to cover up her sob. I'm so touched, you're such a good zombie, I'm about to cry. But that day, before I even learned to swim, you ran away without a word. Learning to swim is also my dream. Li Yanli chuckled, okay, I definitely teach you next year. Before the people from District 1 arrived, before summer was over, Shu Lan quickly organized the team-building activities they had agreed on. There was an abandoned water park in a nearby city. After repairing the broken parts, cleaning up the trash, and connecting the water and electricity, she and her excellent employees enjoyed themselves to the fullest. With the speakers plugged in, the entire water park was immediately filled with upbeat music, and cool water rushed down the tall slides, swirling people forward, laughter and screams filling the air. Shu Maomao, wearing sunglasses and a cool expression, lay on a bench under an umbrella with Shu Lan. Shall we ran over carrying a bucket of water with everyone's water bottles inside, grinning foolishly. Mama-sama, could you help me freeze this? Shu Maomao reached out and touched the bucket. A thin layer of ice quickly formed on the surface of the water. Thank you, Master Mao. Shall we cheered, carrying the bucket and running off. Friends, fresh ice water's here. Lu Qinghe waved to Shu Lan from a short distance away. Commander, it's my turn. Come on, let's play on the water slide. There were 4 seats and 2 slides on the hovercraft, but everyone wanted to play, so a long queue formed on the stairs. Lu Qinghe wanted to slide with Shu Lan, so they agreed that she would go to queue, and when it was her turn, Shu Lan would just come over, so others wouldn't think she was just showing off. Shu Lan's eyes lit up, and she stood up and waved to Shu Maomao. Let's go, baby. The last seat was for Ji Lan, who was also very happy. Her usually aloof face was adorned with a faint smile today. She stole glances at Shu Maomao, inwardly screaming with excitement. Maomao pushed his sunglasses up to his hair, and he looked so handsome with his forehead completely exposed. On the stairs was Lieutenant Su Yang, who was paid to push hovercrafts for others. His face was rounder than when he first arrived, which showed that he was completely immersed in the wonderful life of earning money to buy food. Everyone enjoyed his job. It was easy, and he earned 5 coins a day. It was practically a dream job. Commander, ladies, Lady Momo, hold on tight, I'm going to push. Hold on tight, ah. In the near vertical waterway, 3 women screamed from the top of the slide all the way to the bottom. Halfway down, Shu Momo let go of the handrail and covered his ears instead. After falling into the water, Shu Momo floated up almost instantly, pulling up his mother and 2 ants. Shu Lan wiped the water from her face and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Right. I go line up again when there are fewer people. As the 4 of them walked ashore from the water, someone next to them suddenly splashed water on them. The commander is over here, quickly splash her. Lu Qing has stopped and splashed back. How dare you? Insolent. Guards. Shu Maomao stood in the middle of the water curtain, reaching out to grab Shu Lan's sleeve. He looked up and saw her being splashed so badly she couldn't open her eyes, turning her head to avoid it, but her face still had a bright smile. He blinked, seemingly not understanding why she was so happy despite being splashed so badly. No, there are more and more of them. Baby, help. Shu Maomao's eyes darted around, and the surrounding water instantly formed a giant wave nearly 5 meters high, engulfing the people splashing them, and washing them away like drowned rats, dizzy and disoriented in the water. Damn, I think I just got slapped in the face by a wave. Help, hoo glug, pull me up. We can't afford to mess with you, Commander, we know we were wrong. Shu Lan laughed so hard she almost fell over, while Shu Maomao raised her eyebrows and smirked slightly. This seems to be getting interesting. Chapter 192. The joyful time passed in the blink of an eye. As evening fell, a brilliant sunset painted the sky. When the team-building activity at the water park ended and everyone left, they were still reluctant to leave, chattering excitedly on the bus about the day's fun. Sujin said regretfully, "It's a pity Mei Mei is pregnant and couldn't come." Shu Lan said, "It's not a pity, there will be this activity next year." Xian said, "Next year, Master Mao Mao will be 9 years old, right? He's grown so fast. I still remember when he first came to District 9, he was just a tiny little radish, and now he's so tall." Shu Lan looked at the boy who had grown so much in the seat, remembering when he couldn't climb onto the bicycle, and suddenly felt a pang of regret. She wished she had a camera to record that moment. She raised her camera, seizing the opportunity to take as many pictures as possible. Just as Li Yanli had said, after receiving those high-level zombies that had been cultivated by humans, but then turned against them, the living people in District 1 began to transfer to District 9. The entire base in District 9 spent the next 6 months in a flurry of activity. Picking up people is no longer a reward, but a job, to prevent the emergence of nouveau riche. The space has also unlocked more land, crops, and medicine production, becoming a veritable treasure trove. Most of the people transferred from Zone 1 are highly educated professionals in their respective fields, helping to solve most of the problems in the underground shelters, such as ventilation, heating, detoxification, moisture control, and energy transmission. Meanwhile, underground warehouses number 2 and number 3 are also under construction, providing jobs for the transferred people. Xiongmei's daughter was born before the spring festival. She asked Shulan to name her, but Shulan flatly refused. "I can give you a nickname, but I'm really no good at naming her. Our Mao Mao still doesn't have a formal name." Shu Maomao stood in front of the crib, staring at the miniature human for a long time. Shulan walked over and asked, "Baby, what are you thinking about? She's so small. You were small before too." Shu Maomao looked down at his hands, which seemed to cover the baby's entire face. He had seen his memories. He was indeed very small when he was born, and she had raised him to this size day by day. Shu Maomao turned and hugged her waist. "You're amazing." Shu Lan was surprised and kissed him. "Why are you suddenly praising me? What's so amazing about me?" "Just amazing." At Zhong Mei's daughter's 1-month celebration, the person who came with Zhong Liang was no longer Li Yanli, but a large man, also wearing a metal mask and special gloves. He said his name was Lu Tianyang, one of the Zombie King's most trusted henchmen. A lot of zombies have been heading south lately. The boss can't leave, so he sent me to keep an eye on Zhong Liang. Shu Lan chatted with him as he stood under the eaves. "Are there zombies heading south every day?" "Yeah, quite a few. They're just bored. It seems like they can't find meaning in existence unless they come and bite a few living people. At first, I thought being a zombie was great. No worries about food, drink, or sanitation. Now I realize it's better to be alive. Having various needs brings happiness after those needs are met. Shulan fell silent. After the space unlocked drug production, she tried to get Big Mouth to produce medicine to treat the zombie virus, but Big Mouth repeatedly emphasized that under the environmental limitations of Blue Star, no effective medicine could be produced. Lu Tianyong realized the topic was getting a bit heavy. He chuckled and said, "I watched your annual gala. I really liked that girl who sang and played the guitar last year." Shulan snapped out of her reverie. "Oh, I can't quite remember. What's her name? I think it's Wu Yu. Maybe the show wasn't exciting enough. She didn't win an award, but I thought her singing was very moving. Okay, I asked her if she can take a photo with you, her loyal fan." Lu Tianyong quickly refused. "No, not everyone trusts us like you do. Put yourself in her shoes. Having a zombie fan would be terrifying." Shulan rolled her eyes. "How do you know she's scared? Do you live in her heart? Ask her first." She first messaged the HR department, who then found the performers district from the program list, contacted the district management, and finally found the street office. The information they received was that Wu Yu was mixing cement at warehouse number 2. Lu Tianyong was stunned. She mixes cement with the hands she uses to play guitar. Shulan rolled her eyes at him again. "Do you think guitarists don't need to eat? We go find her where she works later. Don't delay her from earning money." "Okay." Lu Tianyong shouted loudly, "Zhongliang, are you done yet?" Zhongliang told his sister not to run out, then handed the camera back to Shulan. I'm done. I took a lot of photos, Commander, you can develop a few for me." "It's alright." Shulan handed the camera to Shu Maomao. "Let Dazue develop them." A short while later, Shu Maomao produced a stack of photos and handed them to Zhongliang, who happily accepted them, flipping through them one by one. Shulan drove them to the location of warehouse number 2, leaving them in the car, and asked the supervisor to call Wu Yu. Wu ran over, covered in dust, and bowed, saying, "Commander." Shulan said, "There's a zombie up north, who watched the show, and really liked your performance. Would you like to take a picture with him? If you're scared, then forget it." Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Now? With you here, I'm not scared at all. It's just that I look so disheveled right now, if he doesn't mind." Lu Tianyong, who was in the car next to her, quickly got out upon hearing this. "I don't mind." "You? Hello. My name is Lu Tianyong. I really liked the original piece you played last year. It was so moving. I even had my brother cut it out for me to listen to. I hope you perform again at this year's gala." Wu Yu bowed shyly. "Thank you for your compliment, but I didn't register this year." Lu Tianyong bowed back, flattered. "It's alright then I continue to support your music." Shulan chuckled and said, "Don't be so polite. Let's take pictures." Lu Tianyong also got a bunch of photos and said happily in the car, "This trip was worth it." Shulan saw them off at the gate. "Want me to give you a car too?" "No need, Commander Chin, you can keep the car. We just ran here, and we run back. We don't have anything else to do all day anyway, so we can enjoy the scenery along the way." "Okay, goodbye." "Goodbye, thanks for the hospitality." The two zombies got out of the car and disappeared from sight in a moment. Shulan then drove back. As the vehicle approached the base, Shu Maomao suddenly blurted out, "That high-level zombie looks a bit like one of ours, kind of stupid." Shulan nodded. "Yeah, we're all just ordinary people. Ordinary people aren't that different from each other." On Shu Maomao's 9th birthday, Shulan really did make him a 3-tiered cake, 1 layer of chocolate, 1 layer of mango, and 1 layer of strawberry. While eating the cake, Shulan sat opposite him with a serious expression. "Son, Mommy has something important to announce to you." "Okay. From today onwards, we sleep in separate beds." Chapter 193. Shu Maomao had just put the spoon in her mouth, cream still on her lips, when she froze. "Why?" "Because you're all grown up now. We can separate now. Each of us has our own bed and room, so Mommy won't kick your blanket off the bed anymore." Shu Maomao frowned. "No." Shulan said, Yes, didn't you want to be an adult? Look at the adults at the base. They all sleep alone." "No." Shulan thought for a moment, then changed her approach. "Try it first. Maybe you like having your own space." Shu Maomao poked at the cake, not in the mood to eat. "I don't like it." Shulan's face hardened. "Shu Maomao, this is a necessary stage of growing up. Nobody sleeps with their mom forever. You need to learn to be independent." Shu Maomao said, "I changed my name to nobody." Shulan, look how clever you are. We go decorate your new room later, whatever you like, okay? "No." Protest denied. "You promised to be the most obedient baby in the universe. You also said you wouldn't force me to do things I don't want to do. Fine, you're all grown up now. I can't argue with you, so I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I put your pillow next door. You're not allowed in my room tonight. Shu Maomao slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising. Mom! You can't do this. Shu Lan slowly shook her head. My decisions are non-negotiable. Shu Maomao stared at her, her face gradually darkening. Big Mouth, remove all the other rooms on the second floor, leaving only one bedroom. Yes, host. Shu Lan said. Big Mouth, don't remove them. Keep it for me. Yes. Take it away. No. Big Mouth's eyes formed a troubled H shape. Should it take it or not? Shu Maomao angrily pushed the cake away. I'm not eating it. Shu Lan sighed. She knew it would be like this. The closer they were before, the more resistant they were to separating now. Shu Maomao definitely understood the logic. He was just unhappy. Shu Lan cleared the table. Then I pack it up and share it with others later. I'm not going out. Okay, we stay in the space all day today. Shu Lan put the remaining cake in the refrigerator and asked him if he wanted any more meat pies. No. Shu Lan sighed helplessly, closed the refrigerator door, went back to the living room, took out a photo album, and sat on the carpet, organizing the photos alone. Shu Maomao sat at the dining table, stared at her for a while, then silently approached, picked up a book, and sat down next to her to read. Shu Lan asked, Want to try? Shu Maomao remained resolute. No. To fully express how angry he was, almost every word he uttered contained a no. Even so, after he finished showering, Shu Lan pointed to the door of the next room. Go there. Shu Maomao emerged from the shadows behind her, and climbed into his usual spot. Shu Lan stepped forward and walked out of the room, waving to him. Good night, son, mommy's going to sleep next door. Before leaving, she turned off the light, and closed the door behind her. Shu Maomao sat up in bed, staring blankly at the door, hearing her enter the next room, and pull back the covers to lie down. More than anger, he felt confusion. Why did they separate so decisively? Did she no longer love him? Shu Maomao laid down, his fingers gripping the edge of the blanket tightly, staring at the empty pillow beside him. About an hour later, he got up, grabbed his pillow, put on his shoes, opened both doors, and, with unobstructed vision in the dark, quietly watched the raised figure on the bed. After a long while he spoke. Mom, can I turn into a little parrot and sleep with you? Having resisted the urge to sleep all day, Shu Lan's last line of defense crumbled at this question. She sat up, sighed deeply, and said, Shu Maomao, let's compromise and break down this wall between us. Still separate beds? Shu Maomao fell silent again, and Shu Lan didn't speak either, waiting for him to finish his mental preparation. Okay. Although they hadn't directly achieved their ultimate goal, a change had been made. That night, every time Shu Lan felt around in her sleep and realized no one was beside her, she would wake up suddenly as if from a nightmare, taking a while to realize that she and her son were simply not sleeping in the same bed. He was lying in the bed opposite her. It wasn't just Shu Maomao. She felt anxious too, otherwise she wouldn't have indulged him until he was 9 before finally deciding to bring it up. Shu Lan suppressed her panic and insomnia, telling herself she had to get used to it. Many things that seemed impossible were accomplished by taking the first step and gradually getting used to them. She wanted Shu Maomao to become an independent and well-rounded child. If he couldn't even get used to sleeping in separate beds, she couldn't imagine how difficult it would be for him to accept the day she passed away first. The next day, Shu Maomao was also listless. Shu Lan had no appetite for breakfast, and the mother and son sat facing each other at the cafeteria table, yawning. Shu Maomao asked unwillingly, Mom, does it have to be like this? Shu Lan broke off half a steamed bun and gave it to him. Yes, son, it must be like this. Shu Maomao, biting into the bun, thought dejectedly that growing up wasn't as good as he imagined. Every summer, Shu Lan and Li Yanli would agree to go to Crescent Bay, where they had sworn brotherhood, for a transaction, the exchange of letters, photos, and videos between their relatives. With 2 people who could swim to teach her, Shu Lan learned to swim in just 1 hour. After swimming until she was tired, she asked Shu Maomao to help her dry off, and then fell asleep on a beach chair. Shu Maomao took out a badminton racket and asked Li Yanli, Want to play? Li Yanli nodded. Yes, I teach you the correct serve. The two played badminton in the yard for a while. As dusk approached, Shu Lan still hadn't woken up. Li Yanli stopped. She's been sleeping a bit too long. Is she sick? No, she didn't sleep well last night. Why? Shu Maomao had adapted to sleeping in separate beds in just a few days, But he hadn't expected Shu Lan to suffer from insomnia for so long. Then why separate them? He really didn't understand her. Shu Maomao pursed his lips and asked Li Yanli, "When did you start sleeping separately from your mother?" "Me?" Li Yanli thought for a moment and understood why he asked that. He deliberately said, "I've been sleeping alone since I was 4. Surely no child still sleeps with their mother now." Shu Maomao snorted, "No, we've been separated for a long time. It's just one less wall." After returning home this time, Shu Maomao asked, "Mom, should we seal up the wall between us?" Shu Lan looked at him in surprise, then smiled with relief. "Okay." After separating them, Shu Lan's insomnia worsened, but after a while, once she completely overcame her psychological barrier, the situation miraculously improved. Shu Maomao needs to grow up, and so does she. She wants to lift him up instead of always hiding by his side. Chapter 194. Before, Shu Maomao was silent and withdrawn, almost like her shadow. He never initiated conversations or made his own decisions. He either followed her instructions or looked up to ask, "Mom, are these people going to be killed? Mom, can I go play soccer?" Shu Lan began to tell him, "Don't ask me, make your own decision. Go if you want, I'm fine here." As time passed, year after year, the underground base was completed layer by layer, and Shu Maomao grew up year by year. His features had matured, he had grown taller, emerging from the shadows behind her as a capable young man, and his words became, "Mom, they called me. I went to play soccer. Mom, I went to learn to fly a plane. Mom, I learned to fly a plane. Let's go out and play." That's right. Her genius son, Shu Maomao, had grown to 1.68 meters tall by the age of 12, and had learned to fly a helicopter. Shu Lan had taken a helicopter ride once, and afterwards, she was nauseous and felt dizzy. She felt very sorry. Shu Maomao had finally grown tall enough to fly her to more places she wanted to go, but she had spoiled the mood. "I'm sorry, baby, I'm too spoiled. You can fly by yourself, Shu Maomao knelt down and used his healing ability on her. Seeing her pale face, and the fine layer of cold sweat on her forehead, he pursed his lips. She wasn't delicate at all. In Li Yanli's memory, she was lively, agile, and strong. Even after being hungry for days, she could still walk briskly. She was originally the most vibrant woman in the apocalypse. After Shu Lan recovered and stood up, Shu Maomao turned around, pushed the helicopter he had just learned to ride as far as possible, and launched it into the air, detonating it with a loud bang. Shu Lan asked in surprise, "Why did you blow it up?" "It's useless." Shu Maomao tilted his head indifferently. "If you're on the ground, I don't want to fly either." Shu Lan blinked, the flames in midair melting into a soft, warm light in her eyes. She reached out and touched Shu Maomao's soft hair, smiling as she said, "Oh, you clingy little mama's boy. He's grown up so fast." Without realizing it, she now needs to reach out to touch his head. But to be honest, it's more comfortable sitting on Moth. Moth came out several times without getting anything to eat, and it takes a lot of calling to get him to come. Moth is disobedient, mostly because he's spoiled. A few beatings will fix him. At the end of the same year, with the combined efforts of nearly 1 million survivors driven to District 9 by the Zombie King and the almost omnipotent raiders, the underground base used for refuge was basically completed. The Hive residential area alone covers nearly half of District 9, and the original subway tunnels have been utilized as transportation channels connecting various warehouses. Li Yanli came from the north to eliminate the last hidden danger for them, the river. Before this, everyone's underground water pipes weren't fully laid, and they still relied on this river for drinking water, so it had been left untouched. Li Yanli had successfully modified the river once before in the timeline where Jiang he recruited him, so with experience, he was better suited to do it. Moreover, this time he had a powerful accomplice, the little raider Shu Maomao from the human side. Standing by the river, Li Yanli saw the mother and son get out of the car and teased, "Haven't seen you in half a year. You're taller than your mother already. Is it reasonable for you to grow so fast?" Shu Maomao raised her eyes, glancing at him indifferently, and said, "You grow slowly, so comparing yourself to others is obviously unreasonable." Li Yanli raised an eyebrow and said, "Shu Xiaolin, is there someone in your base with a really sharp tongue, and you hang out with him every day?" Shu Lan said, "Yeah, that person is me. You have no idea what kind of vicious woman you become when you manage the trivial matters of millions of people every day. Sometimes I really want to kill them all like you, but then I think they're just a little stupid, not bad, so I just scold them and let it go. It's not easy for anyone." Hearing her complain about others, Li Yanli couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you for your hard work, Commander Qin. It's not hard work, just a tough life. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'm going to sunbathe by the river for a while. There won't be any more sunbathing soon. Li Yanli asked, what about before? I was talking about the oxygen supply system you mentioned. I heard you. They stored a lot of liquid oxygen or something, I think. I had Xu Maomao explain it to you. I don't really understand. Xu Maomao continued, liquid nitrogen and compressed oxygen cylinders, so they can supply oxygen whenever needed. They also laid a layer of compressed air pipes. Once the dust and toxic gas on the ground have mostly dissipated, we see if we can get air from the ground for filtration. If not, that's fine. Li Yanli nodded. It sounds like you can live a long time. Let's go, move this nasty river away. A gust of wind blew, and Xu Lan shivered, calling out, wait! Give me some fire-starting tools, and leave me some sweet potatoes to roast, otherwise I'm too bored here alone, and it's a bit cold. Xu Maomao gave her sweet potatoes, a pot of hot water, and a bunch of fruit. She also pulled out Xiaohei and the light bulb to chat with Xu Lan. Xu Lan started a fire by the river, basking in the sun, while waiting for them to finish. The trees along the riverbank were dead, even the grass was withered and yellow. Every sight proclaimed the impending doom of Blue Star. Xu Lan lazily spoke, Little Black. Little Black honestly replied, yes, mother of players. Having grown up together for years, the three spheres had gradually adopted the same form of address. Do you know exactly how many years you need to live to complete the mission of surviving until the end of the Eternal Night phase? No. Light Bulb, you don't know either? Light Bulb replied, my mission prompt doesn't have the answer to that question, Mother of Masters. Despite coming from the same place, they knew nothing of each other's existence, yet each sphere held its own set of backstory. Big Mouth said Blue Star was a real world, Little Black said it was a game, and Light Bulb said it was a novel whose plot could be rewritten. No matter how Xu Lan asked, she couldn't get any information about their true origins. The fire was almost extinguished. Xu Lan bent down to bury sweet potatoes in the embers, when a moving black dot suddenly caught her eye. She stared intently, her eyes widening in disbelief. An ant! There were actually ants in the world that had survived the virus until now. That makes sense. Ants are so small, and there are so many of them. It's impossible for them all to be infected. For some reason, seeing the little ant peeking out with its antennae filled Xu Lan with an inexplicable sense of emotion. How wonderful, you two survived this unexpected disaster. She crushed the sweet potato, placing the small pieces in front of the ant. She watched it touch them with its antennae, then wobble back the way it came. After a while, the ant called its brothers and sisters, and together they lifted the sweet potato fragment and carried it back to their nest. Xu Lan thought to herself, if she hadn't given them sweet potatoes, they might have had to travel a long way to find food for the winter. She continued breaking the sweet potato apart, her eyes catching sight of the stone beside her. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What if she were to smash the ants with the stone now, or fill their anthill with river water and drown them? Would the ants wonder, where did this sweet potato come from? Where did this stone come from? Where did this water come from? They probably couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains. These tiny ants, running around their whole lives, only ever see this small patch of land along the riverbank. They'd probably have no idea what the enormous creature sitting beside them, bringing them disaster, is. Xu Lan sat up straight, looking up at the sky, as if gazing through the azure firmament into a far, unseen place. Thoughts surged in her eyes, like a tide, then slowly sank, returning to clarity. She'd probably guessed it. Chapter 195. Xu Lan lowered her head, and punched Little Black on the head. Even if she guessed correctly, it was useless. Ants that could be easily crushed had no power to fight against the disasters humans had inflicted upon them. The only victory for them was to survive by any means necessary, endlessly. Xu Lan followed them to the entrance of their burrow, crushed the whole sweet potato, placed it there, clapped her hands, and went back to sit down. Little Black, after holding it in for a while, couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, Mother of Players, what was the reason for that punch?" It was all black. It looked like it deserved a beating. Xu Lan was really bored, so she started peeling an orange. You guys are quite something. Even if I hit you hard, it wouldn't hurt, yet you still care so much. Light Bulb said in its sweet voice, according to the analysis of Blue Star's character behavior, being hit is an insulting and harmful act. 012 should have reacted appropriately. So you guys are? They're imitating our human nature and behavior. Yes. Can you imitate Sun Wukong singing good luck? No. You're really bad, you can't even do this. I teach you how. Xu Lan hummed to herself. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, hey. Tie a red ribbon, take this. May kind people have good luck every day, master. Your hard work makes your life beautiful. Li Yanli, who was teaching Xu Maomao how to dig ditches, suddenly stopped talking and started laughing uncontrollably. Xu Maomao looked at him coldly. What was so funny? In the last timeline, Li Yanli moved that river channel for over a year. The two raiders cooperated efficiently, completing the task before winter even ended. Li Yanli was still the same as always. As soon as he finished his work, he couldn't wait to leave. Xu Lan didn't reply, silently gazing at him. Some say that eye contact is a silent way for humans to connect emotionally. Her eyes were like ink, holding countless unspoken words, each one seeming to plead with him to stay. Li Yanli succumbed to the gaze. How about you take me to see your base? Xu Lan's eyes crinkled. Sure. It was almost Chinese New Year, and the base played cheerful songs like Good Luck, Joyful Years, and Wishing You Prosperity from morning till night. To avoid causing panic, Li Yanli used invisibility to follow them, from the canteen to the sports field, and then strolled around the streets. There were barber shops, clothing repair shops, and stalls selling homemade snacks along the streets. It looked much the same as before the apocalypse. Commander, tofu pudding. Xu Lan walked over at the sound of the voice. The usual, 1 bowl with regular sugar, 1 bowl with double sugar. Okay. Xu Maomao placed 2 bowls down, filled them with tofu pudding, and as she left the stall, a metal coin appeared out of thin air and fell into the money box on the table. There were a few small tables on the street. The people chatting at the tables saw Xu Lan and Xu Maomao and immediately stood up, respectfully offering them seats. Commander, please sit down. We're going home. Xu Lan didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, she looked around. A woman's voice came from across the table. I'm here. Xu Lan felt relieved. Don't be silent. If you don't say anything, I think you're leaving without saying goodbye again. Li Yanli smiled. My bad? I definitely tell you next time I leave. Xu Maomao handed Xu Lan a spoon. It's hot. Oh, okay. Let it cool down a bit before you eat. There was no one else around except the shop owner greeting customers. Li Yanli teased him. Nephew, are you always so stingy with your words? Say a few more, like Mom, careful, it's hot. Xu Maomao said, no need. Xu Lan said favorably, exactly, as long as I understand. Xu Maomao's expression suddenly turned serious. He placed his palm on Xu Lan's bowl, and after a few seconds said, Mom, it's getting cold. Eat quickly, Zhong Yingchun is coming. Li Yanli said, that's quite a long sentence. Who is Zhong Yingchun? Xu Lan said, Zhong Mei's daughter. Son, let me show you the person Xu Maomao fears most. Xu Maomao sighed helplessly. Mom, what's there to see? Xu Lan smiled, I love watching. Xu Maomao had no choice but to sit obediently. After a while, a girl in a pink cotton-padded jacket with a small bun appeared from the street corner, calling out in a clear voice, Brother Maomao. Xu Lan waved to her, Little Yingchun. You come to eat tofu pudding too? Zhong Yingchun, Zhong Mei's daughter, struggled to slide down from Fang Buitao's arms, twirled her short legs over, grabbed Xu Maomao's arm, and then took a moment to answer Xu Lan. Commander Auntie, my dad buys tofu pudding for my mom every day. Brother Maomao, what are you doing here? Do you miss Xiaochun? Do you want to come to Xiaochun's house to play? My mom made me so many little cat dolls. Fang Buitao awkwardly ran over to hug his daughter. Xiaochun, let go quickly. Xu Maomao seemed expressionless, her body stiff. In reality, he had already separated from his original location and was standing on the roadside without any presence, using his ability to become a passerby. Like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, this girl wasn't afraid of him at all. Every time they met, she would immediately cling to him, talking incessantly. Xu Maomao couldn't push her away. Zhong Yingchun was such a light and airy little thing. He had once given her a casual push, and she had fallen to the ground and broken her arm, making Xu Lan feel incredibly embarrassed and have to apologize to Zhong Mei. What's even more frustrating is that it wasn't just Zhong Yingchun. All the children born in District 9 liked to cling to his leg. Xu Maomao had to be on guard every time he passed by a child. His clone would disappear in a moment. Xu Lan searched around but couldn't find Xu Maomao, so she knew he had hidden again. Originally, they were a trio shopping together, but now one was invisible and another had vanished, leaving her all alone. Xu Lan picked up her tofu pudding and drank it all in one gulp, then patted the bewildered Zhong Yingchun's head. Bye-bye, little Yingchun. She was about to run off too. Only after leaving the crowd did Xu Maomao appear before Xu Lan. Li Yanli teased him, so you have someone you're afraid of too. Xu Maomao glanced at the spot where he'd spoken, too lazy to explain. Xu Lan led Li Yanli on a tour of the underground base, finally stopping at an empty room. She said, "No one will be here for now. You can rest, you don't need to be invisible." The woman in the red dress appeared out of thin air, scanning the room. "Is this the room you be staying in?" "No, I plan to make this a broadcasting center that can transmit sound to every corner of the base, just like on the surface. But our designer said it's difficult because they didn't expect the base to be so large, and they didn't lay communication lines in advance." Li Yanli said, "Jiang Jun can achieve wireless communication across the entire base." Xu Lan clapped her hands with a beaming smile. "Sister, that's exactly what I've been waiting for. With so many survivors and such a vast underground area, communication is incredibly difficult. This broadcasting center is absolutely crucial. And I want them to know every day that it's not just one person, or a group, but everyone underground, so they won't be afraid." Li Yanli recalled the days he spent hiding in the space with his parents and Xu Lan. He understood her thoughts, because loneliness is a kind of slow-acting virus that erodes the will to live. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Lan's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. It was Hui Yu's voice. "Commander, a section of the passageway in Warehouse 5 has collapsed. We need to ask Master Mao to come and see what's wrong." "Understood, coming right away." "Go ahead and get busy." Li Yanli felt it was time. "I'm leaving. I called Jiang Jun over to help you." Xu Lan looked at him with disappointment and helplessness, because she truly couldn't think of any reason to keep him. Over the past few years, the 3 words she heard most often from Li Yanli were, "I'm leaving." She knew it was best for humans and zombies to keep their distance. He had his responsibilities and his place to belong. But Li Yanli's voice rang out with a smile. "Xu Xiaolan, why are you looking at me like that again? Are you really that reluctant to leave me?" Chapter 196. Xu Lan stared at him and said, "Yes, I'm very reluctant to part." Her directness startled Li Yanli, who had only intended to tease her. He quickly composed himself, covered his mouth and chuckled, half-jokingly sighing, "With my sister's words, I can die in peace." Xu Lan pressed her, "When will we meet again?" Li Yanli hadn't thought about this question. He considered it for a moment and said, "Before you go underground. It's okay if we don't meet. I have Jiang Jun watch the last show here before taking the recording back." Xu Lan stared at him for a while with mixed feelings, then frowned and turned away, her tone suddenly turning cold. "Fine, that's settled then. I have things to do, so I won't see you off." She walked out of the room first, Xu Maomao following behind her. As she brushed past Li Yanli, she gave him a casual glance, her eyes seeming to say, "Idiot." Li Yanli emerged from underground, and saw Xu Maomao take out a car. The mother and son got in and drove away. He silently vanished again, leaving the 9th District base. Xu Lan seemed genuinely fond of Anceline, but Anceline was merely a safe identity he used to approach her. He wanted Xu Lan to trust Anceline, but he didn't want her to invest too much emotion in her. That way, when Anceline died in a few years, because the feelings weren't so deep, Xu Lan wouldn't be too heartbroken. She was the one who best knew how to avoid harm. She should understand this principle, yet she repeatedly and willingly approached a zombie. What was she thinking? Even after returning, Li Yanli was still pondering her strange behavior, often absent-minded. "Jiang Jun, go south and find Commander Qin. Go there and do some things for her." Jiang Jun retorted, "Didn't you just get back? You could have just stayed there and told me to come find you." "Stop talking nonsense. Just go." Jiang Jun had been holding back for years, but finally couldn't help himself. "Boss, I noticed you're really strange. I've been observing you for a long time. You wouldn't happen to have the same sexual orientation as me, would you?" Li Yanli beckoned with her finger. "Come on, put on your mech." Jiang Jun raised his hands in surrender. "No fighting, I admit defeat." "Yes, I know Commander Qin Xiaoshuang is your sworn sister, but is it really necessary to be so close that you grant her every request? Not only do you have to give her survivors hold to steal their abilities and build a base, but you even have to give her zombies to use. They only know how good she is, but they can't see anything about you. You made contributions, and you still treat me like your biggest enemy. What are you trying to achieve by doing this?" Li Yanli sat down lazily. "What do you care what I'm after? Haven't you always wanted to see the live version of the gala? I allow you to stay there until after the new year and bring back the recording, provided you can resist the urge to bite people while you're there." Lu Tianyang poked his head out from the doorway. "Boss, I can resist. Can I go with him? We can keep an eye on each other." Li Yanli nodded absent-mindedly. "Okay, go ahead." Zhou Xuaning's head popped out from under Lu Tianyang. Your Majesty, I can resist too. Can I go? I keep an eye on my two brothers. Sure, call me sister. Zhou Xuaning's little follower jumped onto the windowsill. Sister, we... Go. With so many zombies, won't Commander Qin disagree? She can. She has a raider by her side. Killing you all would be a piece of cake. Lu Tianyang said, I know. He's Commander Qin's son, and he has countless superpowers. Jiang Jun said, Boss, you also have countless superpowers. Who's stronger, you or that raider? Li Yanli calmly replied, I fought him, and I lost. Losing at rock paper scissors is still losing. The little zombie said in surprise, so Her Majesty the Queen stopped the war because she couldn't defeat the raider, and wanted to build a good relationship with Commander Qin beforehand? Thank goodness, I don't want to be hunted down by humans with superpowers. Li Yanli looked at Jiang Jun and raised an eyebrow slightly. Look at this kid. He figured it out right away. Jiang Jun was speechless. He could only fool children. Then Shui can see her mother again, right? Yay, that's great. Your Majesty, when do we leave? Li Yanli touched her earphones. Let me let Commander Qin know. So, are you going to the party, boss? Li Yanli said, I just got back, so I'm not going. Shu Lan finished her work and contacted her. Hey, sister, is the helper I asked for on the way? The coldness from that day seemed like just an illusion. Li Yanli replied, they're preparing. A group of little tourists want to go with him to see the lively human world. They promised me they wouldn't bite. Commander Qin, would you allow them to come along? Come on, come on. Promoting friendly communication between humans and zombies is my duty. Speaking of which, you zombies were still alive when the meteorite fell, right? Yeah. Don't you need to find a place to hide too? Li Yanli said, I just dig a hole here for them to crawl into. You're really quite careless as the leader. When will you arrive? I go get someone to arrange a zombie-only seating area for you. They're slower than me, probably 2 or 3 days. Jiang Jun and Lu Tianyang, like summer camp leaders, led the little zombies to a party in District 9. Then Jiang Jun stayed in District 9 to help, while Lu Tianyang returned with the other zombies. The little zombies excitedly shared their travel experiences with the older zombies they knew. They're doing great, just like before the virus outbreak. The people there don't attack us. And a pretty lady asked if I wanted some candied strawberries. Wha? I can't eat them. They said I'm a good zombie. Hee hee. I want to go again, but Her Majesty the Queen won't allow it. The northern winter nights are always filled with howling winds, sounding like the howls of some large wild beast. Nighttime is when the zombies are most excited. Without lights, they run wildly through the streets, howling and venting their restless energy fueled by their hunger. Li Yanli sat atop the tallest building, closing his eyes, and waiting for the night to pass. During the day, Shu Lan would get up and move around, talking to him. Becoming a zombie wasn't as glamorous as the cultists imagined. Aside from their craving for blood, they had no other needs, meaning they spent their days and nights doing nothing. They either found ways to amuse themselves or emptied their minds and awaited death. That's why a steady stream of zombies headed south, seeking humanity to reaffirm their reason for continuing to exist. In the middle of the night, Zhou Xuaning jumped up and sat beside Li Yanli, asking nervously, Your Majesty, the people in District 9 say that in another year, humanity will completely retreat underground and never come out again. Is that true? Li Yanli opened her eyes. Yes. Zhou Xuaning said dejectedly, Then I never see my mother again, and I won't be able to send her letters. Li Yanli sat up, glancing casually out of the corner of her eye. The girl wasn't wearing her school uniform today, but a white dress embroidered with colorful flowers on the hem, the workmanship exquisite. You changed into new clothes? Zhou Xuaning touched the flowers on her dress and said softly, Yes, my mother made them for me. She's loved making clothes for me since I was little. This time, she gave me clothes for all 4 seasons, thick and thin, but I'm not cold at all. Your Majesty, if I keep wearing the mask and don't bite, can I go underground with her? Li Yanli's eyelids drooped slightly, and she stated the facts emotionlessly. About 2 years from now, the zombies will gradually decompose. Just imagine how painful it will be for your mother to see you turn into a real corpse in front of her. Chapter 197. Zhou Xuaning pursed her lips, pulled her skirt down a few inches, and stared at the black wound on her thigh, the site of her infection. Your Majesty, I want to cry so badly. No tears came. She couldn't cry. Li Yanli's voice softened. Let's consider this the last time we see each other. Commander Qin Xiaoshuang promised me she wouldn't tell anyone we're about to die. So, even though your mother won't see you underground, She think you're in another safe place, a lively little zombie. Zhou Xuening understood his meaning. Then my mother will try her best to live on, so she can see me again. Yes. Zhou Xuening sat silently beside him for a long time, her mood still low. I should have talked to her more before I left. Li Yanli felt heavy-hearted. He hadn't comforted anyone in a long time, and he didn't know how to say anything to make this young girl feel better in this situation. Zhou Xuening thought for a long time, but was still unwilling to give up. She asked, my mother has some time before she goes underground. Can I stay with her during this time? The people there don't seem to be hostile to zombies, so they definitely agree, right? Li Yanli said, if you have more beautiful memories with your mother, won't it be even more painful to think about them after you part ways? Zhou Xuening said yes, but I don't mind. If I could, I'd be willing to have my hands and feet tied up every day, either locked in a cage or put in a big metal box. Even if I can't see her, I could hear her voice every day and chat with her. Li Yanli listened to her hypothesis, seeing the glimmer of hope on her face, and fell silent for a moment. It was one thing for a zombie to pass by under the watchful eyes of a raider, or to sit nearby watching a party. It was quite another to spend an extended period in the same house, or on the same street as a zombie. The trust between humans and zombies wasn't enough for them to agree to let Zhou Xuening stay in the base, not even like a prisoner. Knowing there was a zombie there would keep them awake at night. There was no point in trying to appease the girl with lies at this point. Li Yanli shook her head and said, even if I told Commander Qin about these ideas, she would still refuse. Although Shulan seemed tolerant, she was actually more rational and discerning than him. She knew perfectly well what was permissible and what wasn't. At this point, she absolutely could not agree to letting a zombie into the base, creating a dangerous element and causing chaos, simply because of emotions. Zhou Xuening's last hope was shattered. She lowered her head. All right, Your Majesty, I understand. She stood up, brushed the snow off her skirt, jumped from the rooftop to the second adjacent house, and disappeared into the night. After Jiang Jun helped the humans install the wireless broadcast system, he brought back the recording of the final party. Li Yanli wouldn't need to go to Crescent Bay to make a deal with Shulan this year. But to his surprise, when summer arrived as scheduled, Shulan still contacted him, delivering a devastating blow right from the start. This time I'd definitely be there first, because I'm already standing on the beach. Li Yanli, come find me. At that moment, all other noise in Li Yanli's ears vanished, leaving only the sound of the waves and her voice clear. He remained silent for a long time before slightly opening his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing several times with difficulty, and asked dryly, What? Did you just call me? Shulan calmly replied, I called you Li Yanli. Haven't you noticed I haven't called you by that fake name in a long time? Because of your attitude towards me, I've been struggling with this for a long time, wondering whether you wanted me to know or not. Know what? Know everything between us. It seems you intend to bear your memories alone, refusing to share even a little with me until death. Well, I'm sorry, but I also have a predator on my side. There are many unimaginable aides in this world. You're a superpower. Shu Maomao read your memories, and told me everything. Li Yanli covered her eyes, her voice trembling. Wait a minute, I'm a little unbelievable, isn't it? Whether it's the past timeline or now, I always thought you were stupid. You had the strongest plundering ability, but you didn't steal this or that, and you even killed yourself trying to save others. Then I thought, without someone like you who would protect the weak without expecting anything in return, this world would probably be completely doomed, so I don't think you're so stupid anymore. On the beach of Crescent Bay, Shu Maomao leaned against a coconut tree that wasn't completely dead yet, biting into an ice pop, listening to her expose Li Yanli. Your memories make me think too perfectly. I'm a very selfish person. Did you think I always followed you simply because I liked you? No, the main reason was that I didn't have any superpowers, and besides you, there was no one else I could rely on. If I had plundering abilities, I could live longer than everyone else, just like now. As she continued her familiar, sarcastic remarks, the initial shock in Li Yanli's heart gradually subsided. He smiled and said, Yes, that's right. Shu Lan's self-consistency and resilience were unmatched. So you don't need to worry. Even if I know how much you've done for me, and that you soon die as a zombie, I won't be so heartbroken as to cry and wail, or even die for you, or become a zombie with you. Because this is something that has already happened without my knowledge and cannot be changed. Li Yanli said, Oh? People these days are really cold and heartless. I thought my devoted protection would be enough to move your heart of steel. Shu Lan laughed, right? Actually, to be honest, neither of us is as upset as we imagine. In 3 months, I'd be completely underground. Originally, I planned to just watch you continue playing your role as Ansarine, Maybe that would make you feel a little more at ease. But the more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. What if we're still acting after we get underground? Then I never see someone named Li Yanli again in this lifetime, and it will be too late to regret it then. Li Yanli remembered the look in Shu Lan's eyes every time they parted. They would always bicker when they met, but only when he said he was leaving would she suddenly look at him seriously. Looking back now, it felt like she was asking, "Are you sure you really want to leave? Are you sure you won't tell me?" Shu Maomao wasn't wrong. Shu Lan could read minds. She could see through him. "So when you told me you liked the father of my child, was it the truth or a lie you made up?" Of course, it was the truth. Who would lie to someone's face? Li Yanli, in 3 months, the meteorite will strike. I'm not sure if that base can protect us humans until the end. Maybe in this timeline, it will change position and hit us directly on the head. Humans and zombies alike will die, with no second chance. I don't want to regret it. After saying that, Shu Lan chuckled softly. "So, before the end of the world, how about one last love affair with me, Your Majesty the Zombie King?" Long hair, red dress, a slender back burned to ashes again, transforming into the broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long limbs of a young man. The voice Shu Lan heard changed from a lazy, aloof female voice to a clean, clear male voice. "I'd be happy to oblige, dear Commander Shu Lan." Chapter 198. As Li Yanli walked over from the end of the beach, Shu Maomao and Shu Lan turned and looked up at him, calm and composed, as if they were seeing an old acquaintance. Li Yanli had guessed on the way that they had known the truth for some time. When he gave him the headphones, Shu Maomao touched him for the first time. From that moment, the mother and son knew who he was and started acting with him, while he clung to a sliver of hope, thinking his disguise was flawless. The past flashed before his eyes, like step by step, and those questionable details now had more reasonable explanations. His first reaction to having his memories spied on using supernatural abilities wasn't anger, but rather like he was carrying a heavy mountain alone, feeling he could manage. But she, without explanation, brought in a second predator, calmly saying it was okay, they could carry it together, it wasn't that heavy. Li Yanli stopped a meter in front of them, looking at them gently with a smile, and said, "Impressive, 2 top actors. I'm just showing off my limited skills." Shu Lan tilted her head back and suddenly said, "So you're that tall." After looking at Anselin for a while, she always thought Li Yanli was around 1.7 meters tall. Now, he was holding his chin up high. Shu Maomao said, "I'm still growing, Mom." Shu Lan nodded, "Yes, you'd definitely be taller than him in the future." Li Yanli was both amused and exasperated. "You waited so long, and this is the first thing you say to me?" Shu Lan stood up, brushed the sand off her legs, and rolled her eyes at him. "What else?" "I hug you and wail, 'Wah, my poor husband, why did you die so young? You turned into a zombie, how are we supposed to live?' That's what you wanted to hear, right? I grant your wish." Li Yanli had a low threshold for laughter, and almost died laughing at her. When Shu Maomao was 13, his mother started dating his biological father. Actually, when he showed Shu Lan his last memory, he had a premonition that things would end this way. No matter how many times they started over, as long as he didn't die, Shu Lan and Li Yanli would always be together. Shu Maomao had seen it all before, and had come to terms with it. Whether it was a man or a woman, Li Yanli or Anselin, or the person who loved to bully him. For example, when playing a dueling game on the TV with a controller, Li Yanli was like a beginner, getting her health bar easily depleted in 3 consecutive rounds by Shu Lan's random button presses, exclaiming that she was a gaming genius. When Shu Lan got bored and went to the kitchen to cut fruit, and it was Shu Maomao's turn to play, Li Yanli suddenly got it, her fingers moving so fast they left after images, her movements smooth and sharp. The characters Shu Maomao chose were either getting beaten up in the air or lying on the ground, their health bars dropping rapidly, with no chance to fight back. Shu Maomao glanced sideways at him. "You just said you don't know how to play." Li Yanli calmly replied, "I know how to play games, but I don't know how to play the character." Shu Maomao's dark eyes snapped back, his words dripping with coldness. "Playing this is boring. I want to beat you up." Li Yanli raised his voice and shouted towards the kitchen. "Shu Lan, Maomao said he doesn't want to play games, he wants to play." The rest of his voice was blocked by an invisible wall, stopping abruptly. Shu Maomao glared at him. "Don't you dare tell on me." Li Yanli shrugged. "Your mom doesn't allow us to fight." Shu Maomao turned his head with a sour face and pressed the controller hard. "Humph, I'm going to choose a new character. You wait until I learn how to play, I beat you to a pulp." Shu Lan brought out a bowl of fruit, put it down, and pulled out a long slip of paper. Standing behind them, She said seriously, the work at the base has been handed over to my deputy commander, Secretary Hua, and a group of trusted generals. Commander Qin Xiushuang and Lord Raider Mao Mao are going to take a long vacation to take a funeral portrait of Blue Star. The words funeral portrait made Li Yanli laugh out loud. Xu Lan patted his shoulder. Be serious. Your zombies aren't going south, are they? They might come with us. I have Jiang Jun, and the others keep an eye on them. Okay, then let's go to the nearest resort island first. It used to be quite famous. I looked at the travel brochure. There's a hotel there where the most expensive room has a view of the underwater world, but there aren't any fish in the sea anymore, so it probably won't be very interesting. Xu Mao Mao said, catch the fish from your space and put them in. Ha ha ha, baby, there's no need to be so wasteful. Her so-called taking a funeral portrait of Blue Star was just another way of saying she was going on a tourist trip. They visited islands, primeval forests, underground caves, deserts, snow-capped mountains. Along the way, they even collected a lot of trash in the city and stored it in their spatial dimension for future use, since they didn't know how many years they would be living underground. Xu Lan and Li Yanli had memories from so many timelines. Their romance was like that of an old married couple. But Xu Mao Mao and Li Yanli seemed like natural enemies. Even while she was in the bathroom, the two raiders could exchange several blows. Xu Lan looked at the dilapidated houses by the roadside, so different from what she had seen earlier, and suspiciously stared at the two who were too embarrassed to look her in the eye. Fighting again. No fight. Then this building. Li Yanli, always one to exaggerate, said, it's been in disrepair for years. A gust of wind and it's turned like this. Isn't that right, Mao Mao? Xu Mao Mao reluctantly hummed in agreement. Heh, if you're so tough, don't let me catch you fighting again. Next time I see you fighting, I see if I even acknowledge you. Let's go! To the next attraction. Xu Lan turned around, and Li Yanli took off his black t-shirt with a huge burn hole in the back, quickly grabbed a new one from his spatial storage, and put it on. They were both identical, picked up from a factory. Changing one wouldn't be noticeable. He whispered, see? I told you your mom would be angry. If you're going to fight, play badminton. Xu Mao Mao gritted her teeth. Why don't you say it's something better than mine? Fine, let's fight. Believe me or not, I still win. No. 3 months slipped by unnoticed, turning into a stack of photos with different backgrounds. Whether it was Li Yanli's memories before her reboot or Xu Mao Mao's memories after her death, the meteorite struck during the transition from winter to spring that year. Over the past year, everyone had gradually moved underground, adapting to life underground for an unknown period. She and Xu Mao Mao were the only two still alive on the surface. Now they too had to go underground, saying goodbye a short distance from the entrance to the underground base. Li Yanli didn't plan to go underground. He wanted to fulfill his previous promise, leaving the underground to humans, and the zombies to the surface. Xu Lan looked at him reluctantly, pointing to the earpiece. After I go down there, can I still contact you with this? Jiang Jun said probably, provided the distance between us doesn't exceed 50 kilometers. Xu Lan was a little disappointed. If you go back north, we won't even be able to talk. She suddenly choked up, turning to Xu Mao Mao and saying, baby, take out the photo album. Mommy has something to say to him. Go inside and wait for me, okay? Xu Mao Mao took out a thick photo album from his spatial storage and gave it to her, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the underground base. There was a 20-meter-long underground passage from the ground to the entrance. He walked to the top of the steps, stopped, and looked back. He saw Xu Lan hand the photo album to Li Yanli, then take a step forward, while Li Yanli took a step back, creating a safe distance. Would she go north with him? This thought suddenly popped into Xu Mao Mao's mind, growing heavier and heavier. In so many timelines, Xu Lan had chosen to die beside Li Yanli, and in many love stories he had read, many deeply in love people chose to die together in the end. Xu Mao Mao frowned, pursed his lips, turned his head back, and walked down a few steps with his back to them, sitting down to wait. If Xu Lan wanted to commit suicide with Li Yanli, Xu Mao Mao would forcibly take her underground and lock her up. No, he wouldn't allow it. She had promised to grow up with him. Why are you hiding? Xu Lan glared at Li Yanli. Li Yanli awkwardly touched his neck, looking down and saying, it's a conditioned reflex. I can feel my internal organs rotting, and I'm afraid the smell will bother you. Xu Lan took another step forward, hugged his waist, and pressed her face against his heart. It was quiet inside. His heart had long since stopped beating. Li Yanli clenched his fist, hiding his fingernails that might scratch her and cause infection, and pulled her into his arms. This was their first and last embrace after their confrontation. Chapter 199. He bent down slightly and gently touched her head. Why are you crying? Didn't you tell me to accept reality and take it one day at a time? You should keep your word. Shulan said sullenly. Do you want to bring the zombies with you? We can take refuge on the surface. No, there are too many zombies. They stink if they die together. I let them dig their own holes and hide. Shulan sniffed and said, You don't smell at all. Li Yanli smiled. The album contains photos I've taken over the years. Take your time looking at them. Okay, I take my time. Shulan's eyes were blurry from crying. She grabbed the hem of his shirt to wipe her tears, saying as she wiped, I'm sorry, can I use your clothes? I usually keep all my things with the baby, even the tissues are with him. In this sorrowful moment of farewell, Li Yanli was amused by her for the umpteenth time. It's okay, you can wipe yourself, I have plenty of clothes. Li Yanli. I love you very much. Me too. Then do you love Shu Mao Mao? Yes, I love him just as much as you do. Shu Mao Mao, sitting on the tunnel steps, used his lie detector ability. This was actually the truth. Shulan adjusted her breathing and turned around. But I still have to go in, otherwise everything you and I did before will have been for nothing. Whether you receive my messages or not, I will talk to you every day through my earphones. Li Yanli couldn't say anything else, only replying to her sentence by sentence. Okay, I will too. Shulan let go of his hand, gave him a deep look, suddenly turned around, and ran with all her might towards the entrance to the underground, as if a horde of zombies were chasing her. Tears streamed down her face as she bit her lower lip, her breath caught in the surging emotions. She longed to turn back and look at him a little longer, but she couldn't. If she did, she would lose the courage to move forward. She had to move forward, she had to live. Shu Mao Mao was still waiting for her. Standing before Shu Mao Mao, Shulan's eyes were red. She looked up at the boy, now taller than her, and finally, the strength to breathe returned to her body. Before her stood a dark, heavy steel gate, beyond which lay a new world, excavated and built by the combined strength and wisdom of nearly 1 million people. It had water, electricity, and passageways connecting to warehouses filled with supplies. This was the most united and closest humanity had ever been to hope in all of timelines. Shulan took a deep breath, wanting to tell Shu Mao Mao, let's go in, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she found herself speechless. Even with her best efforts to utter a sound, an invisible force of emotion choked her. Shu Mao Mao, seeing the mess in her clothes, understood what she meant. Mom, you mean, let's go in? Shulan nodded, and a warm, firm hand appeared in her palm. This hand had held her since she was very young, growing from the size of a cat's paw to now enveloping her entire palm, transmitting a continuous stream of strength that allowed her legs to move forward. Before, she, as the mother, would walk in front, this time, it was Shu Mao Mao leading the way. The door, controlled by her metal powers, slowly opened and closed. Li Yanli sat down on the spot, hearing the mother and son enter the underground. After a while, several voices called out to them. Commander and Lady Mao Mao are back. Why is the commander covering his eyes? Shu Mao Mao, whose voice had just finished puberty and was lower than before, answered for Shulan, I got sand in my throat. He led Shulan to a woman named Lu Qinghe, addressing her as auntie, and said, my mom's in a bad mood, can you talk to her? This kid is surprisingly reliable. Li Yanli smiled, staring down at the leather cover of the photo album, on which 4 large circles were drawn in black ink, with Shulan's home written in the center. Just seeing those 4 words took Li Yanli a long time to process. He knew that when she was young, her family broke apart. Both her parents had their own families, abandoning her as a burden. In the last timeline, Shulan would tell him, it's such a pity. If it weren't for the virus, with my intelligence, I should have already earned enough to buy a house. She emphasized, Li Yanli, if we get married, I buy the house, and the property deed will only be in my name, okay? He knew that Shulan didn't just want a house, she wanted a complete home, a sanctuary where no one would kick her out. Now that Shulan felt she had a home, she even generously invited him to visit her home. Li Yanli closed her dry eyes, let out a long breath, took out her old blue headphones from her spatial storage, put them on, and pressed a button. Jiang Jun, who was playing a game, was caught off guard by a young man's voice calling his name and asked in surprise, who are you? From District 9? Li Yanli transformed into answering, your boss, it's me. Jiang Jun, boss, I know you really like Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, but that doesn't mean you have to change your gender for love. Li Yanli transformed back, I was always a man. Qin Xiaoshuang is my girlfriend, and the raider is my son. It took Jiang Jun over 2 minutes to process this information, finally managing to utter a single word. Awesome. Li Yanli, too lazy to argue, said, I'm not going back. The meteorite will probably appear in a few dozen days. Tell everyone to take refuge according to the original plan. He paused, remembering the perpetually melancholy Zhou Xuaning. Tell them that if they want to come to District 9 to be with their families for the last time, they can leave now. Even without him repeatedly emphasizing the impending death, the zombies could clearly feel their internal organs rotting. However, because they lived together and shared the same scent, knowing that the other zombies would die around the same time, no amount of pain could change the fact. They could only lie down and accept their fate with equanimity. Li Yanli was the same. He could calmly accept his own death, but he didn't want Shulan to be saddened by it. Fortunately, what sustains a person isn't just love and family, but also friendship. During the time Shulan was listless, often inexplicably tearful, and silent, those around her tacitly refrained from asking what was wrong, instead trying their best to tell her interesting things. Lu Qinghe had a private counseling room, her job in the underground world. She loved it because people always came to chat with her, fully satisfying her gossipy nature. She adhered to professional ethics, never casually sharing any explosive news she received, except for the commander. Commander, I let you in on a secret. My dad's been flirting with Sister Wang lately. He might start dating before I do. Shulan froze, tears streaming down her face, startling Lu Qinghe into a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? I haven't even cried yet. Commander, why are you crying so sadly? Shu Maomao, sitting next to her, handed Shulan a bottle of water. Don't tell her the words dating. Lu Qinghe immediately understood. She'd broken up. She was even more curious. Which man was so bold as to reject the commander's advances, making her sad, and not afraid that Lord Mao would beat him to a pulp? Curiosity aside, it wasn't the right time to press him, so she quickly changed the subject. A few days ago, a guy named He Linfeng and a guy named Tang Hao got into an argument, and everyone laughed so hard. Commander, guess why? Shulan stopped wiping her tears. She still couldn't speak, so she mouthed, why? He Linfeng couldn't open a can, so he went to borrow a can opening tool from a guy named Tang Hao. Tang Hao gave him a small knife. After He Linfeng opened the can, he said, thanks, brother. Do you have any extra knives? Tang Hao said no. This was the knife he usually used to remove corns from his feet, and this was his only one. Shulan realized that even when people are very sad, they can laugh out loud at such a funny story. Chapter 200. After laughing, she found she could speak again, and then? Lu Qinghe chuckled as she spoke. Then He Linfeng got angry and said, brother, you used a pedicure knife to open a can of food for me? Is that something a human would do? Tang Hao said, so what? I wiped it after I used it. I used this to open it myself. We're brothers, and you're still complaining. He Linfeng said no, you have to buy me a new can. Tang Hao felt that good deeds don't get rewarded. They argued, and now they're no longer friends. Shulan's lips quickly drooped again, but thankfully she didn't cry anymore. She managed to pull herself out of her sadness, and began to consider the base. After the base was built, Shulan stopped paying wages, telling them to spend their remaining balance on the ground to exchange for necessities. Consumable supplies were distributed periodically based on the number of people. Canned food was the most frequently exchanged item, but the small problem of not having the tools to open the cans was overlooked. She turned to Shu Maomao and said, baby, have Dezue start the production line to make can openers. Let me know when they're done, and I arrange for someone to send them. Okay. Lu Qinghe suddenly sighed, Commander, do you know when a person is most charming? Shulan thought for a moment and asked, when you're making payments? Lu Qinghe held up one finger and shook her head, no, it's when you're solving problems. Every time others are arguing, and you're talking about how to solve the problem, I find you especially charming. Shulan said, you're charming when you praise me too. Thank you for staying with me for so long, doctor. I'm going back now. You're welcome, come again anytime. Shulan returned to the lounge, looking at Shu Maomao, who had been silently keeping her company, and tenderly touched his face. I'm sorry, baby, I neglected you a bit these past few days. Is there anything you want to eat? I make it for you. After entering the underground base, Shulan never cooked again. Fire and smoking were prohibited in the shelter, so everyone could no longer cook for themselves and had to revert to the original communal dining system, which they both ate with. Shu Maomao shook his head. Mom, wait until you're completely better, then you can cook when you want to. If you're not better, you don't have to cook anymore, that's fine too. Shu Lan's lips twitched. He was so sensible, and she felt like crying again. This time, she forced herself to hold back and said, I recover quickly, trust me. Secretary, one must have a lot of problems piling up for us to handle. Let's go take a look together. The 9th District underground base was still managed by district, divided into over 700 living and public areas. Each area had fixed positions, similar to receiving supplies, cooking, distributing meals, collecting garbage, and maintaining order, operating on a shift system like duty rosters. To conserve energy and ensure the stability of the power system, everyone had virtually no opportunity for private electricity use. The base only switched the lights on and off at fixed times to distinguish between day and night. Before Shulan went to take her final portrait on Blue Star, everyone lived underground for a while to check for potential problems and devise solutions in advance. But these past few months have undoubtedly brought new troubles. Huiyu, seeing her low spirits, didn't bother her. She couldn't remain depressed like this forever. As commander, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. Work! 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 Distracting herself would prevent her from constantly dwelling on grief. After working for a while, Shulan finally recovered from the aftereffects of the 3 months of being together day and night followed by sudden separation, and pressed the switch on her headphones. Before she lost her voice and couldn't speak, she hadn't turned them on, afraid he would find out. Hello? The person on the other end of the earpiece responded quickly, I'm here. Shulan choked back tears, her voice trembling with sobs, and said indistinctly, You don't have a signal. Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm not going back north. Shulan's breath hitched. You're right above us? Li Yanli chuckled softly. More or less. I'm by the river we used to cross. Shulan had an urge to go out and find him, but she knew she couldn't. Going out would force herself to separate from him again. They remained silent for a while, neither asking the other why they weren't speaking. Shulan spoke again. Have you seen the photo album I gave you? Not yet. Why? I'm afraid to look at it. I'm afraid that if I do, I won't be able to resist going down to find you, and that will make you cry for several more days. Shulan said, Then when will you look at it? Wait a little longer, I need to prepare myself mentally. What's Mao Mao doing? Shulan said, A generator broke down. He's repairing it. You taught him. Li Yanli said, I didn't teach him. He learned it after watching me for a moment. He's much smarter than I was when I was a child. When I was a teenager, I couldn't do anything except play badminton. I learned many skills after the apocalypse. Swimming too? Except for sports. When I was learning to swim, my dad saw that I swam fast and said that I should switch from badminton to swimming, but I didn't agree. Why? I like the feeling of sweating. Oh! Shulan turned to ask Shu Mao Mao, Baby, do you prefer swimming or badminton? Shu Mao Mao answered without hesitation, Badminton. Badminton or soccer? Badminton. Li Yanli chuckled softly, He likes me. So he loves everything about me, right? Shu Mao Mao heard her and said coldly, No, if soccer were a two-person sport, I prefer soccer. Shulan said, Did you hear that? Our Mao Mao just thinks his teammates are too stupid. Don't be so narcissistic. Li Yanli stopped laughing and sighed, Very good, professional sabotage. As they chatted, Shulan's emotions gradually stabilized, feeling like they were back to the time when the two of them, one in the south and one in the north, chatted aimlessly every day. They didn't talk about anything new, just what they ate, how they slept, who had made a fool of themselves at the base, or helping the zombies, who had arrived in District 9 to deliver messages to their families. Every day, the first thing Shulan would ask him when she turned on her headphones was, Have the meteorites arrived yet? Not yet, but they should be soon. In the later stages of the apocalypse, everyone was exhausted and living one day at a time, basically giving up on keeping track of time. Even those with past memories only knew roughly the time period, not the specific day. This was why Shulan insisted on coming underground ahead of time. This led to nearly 2 months of peaceful coexistence after moving underground, and some began to doubt whether her story about the meteorites was true. Until this day, Shulan turned on her headphones and asked, Have they arrived? Hearing Li Yanli's calm voice, They arrived, Shulan. I saw them last night, and they'd be landing soon. Shulan immediately went to the broadcasting room next door to announce the news. The meteorite is about to land. Based on our previous simulations, everyone take your positions and do not move. Although we have anticipated all possible problems, plans can never keep up with changes. Be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. About an hour later, while everyone was still anxious and at a loss, the base suddenly experienced a significant tremor. The lights flickered a few times and then went out, plunging the underground into darkness, accompanied by screams. Chapter 201. At this moment, No one doubted that the commander's words about the meteorite were true. Sector 9 is located in the center of the land. With stable terrain, earthquakes don't happen without reason. There's no other possibility than a meteorite. Did it land on top of the base? Will there be a second one? What if a stronger earthquake comes? Will the base collapse? While others were shrouded in fear brought by the unknown disaster and darkness, only Shulan heard a calm and reassuring voice telling her, "Don't be afraid. It's just an earthquake caused by the nearest meteorite hitting the ground. It should only happen once." Shu Maomao said, "Mom, I go take a look?" Shulan nodded, "Okay." Shu Maomao passed through the wall to the broadcast room and quickly traversed the base's corridors, using her X-ray vision to see through the wires sealed in the walls. She found the location where the wires had been misaligned and broken due to the strong earthquake and used her teleportation ability to reconnect the wires. The lights in the broadcasting room brightened again. Shulan let out a soft breath, her gaze regaining its resolve. Speaking into the microphone, she said, "That was an earthquake caused by a meteorite that fell nearby. It didn't hit us directly on the head. Don't forget the most important rule. Stop thinking, listen to me. I say District 9 is safe, and it is safe. Lord Mao is inspecting the base's damage. Stay where you are, don't move around, and don't make any noise that might disturb him." Opinions about the commander have always been mixed. Relying on his son, a raider, he has become a ruthless tyrant, cruel, autocratic, and aloof, never valuing human life, even the smallest mistake warranting execution. Meanwhile, she and the Zombie King together stopped the war between humans and zombies, using her supernatural abilities to solve various difficulties in everyone's lives. She took care of them in every aspect: food, lodging, heat and cold, and even disease, allowing them to fully dedicate themselves to the construction of the underground base. The consequence of this approach was that the commander's words carried the power of absolute trust and obedience. No one dared to contradict her, nor dared to cause trouble in her presence. Every order she issued was implemented precisely and quickly. Undeniably, without the commander and the raiders, such a massive underground base capable of housing millions of people could not have been built in such a short time. Hearing the commander's voice again, the panicked people felt reassured, and the chaotic sounds in the base gradually subsided. "It's all right, don't be afraid. The commander and Master Mao are here, they will protect you." On the surface, unseen by humans, a magnificent and dazzling meteor shower was falling. The moment meteors, each over 100 meters in diameter, struck the ground, they were equivalent to 1,000,000 nuclear bombs, capable of instantly destroying a city. The Earth, like a helpless, fragile mother, endured the damage from the extraterrestrial object while tightly embracing its few remaining children with its land. After the meteorite struck the ground, the rain stopped. A global disaster movie began to play. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, vast amounts of dust and toxic gases billowed, spreading outwards. All colors under the sunlight were swallowed by the black beast, except for the raging red forest fires. When this dust completely blocked out the sunlight, the surface temperature plummeted. For months or years to come, this planet would be shrouded in cold, darkness, and toxic gases. The sky would never brighten again, as if it had entered an eternal night. District 9, situated on a plain in the middle of the land, had its river diverted, and the only impact it suffered was the initial earthquake, causing minimal damage, more of a signal announcing the arrival of the eternal night. After Shu Maomao checked the return of the power lines, Shu Lan began systematically arranging for each area to shut down outdoor ventilation and activate oxygen and heating systems, following the emergency plan that had been simulated several times. Neither dust nor poisonous gas, nor darkness or cold, affected the zombies. Standing on the surface, witnessing this magnificent finale, they exclaimed, "Wow! There really was a meteorite. How amazing! I witnessed the end of the world. This life is worth living." Lu Tianong exclaimed, "It's over. We can't see anything. Boss, where are you?" A strong wind blew away the overwhelming dust, and a cluster of flames lit up in the darkness, bringing light. Li Yanli said, "I'm here." The zombies swarmed around her, and Lu Tianyong added, "I'm not used to you being a man, boss. Why don't you just turn back? I prefer long-legged mature women." Li Yanli laughed, exasperated, "You're so shameless. If you want to change, change yourself." Lu Tianyong chuckled and scratched his head, "I don't have that ability. How are our friends underground?" Li Yanli listened for a while, and said, "They're doing well." Jiang Jun was adjusting a speaker. He plugged his gaming headset into it, turned the volume up, and a clear female voice came through, "Take out your thick clothes and change. Turn off the water valve, the groundwater might be affected." Don't use the water in the pipes yet. Every day, we distribute safe, clean water, drawn from our space by Master Mao using his ability. Everyone put their water containers at the door. We distribute 5 liters per person initially, so use it sparingly. The zombies exclaimed in surprise. You connected to the underground broadcast system? Yeah, easy. Jiang Jun sat down as well. Just bored. Let's listen to their voices. Li Yanli said, go find some firewood if you're bored. Don't make me keep using my energy to light your lamps. Okay, boss. Anything the people underground left behind in the house could be used as fuel, including the books in the reading room. 20,000 leagues under the sea, who's reading? If not, I throw it in and burn it. Me. I read. The speaker continued its incessant chatter. Li Yanli heard the same voices, but he didn't mind, letting the speaker run. When the battery ran out, he even recharged it. Even though the zombies could feel their lives coming to an end, hearing their comrades alive and well underground gave them a sense of comfort and peace. Zombies and humans have always been a community of shared destiny. Zombies are simply humans who have fallen ill. They joked about the end of the world, that everyone was going to die, but deep down, every zombie hoped that humanity could live longer, win in the end, and bring Earth back to life. Just as Shulan said drunkenly, living is so hard. Indeed, it is hard. Humans are too small and too fragile. A virus will kill them. Injuries and bleeding will kill them. Lack of food will kill them. It will be too cold or too hot. They will die of old age. Therefore, death is much easier and more effortless than living. But whenever they glimpse a glimmer of hope, they still fight with all their might to live, to reach for a more distant future. In the vast darkness and cold, all kinds of creatures are fading into oblivion and silence, but District 9 remains bustling. The zombies read books or chatted idly. Shu Lan and Shu Mao Mao were busy arranging for people to receive water and food, while the people in the base exchanged their lingering fears. Li Yanli calmed down, took out the photo album from her spatial storage, and opened it. Chapter 202. The first page was a photo of her and Shu Mao Mao on the beach at Crescent Bay. Shu Mao Mao, always expressionless in photos, sat on the sand, while Shu Lan stood behind him, bending down to put her arm around his shoulder, pinching his cheek to force a smile. In this photo, Shu Mao Mao looked quite young, around 6 or 7 years old. It was their first meeting at Crescent Bay, after they had become sworn sisters. He left that night, and the photo was taken during the day, probably the next day or the third. Next to the mother and son was a small stick figure with a round head drawn in black marker. To make sure viewers didn't understand the stick figure's purpose, Shu Lan thoughtfully wrote Li on its head. It was as if it were a photo of the 3 of them together. Li Yanli wanted to smile, but found herself too weak. He stared at the photo for a while, noticing a slight bulge on the surface, and what seemed to be writing on the back. He pulled it out of his pocket, and turned it over. There were indeed words on it, 2 paragraphs with different handwriting. Prying into other people's memories is a despicable act, but this commander has done plenty of despicable things, so one more won't matter. Big pair, ha ha, but after reading it, I felt a little uncomfortable, like I became my own substitute. I said I wouldn't cry after reading it, and I broke my promise. It's obvious without asking that the first paragraph was written by Shu Lan, and the second by Shu Mao Mao. Shu Lan only used the nickname Big Pear before the virus. After experiencing too many bad things, her mindset gradually became less relaxed, and she started calling him by his real name. Li Yanli looked up and asked, "Do you guys have any pens?" "A pen? No, boss. What do you need a pen for? To write your will?" "No, why would I write that? I go find a pen." Li Yanli got up and rummaged through the empty room, finally finding a brand new, unopened pen in the conference room desk. Just then, Shu Lan finished her work and suddenly called out to him, "Li Yanli. I'm here. Why haven't you spoken for so long?" Li Yanli said, "I was waiting for you to finish. I didn't want to disturb your rhythm." "Almost done. We practiced the drills before, and everything went smoothly except for the earthquake. Have all the meteorites fallen?" "I think so." Shu Lan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, that's all for now. Mao Mao and I are going into the space to eat. Wait for me to come out, it'd be about an hour." "Okay." Her voice disappeared, and Li Yanli returned to the fire. The loudspeaker was now broadcasting other people assigning tasks. He sat down, opened the photo album, took out that picture, and wrote on the back. "So the Sworn Brotherhood was a trap, a way to read my memories. What a miscalculation." The space remained sunny and bright, peaceful and serene, but it was all a facade. As soon as Shu Lan and Shu Mao Mao entered the house, Dazui greeted them cheerfully. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the Saving All Beings mission during the mutation phase and entering the Eternal Night phase. The task for this phase is very simple. At least 1/10 of the previously sheltered survivors must be alive and healthy by the end of the Eternal Night. Shulan didn't want to pay any attention to it, and went straight into the kitchen to get the ingredients and start cooking. Shu Maomao went in, grabbed a bottle of juice, quickly drank it, and then helped her cook, casually asking, "Can you tell us now how long the Eternal Night will last?" Sorry, the system still does not have permission to answer this question. Shu Maomao was too lazy to ask the other two spheres. He figured he'd get a similar answer anyway. Shulan asked, "Then do you have permission to tell us if there will be any more meteorites falling in the future?" "No, mother of the host." "That's more like it." Shulan steamed the fish she had prepared beforehand, then turned to see Shu Maomao, who was bent over washing rice for her, and gradually began to stare blankly. Unconsciously, she already had such a grown son. Shu Maomao's features had matured and become sharper. With a high nose bridge and thin lips, his profile was that of a handsome young man. When they were little, everyone said Shu Maomao looked a lot like her, but now that he'd grown up, he seemed to resemble Li Yanli more. Shulan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Baby, I want to rest outside from now on." Shu Maomao replied quickly, "Okay." Shulan explained to him, "I'm mainly worried that if something happens outside while we're sleeping, we won't be able to find and deal with it in time. But sleeping underground is definitely not as comfortable as sleeping in this space." "I know, Mom. Ever since you saw Dazui kicking people out, you haven't liked this house." Before, she would have Dazui find her some flowers every day to put in a vase on the dining table as decoration. After seeing Li Yanli's last memory, she never did that again. Shulan's brows slowly relaxed. "Yes, that's right. It's Dazui's house, not our home. A home is a place where no one has the right to kick you out except yourself." Shu Maomao said, "I don't have any requirements for where I live, as long as you're here." Big Mao said blankly, "The system has no intention of getting rid of the host." Shulan's face instantly turned cold. "If we hadn't completed your task by now, you would have done this. Get out, don't get in the way." After quickly preparing and eating, Shulan and Shu Maomao came out of the space, and their headphones, which had been on all along, instantly connected to the signal. Hearing the extra voice, Li Yanli was slightly surprised. "So fast. It hasn't even been an hour. Just some simple home-cooked food, quick and easy. And my son even helps me chop vegetables. He's so thoughtful. Being Shu Maomao's mom is truly wonderful." Shu Maomao's voice interrupted. "Mom, this room isn't as big as the old one. Where do you put your bed?" Against the wall, I guess. The wardrobe is over here. We don't need the dressing table or the swing chair anymore. Find me a small table this big to put my things on, and a chair too." Li Yanli asked curiously, "Are you moving?" "Yes, I don't want to hide in that crappy space anymore. I want to stand with all of humanity." Li Yanli laughed, "Very noble. Commander Qin, I have a question for you. What does it mean to say you are your own double?" Shulan paused for a second. "You finally decided to open it." "Yes, I opened it. Your stick figure drawing skills are amazing. Whether I'm standing or sitting, they're very lifelike." That's because she had a little black figure as a model. The stick figures weren't original but sketches. Shu Maomao popped up again. "Mom, is the water dispenser here?" Shulan said, "Sure. Speaking of that stand-in, that's really what I was thinking back then. You can't treat me as your ex-girlfriend Shulan, because I never met you at the KTV, and I don't have those memories. So I'm not her. For example, a dish, cooked differently, will taste different. Can you say that grilled fish and steamed fish are the same kind of fish?" Li Yanli suddenly asked, "What did you just eat?" Shulan subconsciously answered, "Steamed fish." "Oh, don't change the subject. Just tell me if it's the same kind of fish." "No." "So what you wanted to eat was grilled fish. I can't just serve you steamed fish, and then deceive yourself by forcing yourself to eat it." Li Yanli nodded. "That makes sense." He sighed again, "But there's nothing I can do. I just can't resist fish, no matter what kind." Chapter 203. Shulan suddenly didn't know what to say, and the air suddenly became quiet. Shu Maomao broke the silence first. "Mom, your room is all set up. I go next door to put my bed there. Call me if you need anything." Shulan smiled at him. "Go ahead, thank you for your hard work, my darling. Mommy loves you." After saying those sweet words, the door closed, and Shulan immediately switched to a complaining tone. "Look, you're so mushy, even our son can't stand it and ran away." Li Yanli, He just said he liked eating fish. Could that be as mushy as Mommy loves you?" Even with their exceptional hearing, they didn't hear everything. Most sounds were mixed together, like the chaotic background noise of a construction site. They only picked up on the noises they were particularly interested in. Recently, he and Xu Lan had been chatting idly every day, and he thought Xu Maomao was probably too lazy to listen to their nonsense. Li Yanli asked, "So, do you still consider yourself a substitute master chef?" Xu Lan leaned back in her chair, deliberately sighing, "I was originally an innocent fish, but with your memories added, I became fragrant, spicy, and numbing. I can't even tell if I was grilled or steamed anymore. This is probably the price of overflowing curiosity." Xu Lan had no doubt that if she hadn't let Xu Maomao see Li Yanli's memories, Li Yanli would have truly treated her as a female friend from beginning to end. Then she would have died without ever knowing that someone had done so much for her, and then silently rotted away. He was too stupid, so stupid that Xu Lan didn't even want to care about the substitute thing. Look at the numbers on each page, those are Xu Maomao's ages. It's a pity he was even cuter when he was little. I even tricked him into wearing little girl clothes, but I couldn't take a picture then. Later, when I let him wear them again, he wasn't so easy to fool anymore. How did that little kid suddenly grow into such a tall guy? So fast. Time never seems to fly when you're living in the moment. It's only when you look back that you realize how long those days have flown by in the blink of an eye. Xu Lan reminisced. He used to call me mommy, but then he probably thought it sounded cooler and more natural to use just one word, so he stopped. Like you. Xu Lan immediately retorted, "How is he like me? I call him baby every day. You're just used to it. We had a fake wedding when we were together, and I asked you to call me husband, and you..." "Shut up." "Absolutely not. Hearing those two words gives me goosebumps." Li Yanli sighed. "See, you said the exact same thing you said back then." The underground base had a set time for lights out, leaving complete darkness. After saying goodnight to Li Yanli, Xu Lan took off her headphones, placed them beside her pillow, closed her eyes, and could clearly hear the sounds of the oxygen and heating systems operating. These two things consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, after the number of people accommodated reached 500,000, energy resources were unlocked and could be automatically deployed to designated locations. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So many people would suffocate or freeze to death underground. An hour later, Xu Lan opened her eyes, knocked on the wall beside her bed, and said, "Baby." Less than 2 seconds after she finished speaking, Xu Maomao, wearing pajamas, pushed open her door, holding a lamp. "Mom, what's wrong? Can you sleep?" Xu Maomao honestly replied, "No." Xu Lan said, "Me too. I knew this day would come sooner or later, and I was prepared to live underground for a long time, but when it actually came, I inexplicably felt very down." Xu Maomao walked in, placed the lamp on the table, sat down in a chair, and said, "I was just looking at the ground with my clairvoyance. Do you want to see?" Xu Lan sat up and placed her hand in his outstretched palm. Xu Maomao used synesthesia. "Mom, you see what I saw." Xu Lan's vision suddenly went completely black, no different from when the lights were turned off. She blinked, puzzled. "I can't see anything." Xu Maomao said, "This is the farthest I can see. There's no light outside, so you really can't see anything. It's like this in many places, except here." He turned around, and suddenly a ball of flame appeared in the center of Xu Lan's vision, surrounded by a group of zombies. Some were reading, some were staring blankly. Li Yanli was sitting there, flipping through the photo album she had given her, staring at the front of the photos for a while, then turning them over to look at them again, finally writing on the back with a pen. He seemed to sense something, tilting his head back to meet their gaze, and tentatively asked, "Mao Mao?" It's said that sensitive people can vaguely sense others watching them, and when Li Yanli actually looked over, Xu Lan found it amazing. She asked Xu Maomao, "Did he just notice you too?" "Yeah, he could hear us talking." Being able to see, hear, and be together seemed almost the same. Xu Lan asked Li Yanli, "I saw you too. What are you writing?" Li Yanli held up a photo, displaying it to the air. "I'm joining the Xu Lan home message board." Xu Lan zoomed in, seeing the words clearly, and teased him, "Oh, your handwriting is so ugly. I haven't written in a long time. I'm still not used to it." Lu Tianyang, bewildered, followed Li Yanli looking up. "Boss, who's up there?" "My son is so concerned about me. He's watching me with his clairvoyance." Lu Tianyang, you raiders really know how to play. By this point, there was no need to hide the fact that the Zombie King was once a raider anymore. Lu Tianyang also learned from Jiang Jun that the famous human leader, Commander Qin Xiushuang, was the Zombie King's girlfriend, and that the raiders were the Zombie King's son. The whole family was incredibly capable, managing the humans and zombies with remarkable clarity. But what he didn't know was that this was a plan Li Yanli had devised through trial and error across multiple timelines, ultimately finding one that could protect more people. And besides Shu Lan and Shu Maomao, Li Yanli had no other trustworthy helpers. Shu Maomao coldly retorted, "I'm not concerned about you. I'm just curious about what's happening outside, just taking a look." Li Yanli nodded, "That's right, that's your two-faced personality." Shu Maomao immediately pulled her hand away, saying, "I'm not looking anymore. What's there to see in this dark place? Let's go to sleep, Mom." Shu Lan couldn't help but chuckle, "Okay, go to sleep, good night, baby." She knew Shu Maomao was concerned about how Li Yanli was doing on the surface. Shu Maomao, saying one thing but meaning another. Life underground was actually very boring. Every day was the same. Nothing but eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and spacing out. Shu Lan chatted with Li Yanli. "I now understand what kind of life you zombies lived before. Without jobs and most forms of entertainment, life was incredibly boring. So I equipped them with game rooms, producing mahjong and playing cards on production lines. Now, more and more people are playing mahjong." Li Yanli was quite experienced in this. You could also build a meditation room, a confessional, and have a bunch of people sit inside drinking tea and chatting. Or a creative studio, pain inspires creativity. I have a zombie who wrote 500 poems in a month. Wow, a poet! I'm a little curious about his masterpiece. Don't be curious, it's all just venting. Let's treat it as a joke. I remember his first poem, only 3 lines. What 3 lines? The title is Fuck. The first line is also Fuck. The second line is Fuck the world. And the third line is I'm really fucking fucked. Ha ha ha. Simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. I like this poem. Chapter 204. Lu Qinghe had previously mentioned that staying cooped up in one place for too long, doing nothing and not socializing, could easily lead to depression. Therefore, Shu Lan left some empty rooms for everyone to use for leisure activities like books, ping-pong balls, and board games. Meanwhile, every day after turning on the lights, she would select some people to read poetry or novels in the broadcasting room, share their stories, or sing their original songs. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Yu. Today I'm bringing you another song that I composed and wrote the lyrics for. It's for my mother. I haven't thought of a title yet, but I sing it for you first. As soon as the guitar sound came on, Lu Tianyang, who had been slumped on the floor, immediately sat up, his eyes shining, "My idol." The gentle female voice flowed into his ears, like a gentle stream. I came into this world innocently, I had nothing. Yet I gave her my wet hair and eyes. She was once a blooming flower, vibrant and full of life. But for me, she lost all her vibrant colors. She said, "Baby, I love you, don't be afraid, go to sleep. Let the moon carry you across the Milky Way to find the most beautiful aurora." She said, "Baby, I love you, don't be afraid, run quickly. Let the wind carry you over mountains and rivers to see a more distant sea of flowers." At the gala, all the performances were lively and bustling, making Wu Yu's solitary and quiet performance seem somewhat deserted. But in this utter silence, her voice touched the deepest emotions of the heart even more, drawing people into her inner world. After the song ended, Wu Yu softly said, "Okay, thank you everyone for listening." No one applauded, everyone was immersed in the awakened emotions, their eyes red as they thought of their loved ones. Li Yanli stared at the flickering flames, weakened by lack of oxygen, and thought of her parents and the blood-stained words on the wall. Shu Maomao spoke through her earpiece, "Mom, here's some paper." Shu Lan sobbed, "It's so strange, tears just started flowing." Lu Tianyang added, "As expected of my idol, even I, a zombie, am crying." "No, not tears, it's raining." Yes, it was raining. The zombies fled in panic. Luckily, the houses the humans had lived in were still there, allowing them to take shelter from the rain inside. Shu Lan, the water from the pipes is still undrinkable. This rain is mixed with poisonous gas, and will seep into the groundwater, polluting the water source. Drinking it will make us all sick. I know. After the rain stopped, the ground temperature dropped even lower, and the zombies were almost frozen solid, only able to move thanks to Li Yanli's fire-based abilities. Lu Tianyang found several empty beds, pushed them together under the eaves, and had everyone lie side by side on them to listen to the radio. Whenever humans slept, the speakers would become very quiet, forcing the zombies to stay awake and wait for them to wake up. Hey, hey! Waiting like this is so boring. Let's do what they do and tell our stories. Jiang Jun said coldly, "Didn't you already tell them when we first met?" Lu Tianyang elbowed him. What's wrong with saying it again? No way, I feel like my lungs are rotting. How about you? My heart is rotting. Li Yanli chuckled. Then you two are brothers with rotten hearts and lungs. What about you, boss? I'm okay, it's just my stomach. There was no day or night on the ground. They could only tell if another day had passed by listening to the broadcast. Every morning upon waking, Shu Lan's first action was to put on her headphones and call out, Li Yanli. Yes, I'm here. Only upon hearing his voice would Shu Lan fully wake up, get up to wash, and then go next door to wake Shu Mao Mao as well, before heading to various locations within the base to replenish resources. Breakfast consisted of frozen buns stored in the freezer, which could be thawed and steamed, along with soy milk powder produced on the production line, which could be dissolved in hot water. Lunch consisted of steamed rice and prepackaged, frozen dishes that could be heated up and eaten. If a more varied meal was desired, the various canned goods purchased earlier on the ground came in handy. Everyone's household waste was collected and placed in a single location. Then Shu Mao Mao would retrieve it into her spatial dimension for decomposition and reuse. Then came the broadcast. The day began with Shu Lan. Today marks the 100th day since the meteorite struck. Thank you all for being forced to bestow your abilities upon Lord Mao Mao. Thank you for his tireless efforts every day in using his abilities to solve various problems for us, allowing our human lives to continue to move forward steadily. The former ability users all laughed. The commander was always so honest. Having lived under the commanders and the raiders' protection for many years, the hatred associated with abilities had long since vanished. 10 years ago, we fought the zombies to the death, each wanting the other dead. 10 years later, the zombie king appeared, and humanity was utterly defeated. While you hate and fear him, you should also have realized that he is using the most direct method to call a halt to the war, forcing us to focus on the more distant meteorite crisis. If the fighting continued, there wouldn't be so many survivors and time to build the current underground base. So I hope you can put aside your prejudices against him and sincerely say thank you. Thanks to the Zombie King for helping us control the zombies, and for moving the treacherous river. Thanks to a zombie named Jiang Jun, who traveled all the way from the north to help us set up this base broadcast system that connects everyone. On the ground, Lu Tianyang nudged Jiang Jun with his elbow. Hey, praising you. Jiang Jun smiled, a warm glow spreading across his face despite his rotten heart. The outside world seems to be in endless darkness, but that's only because Earth is injured and sick. The sun is still in its original position. Humans will slowly heal themselves, and I believe Mother Earth is also in the process of healing. We will eventually see the dawn again. Time to get up, everyone. Thunderous applause erupted in the base, for the commander and for himself, who had persevered to this point. Shu Lan also pressed the music player, playing the song she least wanted to hear. A Grateful Heart. I came from chance, like a speck of dust. The group woke up to the song, moved around, slept, and then woke up again. These repetitive days, punctuated by the stories each person shared, prevented the atmosphere from becoming too lifeless. My name is Hu Wenyu. I used to work as a clerk at a logistics company. I'm nothing special, but today it's my turn. The commander said everyone has to speak for half an hour, and I don't know what to say. So let me introduce my family. My name is Fan Wutao. I'm from Shanxi province. I don't like studying, but I'm very strong. I used to work on construction sites in big cities, with the uncles and elders from my village. But my wife is amazing. My wife, Zhong Mei, is a nurse. Well, I better not say anything, or she'd be speechless when it's her turn. Chapter 205. After listening to the stories of about 100 people, a nervous, somewhat older woman spoke up. My name is Zhang Yuan. I'm nothing special, but I have a daughter named Zhou Xuaning. Li Yanli opened his eyes and asked, where did Xuaning go? Jiang Jun said weakly, go out the door, turn right, and go to the 13th door. She's at her mother's tailor's shop. Li Yanli got up. He was the only one still able to move. I take the speaker to her, and come back in a bit. Okay. Li Yanli carried the speaker, walked through the dark street, counted to the 13th door, and went inside. The room was empty except for a bed. A thin figure lay motionless on the bed. Xuaning? Is she frozen stiff? The girl didn't reply. Li Yanli's heart sank. He walked to the bedside, his fire-type energy glowing. He saw Zhou Xuaning with her eyes closed, her face peaceful, as if she were asleep. Li Yanli pursed her lips, remaining silent for a long time. She placed the speaker beside her pillow, where the woman named Zhang Yan continued speaking in a loving tone. He pulled up a chair, and listened to the sleeping girl for the entire half hour. When I was little, I especially loved doing crafts. I sew dolls and make clothes for them. Back then, I always thought, I wish I had a daughter someday. And luckily, I did have one. It's not that boys are bad, but I really loved daughters, and wanted to make all sorts of clothes for her. The man I married was bad. He liked to drink, and when he was drunk, he would beat me. No, he beat me even when he wasn't drinking. I'm very cowardly. I couldn't bear to divorce him because I didn't earn much money, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to afford the financial burden after leaving my husband. But my daughter is incredibly brave. She kept saying, "Mommy, leave. Leave this bad man quickly. I spend less money. I can set up a food stall during my holidays, and the two of us can live well on our own." As she spoke, the woman began to sob. My ex-husband found out and started beating her, which gave me the courage to divorce him. After that, life was very difficult. While other children went out to play, my daughter sold popsicles and sweet drinks in the park. She saved up money so she could go out and play too. What child doesn't love to play? I even told her to be good and save the money for her tuition. She was already so obedient, and I still told her to be obedient. I was so bad. Shu Mao's calm voice came through Li Yanli's earphones again. "Mom, tissues." Shu Lan cried again. "What? Mommy's too old to hear this." Li Yanli's lips twitched slightly. That's how she was. When watching movies and seeing others cry, if she could relate to them, she would cry along with them. She cried silently, and if he found out, she wouldn't admit it, insisting she was sleepy and the tears were from yawning. The toxic gas seemed to accelerate the decay process. Li Yanli felt she was rotting to the core. After listening, he took the speaker back to his original spot. The rotten heart, rotten lungs brothers lay quietly. Li Yanli called out, "Hey, you two aren't done for two, are you?" Done for meant completely rotten, turning into corpses. Lu Tianyang weakly asked, "Why?" "Say, ah shue shi." Li Yanli lay down and said, "Yes." It was a pity she hadn't heard her mother's voice. Jiang Jun was also on the verge of death. "I'm about to be unable to speak." "Boss." "Then don't speak, just keep listening." Li Yanli smiled. "I remember when I found you, you were still level 2 zombies. While other zombies attacked the survivor base, you two were picking locks to play video games." Lu Tianyang could still chuckle foolishly. Then the zombie king picked up these two unambitious zombie underlings, and took them to play a game called reality. It's more interesting if more people survive, and the world is more vibrant. About 100 days later, the two underlings met their end, no longer making a sound. Li Yanli stood up, and used her supernatural abilities near District 9 to settle dust and blow away the poisonous gas. Given the current state of Blue Star, with such a vast area shrouded in darkness, what she was doing was like an ant carrying a grain of sand from a beach, trying to turn the sand into a grassland. It was essentially a futile effort, but Li Yanli still wanted to do something before her end. Li Yanli. "Yes, I'm here." Shu Lan said, "I had a dream. I dreamt that Shu Mao brought a girl to me, and said he wanted to marry her. I wanted to give the girl a red envelope, but I only had 3 yuan and 2 mao in my pocket. I was so anxious. In my dream, I was looking everywhere for work to earn money." Hearing her talk, Li Yanli would always laugh. "Why didn't you ask me for money?" "Oh right, why didn't I ask you?" Shu Mao opened her bedroom door and said, "I'm not getting married." Shu Lan said, "If you don't want to get married, then don't. Be a bachelor for life, whatever makes you happy. Has your hair grown long again? Get the scissors out." While getting her hair cut, Shu Lan said, "I feel like making money is actually quite easy now. Look, I learned hairdressing, so I can cut hair for people. I can drive, so I can drive a taxi." Li Yanli said, "Because in your eyes, there's no high or low status in any profession, as long as it makes money." "Yes, yes. If you want to earn more money, learn more things. Besides, you're so smart, you learn everything so easily, you make a fortune sooner or later. Yes, yes, you really know how to flatter. I'm telling the truth, not just praising you." "Well, you're very honest." Shu Mao closed his eyes, obediently letting Shu Lan snap her fingers over his head, puzzled. Why is this? These two always seem to have endless things to talk about, and they talk about different things every day. He and Shu Lan combined don't even talk as much in a month as they do in a single day. And then, there's Lu Qinghe. Shu Lan always manages to chat with her for a long time whenever she visits. Shu Mao's lips slowly curved downwards. Shu Lan turned to face him and trimmed his bangs. Seeing his expression, she withdrew her hand and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, baby? Did the scissors poke you?" "No." "Then why do you look so unhappy? They can all chat with you and say a lot. But I can't say anything. I'm weird. Shulan paused for a moment, then chuckled and touched his face. Oh, what's wrong with that, baby? We talk a lot because we talk a lot of nonsense. You can't say anything because you don't talk much nonsense. You only talk about what you need to say, and you don't talk about anything else. Isn't that great? She bent down to trim his bangs and said, You see, everyone's personality is different. You can't say you're weird just because you're different from us. It's not my fault at all. You're so nice. If everyone in the world were as talkative and chatty as us, Li Yanli said, then it would be so noisy. Yes, there used to be billions of people on Earth. If they were all talking, it would be so noisy. I was worried you think we were bothering you. No. Yes, so mommy doesn't think there's anything wrong with you being so quiet. Did you feel neglected when I was talking to others? Did you want to talk to me too? Shu Maomao pursed his lips, and finally said honestly, a little. Shu Lan's guilt surged, and she hugged his neck. I'm sorry, baby, it's my fault. I'd be more careful next time. Chapter 206. Shu Maomao was too quiet. When he was little, he would grab her and ask, Mommy, why? What's this? Now that he's grown up, he rarely speaks except when there's something important to say. He's distant and indifferent to everyone, following her around all the time, but never making friends. Shulan thought he didn't want to talk to people, but actually he did want to. He just didn't know how to start a conversation or find topics to talk about. Sigh, she was so oblivious. After that, whenever Shulan talked to others, she would include Shu Maomao in the conversation. For example, Lu Qinghe complained about her father. I asked Lao Lu if he liked Sister Wang, and he said no, so he stopped looking for her. He's so stupid, he actually thinks I'm blaming him. Shulan turned her head. Baby, do you know why Lao Lu thinks Aunt Qinghe is blaming him? Shu Maomao said, No. Shulan gestured to Lu Qinghe and said, He thinks I feel that if he's with Sister Wang, he'd be letting down my deceased mother. My mother died before the zombie virus. He finally met someone he likes, someone to accompany him and understand him. Of course, as his daughter, I support him. Shu Maomao strangely understood Lu Qinghe. Before, he also rejected Li Yanli, thinking she would take away Shulan's only love for him. Later, he noticed her smiling more often and slowly accepted Li Yanli's existence. Shulan sighed, Unlike me, my thoughts are very dark. After my parents started a new family, I cursed them every day, wishing they wouldn't be happy in their new family either. Lu Qinghe opened her arms, hugs. It's not your fault. They didn't fulfill their responsibilities as parents by giving you enough love. Only wealthy people want to give their children away. Shulan smiled broadly. I'm rich now. My baby, and the person I like, love me so much. By the way, who do you like? I'm not telling you. Okay, looks like our sisterly bond isn't deep enough. Let's hug a little longer. Li Yanli also used Shu Maomao's keen hearing to steer him into the conversation. Maomao, what do you think about when you're not talking? Are you secretly cursing someone in your heart? Shu Maomao said, Nothing. Can you curse? Yes. Let me hear you curse a couple of times. Shulan complained. Li Yanli, are you sick? You're asking for trouble, letting me curse you for no reason. Shu Maomao's lips curled up, mimicking Shulan's words. Are you sick? You're asking for trouble, letting me curse you for no reason. Li Yanli chuckled. I am sick, a zombie virus. Shu Maomao said, Idiot. Li Yanli said, You learned it from your mother, didn't you? That's all I know. But it's enough. Don't try to learn too much. Do you know what your grandparents are like? Let me introduce them to you. I know, I've seen your memories. Li Yanli's speech suddenly quickened. You seen them all? From when I was a toddler wearing open-crotch pants? Shulan, you saw them too? Shulan shouted, I don't want to see them. Shu Maomao said, No, from when you met my mom? Then you don't fully understand your family members yet. Let me tell you in more detail. These days continued for a long time, a kind of gentle, enduring beauty. Just as Li Yanli said, all zombies would rot, and in less than a year, he was the only living being left on the ground. His longevity was due to his self-healing ability, which helped him combat the rate of decay. Sometimes, Shulan would think with hope that as a zombie transformed from a raider, he was special and might be able to survive outside with them until the eternal night ended. He just didn't know when it would end. Every so often, they would test the water flowing from the pipes to see if it was edible. The soil had a purifying effect, but without sunlight and plants, the water cycle had slowed significantly. For 2 years, people hadn't been able to obtain usable water from Blue Star. Besides water, They were also trying to find ways to help Blue Star, which had entered the eternal night. Of everyone, only Xu Maomao could escape unscathed from the ground. He first went outside and retrieved a can of air, which he gave to Zhou Yin to analyze its composition. Then, he worked with scientists from Zone 1 to research how to use the space production line to develop protective suits suitable for ordinary people to use outside, as well as machines that could purify the air. Besides protection against the toxic fumes, the suits also needed to withstand the cold. Each time a protective suit was made, Xu Maomao would first wear it outside to test it, record its shortcomings, and then wear it back to inform everyone of further improvements. Sometimes he would get frostbite, sometimes his mask would be penetrated by the toxic gas, the air would sting his eyes until they were bloodshot, and his facial skin would rot. He could block out pain, heal himself, and rewind time. Even when he appeared in the lab battered and bruised, he would be perfectly fine in front of Shulan. But as the commander, Shulan was in charge of the experiment's progress. When the 4th-generation protective suit still couldn't keep Xu Maomao safe on the ground for 3 hours, she decisively halted the experiment. Now is not the time to think about a way out. Let's wait a while. The usually authoritarian and rational commander showed a completely different face in front of Li Yanli. They're using my son as a guinea pig. It breaks my heart. Xu Maomao said, Mom, I be fine? Shulan touched his face. Even if you're fine, you can't keep hurting your body like this. Dazue said the mission will end eventually, which means the eternal night will end sooner or later. Don't be impatient. Xu Maomao stared at the earpiece on her ear, saying nothing, quietly lowering his eyelids. It wasn't that he was impatient. It was that someone was running out of time. Li Yanli laughed and said, Exactly, listen to your mother, it all end eventually. That night, after Shulan took off her headphones and fell asleep, Xu Maomao, using her telepathic abilities to watch Li Yanli sitting on the execution platform, softly asked, Would my healing spell work? Li Yanli shook her head. I tried it. Healing doesn't work on zombies. How much longer do you have? 2 or 3 days, I think. Xu Maomao was silent for a moment, then said, She cried for a long time. Li Yanli said, Then remember to prepare plenty of paper and hot water for her. Xu Maomao closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep, then opened them again after a while. I don't dislike you. Li Yanli smiled. Thank you, you're so kind. Xu Maomao hummed softly. Just not disliked. And not disliked either. Xu Maomao didn't answer, closed her eyes again, turned over, going to sleep, good night. 3 days later, at the moment the lights came on, Shulan put on her headphones and cheerfully called out, Li Yanli. Li Yanli? Li Yanli. Xu Maomao knocked on the door, and after she opened it, handed her a photo album. His expression remained calm as he told her, Mom, Li Yanli is asleep. Zombies don't sleep. The usually direct Xu Maomao learned for the first time how to express the truth tactfully. Chapter 207. Shulan was stunned. Xu Maomao clearly saw how her eyebrows and eyes slowly drooped, losing all strength. He saw how the light in her eyes dimmed like an extinguished lamp. Strangely, Shulan didn't cry. As if she had mentally prepared herself for this moment countless times, she calmly accepted the fact and asked softly, I see. Then, the body? I burned it. He asked for it himself. And this too. Xu Maomao held out his other hand, in which lay a light blue earphone, a pair with the one Shulan wore. He told me to take it. I use it later. Shulan took off her earphone, took the things from his hand, and said, Baby, give me a small box. Xu Maomao took out a storage box she used to use from the storeroom, watched as she put both things inside, closed it, then tiptoed to the top shelf of the wardrobe and closed the door tightly. She stood there, her back to him, quietly for a while, lost in thought. Xu Maomao took out some paper and hot water and walked over. Before she even reached her, Shulan turned around, wiped the water droplets from her cheeks with her palms, and forced a smile. Okay, baby, let's go out for breakfast. After hiding that box, Shulan seemed to have sealed Li Yanli and her tears away in the past, and never cried in front of Xu Maomao again. But she would often drift off into thought, dreaming while eating, daydreaming during meetings, even daydreaming while listening to people chatting. She needed to be called several times before she heard. For a long time, even with her eyes closed, Shulan couldn't sleep at night. Dark circles gradually appeared under her eyes, and her face always looked haggard. Xu Maomao's best female friend, Lu Qinghe, was the first to notice the problem. Maomao, has something happened to your mother lately? She seemed sick. Xu Maomao, seeing Shulan lost in thought again, frowned. She's not sick. I give her healing every day. Lu Qinghe shook her head. healing can't cure mental illness. Give her sleeping pills to regulate her sleep first, and I try to find a way to comfort her. Okay, thank you. Lu Qinghe was very surprised. Wow! You actually thank me. I can brag about this for a year. Hearing Xu Maomao's suggestion of sleeping pills, Xu Lan knew her plan to pretend to be strong had failed. To be honest, she was really sad. This matter was beyond Xu Lan's emotional capacity. Sometimes she thought perhaps Li Yanli's previous choice was right, if she knew nothing about him, if the one who died was just a random female zombie she met. But soon she felt that she wanted to know him. Even if the separation was painful, she wanted more memories of being with him. When Xu Maomao, a tall figure, squatted down in front of her, looking at her with worried eyes, Xu Lan's heart would melt. Human life can suddenly stop at a certain moment, but time cannot. She and Xu Maomao still had a long road ahead of them. She couldn't remain immersed in this sadness forever, otherwise she would be letting down Li Yanli for all the things she had done for them over the years. Xu Lan took the sleeping pills and touched Xu Maomao's face. Okay, I take them. Every time Lu Qinghe invited her to play mahjong, Hui Yu invited her to patrol the base with him. Old Lu asked her to help officiate his and Sister Wang's wedding. Day after day, year after year, with the silent care of those around her, Xu Lan's insomnia and absent-mindedness gradually improved, slowly returning her to her former state. Human wounds heal, and so does Earth's. Humanity has never given up trying to help Earth recover from the impact of the meteorite, even with its limited resources. They researched and produced large quantities of artificial rain-making catalysts, which Xu Maomao took out and launched into the air using rocket launchers and anti-aircraft artillery shells. The rain, during its descent, absorbs and washes away dust, pollutants, and aerosols from the air, making it arguably the most effective cleaning agent. The side effect is that this rain is acid rain, which corrodes existing buildings and soil. Therefore, Xu Maomao needs to launch the rain-making catalyst shells from a distant location, meaning he will be temporarily away from Xu Lan. Xu Maomao is reluctant. Because in the long, repetitive, and monotonous underground life, the extreme emotions of some individuals have been amplified and have taken over their reason. Commonly known as madness. These madmen, having lost the will to live, will do many things that are incomprehensible to normal people. For example, staying up after lights out and banging on other people's doors to disturb the peace. For example, he might sleep all day and night, refusing to eat or drink, attempting to ascend to mortality. Or, wanting to die, he might try to open the gate and take everyone with him. The execution ground had to be reopened. Since burying those killed underground was difficult, Xu Maomao usually took them to an empty tunnel and cremated them on the spot. Xu Maomao worried that some madman might come and harm Xu Lan while he was away. Xu Lan, however, felt that mentally unstable people were a minority, only a few out of millions. If they acted abnormally, they would be immediately arrested by those around them, and wouldn't be able to harm her. Besides, she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't stand there and let herself be killed. More than worrying about herself, she was more worried about Xu Maomao, telling him to come back immediately after firing the rain-reducing agent, and not to stay outside for too long. However, some things can't be said with absolute certainty. Once, while Xu Maomao was outside firing artillery shells in the latest version of her protective suit, Xu Lan was listening to highly educated people discussing whether there were other ways to improve the ground environment besides rainfall. After listening for a while, she felt drowsy, like in class, and nudged Hui Yu next to her with her elbow, whispering, "Do you understand?" Hui Yu turned to look at her, thinking she reminded him of his mischievous desk mate from school. He replied softly, "A little." Xu Lan said, "I can only understand the words they're saying. This isn't my area of expertise. We went to discuss team-building activities elsewhere, and I came up with quite a few ideas for fun." Hui Yu's eyes lit up with a smile, and he nodded, "Okay, let's go." The two walked out of the lab, and Xu Lan, as if liberated, began to chatter on and on. "I think so many people are depressed because they can't find joy in life. We need to create fun, like we used to organize competitions to stimulate their enthusiasm for life, and give them prizes. I thought of a really interesting prize. A scientist assistant they often saw pass by, suddenly turning sideways, and pulling a small can opener from his sleeve, stabbing it towards Xu Lan's temple. Thud. The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh was very faint. Xu Lan was abruptly pulled away by Hui Yu, staggering back 2 steps. Looking up, she saw a small metal knife through Hui Yu's raised right hand, and the person holding the knife was glaring at her, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He swiftly pulled another knife from his pocket, shouting, "Give me back my brother's life." Xu Lan decisively drew her gun from her waist, aimed at the man's heart, and fired. The man froze, then was kicked away by Huiyu, lying motionless on the ground. Shulan breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed Huiyu's wrist. "Are you alright?" Huiyu coldly pulled the knife from his hand and threw it at the man. This injury was like a tickle to him. His self-healing ability would restore him completely within 5 minutes. "I'm fine, Commander." Huiyu looked down at her collar. "There's blood on your clothes." Shulan glanced at it and calmly said, "It's nothing, I change when I get back." "You scared me. I don't even know who his brother is, he's really something. What kind of grudge is this, waiting so long to seek revenge? Aren't you afraid?" Shulan scoffed. "Afraid of what? Lots of people want to kill me. Even if he kills me, my son will come back in half an hour and use a time rewind on me. Call the guards and cleaners, don't scare the academicians who come out later." Okay. Chapter 208. The arriving guards dragged the body away. The cleaner, wiping away the blood, sighed about his bad luck. It was his turn to be on duty, and he'd been given a huge workload. Shulan patted Huiyu's arm and turned to leave. "Let's go, Secretary Hua. Let's continue talking about what just happened." After discussion and a meeting to formulate a plan, a new round of team-building activities for District 9 began. A table tennis tournament, a chess tournament, a mahjong tournament. In addition to the usual food, furniture, and household items, the prizes now included live animals like chickens, ducks, pigs, and geese. They could be kept as pets, or they could ask her to turn the prize into a dish. At first, everyone thought, of course, we should turn it into a dish immediately. Keeping pets is such a hassle. They need to eat and drink, and they poop everywhere. But once they received the prizes, most of them changed their minds on the spot upon seeing the energetic and noisy little animals. "Okay, from now on you be called Fighting Chicken. I want a pig, ha ha ha. Throw all the leftovers here, raise them, and we make braised pork together." Fong Buitao, over 40 years old, gave it his all in an arm wrestling competition for his daughter Ingchuan's little duck, achieving a commendable 3rd place in the region and earning admiring glances from his wife and daughter. Shulan, who was closest to the people from the original 9th district, went to watch the competition. As soon as Xu Maomao saw Zhong Yinchun, he automatically activated his invisibility ability, becoming invisible to everyone. Not seeing him, Zhong Yinchun switched her chatterbox to Shulan. "Commander Auntie, look at my little duck. My dad won it for me. My dad is so amazing. He just twisted his hand like that and pinned the other person's hand down. He also said that if I wanted a pig, he would go and get 1st place. Isn't Brother Maomao here? I haven't seen Brother Maomao in so long. I miss him so much. But Mom said he's busy, he has to go out and save the world, and told me not to bother Brother Maomao." Xu Maomao, Her memory is amazing. She still remembers him after so long. Shulan, seeing this family of 3, had a new idea. She started a matchmaking segment on the radio. Single men and women could submit their information and mate requirements to the broadcasting room, where the announcer would read their profiles aloud. Those whose profiles were read the first day would sit in a designated matchmaking corner the next day, waiting for their destined partners to travel from afar. When 2 single people hit it off and decided to marry, they would register with Ji Lan, receive a marriage certificate, and no longer need to live in the dormitory. The couple would move into a family room together and receive a wedding gift package from the supplies management department. However, the conditions for marriage were no divorce, no infidelity, and no marital violence. If either spouse was unfaithful or quickly regretted the marriage, they would be charged with marriage fraud. Everyone knew that the commander's charges were indiscriminate, without many fancy punishments. Once convicted, it was death. Even so, the matchmaking corner is still packed with people every day. After all, love is something people have pursued throughout history. With a lover, there is a new family, new emotional support and ties, and a continuation of life. For those genuinely seeking a partner, these things mean far more than the threat of death. After living underground for 4 years, Xu Maomao turned 18. Underground, the seasons are indistinguishable, so Shulan has Dazue remind Xu Maomao of his birthday each year, and then she goes into her space on that day to bake him a cake. This year's cake has 18 drawn on it. As Shulan lights the candles, she says, "Baby, in our country, 18 is considered an adult. You're an adult now, and you can do anything you want." Xu Maomao said, "I want to nuclearize." Shulan paused, looking up at him in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Xiao Hei jumped out, excitedly saying, "Player, you finally figured it out." Xu Maomao said, "After nuclearizing, I won't be afraid of the cold and poisonous gas anymore. I can stay outside for a long time, and go to farther places. Xiao He agreed yes. That's right. I'd be unharmed even if I have to go through fire and water. That's the strongest combat type ability in the game. Light Bulb also jumped out, joyfully saying, Master, after you turn 18, I can also help you and others. A high-quality woman writes a romance script. Ah! Shu Maomao punched the light bulb away and continued, Mom, when the ground can see sunlight, it's not considered eternal night anymore. I want this phase to end quickly. Shu Lan's brows furrowed, and she turned to ask Dezue, the mission ends when you see sunlight, right? Dezue emphasized, it only ends when you can see the entire sky and witness a complete cycle of day and night. Shu Lan's gaze lingered on the numbers drawn with jam on the cake, her brows furrowing, and she remained silent for a long time with a tense expression. Shu Maomao knew how to seize the opportunity. She had just said do whatever you want, and he had already taken advantage of it. Nucleation was very powerful, as seen in the battle with Bei Ting. After nucleation, one was impervious to blades and fire, immune to both physical and chemical damage. However, nucleation would result in the loss of taste. He, who loved sweets so much, was actually willing to give up something he loved to make a decision that prioritized the greater good. It's hard to say that it wasn't influenced by someone else. With an indescribable heaviness in her heart, Shu Lan bent down and finished ordering the rest of the cake, saying, Since you made up your mind, Mommy supports you. Let's finish this cake first. After finishing the cake, Shu Maomao used the points left by Bei Ting to convert them into the same nuclear transformation progress as before. The nuclear transformation progress was irreversible. From then on, he lost his sense of taste, and the only purpose of eating was to replenish energy. After that, Shu Lan ate all her meals with the others at the base, never cooking for herself again. She had once said that a mother who doesn't have to cook is a happy mother. She didn't have any obsession with cooking for herself, but every time she cooked for Shu Maomao and saw him eating with relish, Shu Lan felt happy. Unfortunately, this kind of happiness would be hard to experience again. But she also knew that one shouldn't be so greedy as to hold on to every benefit. Losing his sense of taste also brought him absolute safety. Shu Lan no longer had to worry about Shu Maomao returning from outside covered in wounds. When she was 19, Shu Maomao was born. Now, Shu Maomao is an adult, and she's 37, with a few gray hairs. It's not that she's sick. Shu Maomao is terrified she gets sick. Even if she has no symptoms, he gives her a treatment every 3 days. She doesn't even get a pimple, but she has many wrinkles and some small brown spots. Shu Lan rubbed her eyes, walked away from the mirror, lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, wondering, could she be getting old? 37 old? Impossible. Shu Maomao knocked on the door. Mom, I'm going out. Shu Lan's chaotic thoughts settled. She took out her winter beanie from the closet, put it on, stood up, opened the door, and hugged him. Come back early and have dinner with me. Okay. After Shu Maomao left, Shu Lan frowned. It's possible she's just prone to aging, if she doesn't take care of herself. Don't overthink it and scare yourself. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Commander. We're one short for a game. Come on over. Coming. Chapter 209. As the number of marriages gradually increased, some people mustered the courage to ask what to do if they became pregnant unexpectedly. Shu Lan called a meeting with representatives from various regions to discuss whether the current underground conditions were suitable for encouraging childbirth, and if so, how to improve policies to care for newborns. Let them figure these things out, she thought. I'm done worrying about these things. Look how many gray hairs I gotten from all this worrying. It's so annoying. I suggest having more children. The women in our base are already aging. If we don't act quickly, there will be even more risks during childbirth. I also suggest encouraging childbirth. As long as food and medical care are adequate, Commander, can Master Malice Space produce baby products like formula and diapers? Shu Lan replied, no problem. We could easily support another 200,000 people, let alone babies. Don't just think about children. Think about how to compensate pregnant women for the damage caused by childbirth. Set up a special postpartum care center for pregnant women and recruit experienced people and healing ability users to work there for a fee. Shouldn't we also start preparing for preschool education? The children born on the surface are now of school age. As she listened, Shu Lan's eyelids grew heavy. She propped her head up with her hand and almost hit her forehead on the table as she drifted off to sleep. Luckily, Hui was quick and caught her. Meeting adjourned. Commander, you don't seem to be feeling well. I take you back to rest. You can just read the meeting summary later. Shu Lan nodded wearily. Sorry everyone, I'm going back to sleep. It's alright, Commander, you worked hard. Hu Yu escorted Shulan back to her room and waited for her to lock the door before returning to his meeting. Having learned from his previous assassin experience, Hu Yu would proactively fill in as her protector when Shu Mao wasn't around. Despite Shu Lan's repeated insistence that she wasn't that weak, he remained extremely vigilant. Shu Lan slept for 3 hours. Shu Mao, who had returned for dinner, knocked on the door to wake her. Shu Lan groggily opened the door. Baby, is it time to eat? Shu Mao's gaze settled on her messy, half-black and half-white hair. He took her hand and used his healing ability. Seeing him frown, Shu Lan immediately woke up and touched her head. Oh no, she forgot her hat. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Shu Lan said helplessly, I'm really not sick. Shu Mao, puzzled, his handsome face tense with seriousness, then why are you getting more and more gray hair? I asked the doctors at the base, and they said it could be hereditary, or it could be due to insufficient melanin in the body. They said, I should eat more black beans and black sesame seeds to supplement my nutrition. Shu Mao asked, which doctor? I go ask him. I cook for you separately from now on. Shu Lan paused, her eyes suddenly blurring. Oh dear, really? I must have saved the entire universe in my past life to have such a wonderful baby like you. Shu Mao pulled her to find a doctor, saying, yeah, I must have saved it too. After a visit to the doctor, Shu Lan enjoyed a special nourishing meal. Shu Mao's cooking was like a meticulously programmed robot, following the recipe step by step, with ingredients measured precisely to the gram, resulting in a standardized and delicious meal. Shu Lan's happiness returned in a different way. A row of vitamin pills appeared on her table, and she had to take one every morning under Shu Mao's supervision. Even so, her gray hair and wrinkles continued to increase, and she became unusually sleepy. Shu Lan had to admit that her body was abnormal. Around the age of 40, she suddenly began to age rapidly. Just as suddenly as her body had become weak after giving birth to Shu Mao. Shu Lan forced a smile, looking at her reflection in the mirror with her hair mostly white, her eyes unusually calm. Oh well, what's the big deal? She knew that if you're going to gamble, you have to pay the price. If it was Shu Mao, whom she had traded half her lifespan and health for, Shu Lan felt it was a good deal. The possibility she could deduce, Shu Mao could also deduce. He was never one for words, and now he grew more and more silent each day, his face showing almost no other expression besides a frown and indifference. Shu Lan couldn't bear to watch any longer and poked his lip. Smile, or mommy will have Aunt Zhongmei check if you have facial paralysis. Shu Mao forced a motionless smile, then immediately collapsed. I don't care about day or night anymore. I want to stay by your side, and use the memory rewind function on you forever. Then you get a middle-aged dementia mommy, whose memories keep rewinding. Shu Lan comforted him with a smile. Think positively, I just look old, but I'm perfectly healthy, no illnesses or pains. Shu Mao washed the blueberries, and placed them in front of her. Eat them. Shu Lan obediently ate the blueberries. Oh, did you see that proposal to encourage childbirth? They said they use space to produce some new things. Shu Mao said, I seen it, don't worry about it, don't worry about any of this, just tell them to come directly to me. Shu Lan patted his broad shoulder, okay, son, I'm leaving it to you. 40 is the retirement age for a commander. Secretary was said there's another meeting later, you go in my place? I feel sleepy in meetings, I'd rather go chat with your Aunt Qinghe. Lu Qinghe had finally found her true love not long ago, and they got married, not to that former firefighter named He Sheng, but to another man. Lu Qinghe, currently on her honeymoon, suggested to Shu Lan, Commander, dating is fun. When He Sheng isn't under the control of his powers, he seems to have his eye on you. He's still somewhat handsome, a good-looking older man. Why don't you consider it? Shu Lan said, no, I already have someone I like. Okay, I was just joking. Don't take my words to heart, and don't tell my husband I liked someone before, he's very petty. Shu Lan said, the person I like is named Li Yanli, who is also my son Mao Mao's biological father. Lu Qinghe was stunned. Looking at her, he said, I didn't ask you this time. I wanted to say it myself. Aren't we best friends who can talk about anything? Okay. Lu Qinghe deliberately put on a stern face, but couldn't hide her joy. Sure enough, we were just fake friends before, now we're true best friends. Commander, is this secret only known to the two of us in the entire base? Shu Lan smiled. 3, including Mao Mao. Right, is the child's father dead? Shu Lan had lied many times before, saying the child's father was dead, but this time it was the truth. Lu Qinghe said regretfully, that's true. Otherwise you wouldn't have raised the child alone for so many years. Commander, although I always say I treat love like a game and men like playthings, that's just an excuse because I'm afraid of getting hurt. Deep down, I still envy your kind of pure love where you only love one person your whole life until death. Lu Qinghe didn't have anyone knocking on the door for medical treatment. Xu Lan was also a little sleepy, so she said goodbye, returned to her room, sat in a chair, and stared up at the top of the wardrobe, her thoughts drifting away. After a long while, her gaze began to focus. She stood up, walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, stood on tiptoe, and took out the box she had put in earlier and never touched again. Chapter 210. Inside was a photo album with a leather cover and a pair of light blue headphones. Out of an avoidance of pain, she hadn't opened the album before. She wanted to see what Li Yanli had written in it. Xu Lan turned on the lamp, opened the album, and started looking at the first photo. Turning to the back, the writing was blurry. She squinted, tilted her head back, and held the photo away to see it clearly. So the sworn brotherhood was a trap, a way to read my memories. A miscalculation. Time truly heals all wounds. Now, seeing his words, Xu Lan wasn't as sad as she had thought. She could even manage a smile. Xu Lan called out, "Baby, are you done with your work?" Xu Maomao, who had been silently listening to the research department's conversation, suddenly spoke up, "We talk about it next time." Before anyone in the meeting room could react, Xu Maomao had already appeared behind Xu Lan with 3 spatial jumps and wall passing, walking to the table. "Finished, Mom. Get a chair and sit here. Look at the photos with me." Knowing Xu Lan disliked sentimentality, Li Yanli didn't write anything sentimental, mostly just agreeing with the content of the photos. Nice scenery, and the people are beautiful too. The first floor is right. Thumbs up for the first floor. You can tell he doesn't like how Tuinia Cordate anymore. His face is all scrunched up like that. Ha ha ha. It was as if he really was that little black figure, accompanying them all the way to take photos. After taking out more than 200 photos, the album was more than half the size it used to be. Xu Lan patted the empty photo album and said, "This is the human body, thin and flimsy." Pointing to the photos, she added, "This is our memory. It's only after we have memories that we become substantial and weighty." Xu Maomao nodded, Xu Lan smiled and said, "So Xu Maomao, you have to listen to Mommy. If I really die one day, don't restart the timeline to find me. That way, I become a thin person again, and I have to start storing memories all over again. It's pointless." Xu Maomao looked at the pile of photos, his eyelashes drooping, hiding all his thoughts in silence. Xu Lan sighed inwardly, reaching out to organize the photos, putting them back one by one. Perhaps the order was messed up, but it didn't matter. Xu Maomao said, "I'm going inside to cook." "Okay." He disappeared from the spot. Xu Lan finished organizing the photo album, put it in the box, closed it again, rested her forehead on it, and closed her eyes wearily. Sigh, what will happen to her Xu Maomao now? Since the day she announced her retirement, Xu Maomao had taken over Xu Lan's previous work. Before, the management would come up with the plans, Xu Lan would finalize the plans, and then tell Xu Maomao how to execute them using her special abilities. Now, decision-making power has been given to Xu Maomao, who is now in charge of dealing with the people at the base and making decisions. People have changed his title from Master Maomao to Little Commander. The Little Commander is a man of few words, little patience, and utterly ruthless. When he heard that some healing ability users were refusing to go to work because they felt the postpartum care center's benefits were too meager, he didn't heed his suggestion to increase their benefits, nor did he threaten or intimidate them. Instead, he directly summoned those who had objections, confiscated their abilities, and sent them for cremation. The remaining healing ability users didn't dare utter a sound and obediently went to work. Those people were simply living a life of plenty, too comfortable. Comfort breeds foolishness. They forgot their own limitations. Having superpowers to earn more resources would be great, but they had to push their luck. They deserved it. With the base's full support, newborns were born one after another, bringing new hope, and the base became more lively every day. It was only after 8 years of living underground that the groundwater flowing from the pipes went from murky to clear and usable after purification. The toxic gases on the surface were no longer so dense, and after years of dust settling in the air, the sky finally had a faint visibility. But scientists say that even with the dust settling, the harmful substances produced by impacts have damaged the ozone layer. During the ozone layer's self-healing period, strong ultraviolet radiation will harm ground life, making it impossible for plants and animals to survive. Without vegetation, there can be no sustainable supply of oxygen for humanity, And if the space-owning raiders were to die one day, it would be a catastrophic disaster for humanity. Therefore, they recommend building large-scale ultraviolet-resistant greenhouses on the surface, using technology and the high-quality soil in the space to cultivate plants and convert carbon dioxide in the air. The junior commander had to launch rain-reducing cannons from the sea, use Earth-based abilities to gather dust in midair and deposit it on the ground, and manage base affairs. His schedule was extremely busy. The task of building the greenhouse was handed over to ordinary people wearing special protective suits and carrying oxygen tanks to work on the ground. Finally, they had new jobs, and everyone felt that being able to save the world with their own strength was a great thing, so they all eagerly signed up, full of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the woman who once controlled the entire 9th district appeared in public less and less frequently. Shu Maomao unlocked the door with a metal key fob and saw a figure slumped over the table. "Mom," she said helplessly, "I knew you were asleep here again from the sound of your voice." Shu Lan's eyelids twitched, and she opened them with difficulty. She didn't know how she fell asleep. She remembered going for a walk outside after dinner, watching the children in class, and then coming back to sit down. It's snowing heavily outside. "Do you want to go out and see?" Shu Lan sat up and asked, "Heavy? Then I want to go." Shu Maomao took some warm clothes for her from the wardrobe. "There's a little light outside, and there's wind. They say it's a good thing. Wind means the air is moving." Shu Lan put on the sweater, coat, scarf, mask, hat, and gloves he handed her. "Aren't protective suits supposed to keep you warm? Why do I need to wear so many?" Shu Maomao said, "You have to wear them. You're more sensitive to the cold than others." That's true. The base had a heating system, and Shu Lan, wearing so many layers, felt hot. She urged him to hurry up, but after a short while, she was panting heavily from the oxygen tube and told him to stop. She needed to rest. She was so delicate, sensitive to both heat and cold, and had no stamina. Shu Maomao simply squatted down and carried her on his back, out of the underground base's main gate, through the central passage, up the steps, and put her down. Then he pushed open a second door leading to the outside, creating an opening large enough for them to pass through. The cold wind, carrying snowflakes, rushed into the bright, warm human base. Shu Lan saw the surface again after 8 years. Just as Shu Maomao had said, the sky outside was dark and deep, but the outline of heaven and earth was barely visible. This glimmer of light was enough to fill Shu Lan with joy. She quickly went outside. "What time of day is it now?" "Around 3 in the afternoon. When you showed me the telescope before, it was pitch black outside. Now, at least we can see a little light. This is a glimmer of light that signifies our impending victory." A searchlight shone from the top of the protective suit. Snowflakes drifted past like torn paper scraps, making a soft rustling sound as they landed on the ground. "Wow, such thick snow. It's unbelievable that District 9 gets this much snow in a day. Baby, is this snow clean?" "No, it's poisonous." EW. Shu Lan brushed the snow off herself with disgust. "Then let's not take it back for the children to play with." Chapter 211. Shu Maomao could walk freely on the ground without protective gear, leading her slowly through the icy snow, telling her about his recent activities. Shu Lan asked him, "Have you noticed anyone interesting lately, someone you like to chat with?" "No." "Okay." Shu Lan sighed inwardly. "What to do? Shu Maomao doesn't even make friends." The protective suit was really heavy. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Shu Lan couldn't lift her legs anymore, and had to rely on Shu Maomao to carry her back. "Want to go back and play cards with others?" "No, I want to sleep." "You just woke up." "I fall asleep even playing cards, and they always let me win. It's not fun at all." Mainly, she's 40 but looks 80, and she doesn't like the way people look at her. Surprise, inquiry, pity, caution, hesitation, as if she were some fragile glass doll on the verge of shattering. Shu Maomao said, "Shall I call Xiao Hei and Deng Pao out? The 3 of us can play with you?" "No, you all know how to count cards, it's no fun. Let Deng Pao read you a novel." "Okay, but I still want to sleep." Shu Maomao remained silent. He didn't like her sleeping too much. Seeing her with her eyes closed made him anxious. But if she didn't sleep, she would be even more listless, so Shu Maomao couldn't stop her from sleeping. Back at the base, Shu Lan couldn't wait to take off her protective suit, feeling much lighter immediately. "This thing is too heavy, can I even work in it?" "They're still improving it." "That's fine then." Shu Lan took off her scarf, revealing some graying hair and increasingly thin, hunched shoulders. She was shorter than before. Shu Maomao couldn't understand why he had grown taller while she had become shorter. "Mom, let me carry you." "No need, I can walk very easily now. Let me tell you, when I was little, I watched a movie called Shaolin Temple. The monks in it practiced lightness skills like this. First, they tied very heavy sandbags to their bodies for 3 to 5 years. After taking the sandbags off, they felt incredibly light, almost like they could fly. I did that when I was little too. The agile Miss Shulan entered the elevator. Her room was on the 9th floor. When they reached the 3rd floor, a cleaning staff member pushed in their tools. Shulan instinctively lowered her head and covered her face with her scarf. She didn't want too many people to know what she looked like now. Shu Maomao grabbed Shulan's arm. The person who came in had just called out little, and before they could even say commander, they carried Shulan into the spatial dimension. When they came out again, they landed in Shulan's room. Shulan gave a thumbs up. You're faster than mere light-footed kung fu. Shu Maomao grabbed the light bulb and placed it on the table beside her bed, saying, read your script. Having done this a few times before, the light bulb answered smoothly, Mother of Masters, should we continue with the last one, 99 times I run away from my marriage, yet I'm still the president's darling, or the new After One Night of Passion, the pure-hearted movie emperor searches for his wife online. Shulan said, the last one. The male lead in the light bulb script was always Shu Maomao, while the female lead's identity was always undecided. Shulan forced it to change the names of the male and female leads to Xiao He and Dazui. Okay, last time we talked about how the male lead, Xiao He, heard from his secretary that the female lead, Dazui. Shu Maomao sat down and used healing on her, listening for a while. When she heard Xiao He misunderstand that Dazui was having an affair with his business rival's son, and brought him back to the house to prepare for the wedding again, her lips twitched slightly. Is this marriage absolutely necessary for them? Shulan mumbled sleepily, I guess this is love. Shu Maomao lowered her hand, put the light bulb she was reading the script back into her spatial storage, and looked at her aged sleeping face. Other women don't look like this at 40. Everyone says he's like a god now, but the god they speak of is omnipotent. He can't even stop someone from growing old. As the black fog gradually dissipated, the sky visibly brightened. At first, everyone used searchlights when going out, but later they could remove them to reduce the weight of their protective suits. Near the edge of the mountain, the first batch of greenhouses was successfully built, replacing the frozen soil with new soil, sowing seeds, adjusting the temperature and humidity, and waiting for the moment of germination. Shulan's teeth began to loosen and fall out, but she was healthy, without illness or pain, just a little forgetful of her age, and had forgotten many things. How many years is it, son? 10 years, Mom. Have you made any new friends? Do you have a girl you like? Shu Maomao was silent for a moment, then changed the subject, saying, It's getting bright outside, let's go for a walk. The newly improved protective suit was very light and thin. Shu Maomao helped her put it on, and led her slowly to the ground. He used his ability to become invisible. As long as he didn't speak, no one could see them. The light outside was indeed much brighter, nearing dusk, the afterglow of sunset. After going outside, Shu Maomao asked, Mom, do you want to ride the moth to see the meteorite? Sure. Shulan couldn't climb onto the moth by herself anymore. Shu Maomao had to put her on it. As the giant moth flew overhead, the people busy around the greenhouse looked up and watched them go. Shu Maomao possesses spatial jumps, flight, and teleportation abilities. He doesn't need this moth, which is usually Shulan's domain. Isn't that the commander's mount? Has the commander finished her secluded cultivation and come out? Sigh, it's been so long since I heard the commander's voice. I kind of missed the time she scolded us idiots, telling us not to waste our brains if we weren't smart enough. Me too. Before the commander retired, she always came up with some fun activities. Now they're all gone. The moth flew for over an hour, covering hundreds of kilometers, before stopping in front of a large, indistinct crater. The crater was a black abyss, deathly silent and deep, the surrounding earth ripped open, like a wound on the land. The rock is inside, Shu Maomao said. Shulan sighed with lingering fear. It's amazing it could create such a deep crater. Thank goodness it didn't hit us directly on the head, or we all be dead. Shu Maomao muttered to herself, it would have been better if we all died. Shulan didn't hear her clearly and turned to ask, what did you say? Shu Maomao looked up, nothing. Shulan didn't think much of it, and looked at the distant sky. Maomao, to see dawn so quickly, you must have done a lot of things without my knowledge. Shu Maomao said, no? Don't lie to me, I can read minds. No. He just couldn't sleep at night, and went for a walk a few times, returning when she was having breakfast. Anyway, it didn't matter whether the nuclearized people slept or not. Shulan asked, baby, Do you hate me for bringing you into this chaotic world without your permission, making your life so hard every day? No, and I never felt it's hard. Mom, do you hate this world? Chapter 212. Shulan thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Ugh, it's so frustrating. So many things are beyond my control. Forced to get sick, forced to bite people, forced to hide underground. Fortunately, there's one thing I chose willingly, giving birth to you. You didn't choose willingly. It was willing. You were born as I hoped. When I found out I could actually get pregnant, I thought, great, I have family again. Even if you didn't inherit the predatory ability, even if I had a difficult childbirth, or died with you while searching for food, I still wanted to try to have a child in my lifetime. But that would be selfish. So I felt that even if it meant giving you half my lifespan or my entire life, it would be worth it. Shu Maomao hadn't expected her to be so direct. He paused, lowered his head, and hid his expression in the shadows. Shulan placed her hand on the back of his hand and said, you know, there's an insect in the world called a mayfly. Its lifespan is very short. It lives in the morning and dies at night. From a human perspective, you might think, what can you do in a day? But it can do so much. It will find a mate, lay eggs, fly on the water, and do everything it wants to do while it's alive. Me too, Shulan replied. I had my beloved, I had you. What a fulfilling life it is. Its length doesn't matter. Shulan leaned against his arm, saying with heartache, but I worry about you. I'm afraid you'd be lonely without anyone to keep you company. Shu Maomao grabbed her hand, his voice suddenly rising, then don't die. You soon see the sun. Hear the reward for completing the mission. Big Mouth and Little Black will definitely have a way to extend your life and make you young again. So that's why he endured so much hardship. Shulan smiled. Okay, I wait for the reward with you. Baby, I think I'm getting sleepy again. Take me home. Halfway there, the moth had already fallen asleep against Shu Maomao's shoulder. She dreamed of her grandmother chopping filling in the kitchen, the cutting board making a thumping sound. Thump, thump, thump. Slower and slower, softer and softer, until silence. Shulan suddenly opened her eyes, and saw Shu Maomao squatting by her bedside, his forehead pressed against the back of her hand. She seemed to remember Shu Maomao saying it was bright outside, and he wanted to take her out to see it. Why hadn't they left? Why was he lying in bed? Shu Maomao's voice broke. Mom, don't die. Shulan blinked, slow and hesitant to react. She guessed she had reached the end of her life, and he had forcibly pulled her back to the human world using time travel. How hard it was for her child. Shulan sat up and patted his head. Oh dear, you're not dead. I'm back. Did you see the meteorite just now? Yes. Shu Maomao looked up, his eyes red-rimmed, and said angrily, you said you see the sunlight with me, and hear the reward for the mission's completion, but you broke your promise again. Did she even say her last words? Shulan's eyes curved into a smile. Mommy didn't mean it. Don't cry. Your crying hurts my heart so much, it'd kill me in a minute. If you want to rewind, go ahead. Anyway, I'm already old, a little dementia won't matter. Shu Maomao pleaded, almost there, Mom, almost there. Just wait for me a little longer. Time rewinding requires a cooldown period. The cooldown time is the same as the time rewind. Moreover, Shulan's death wasn't accidental. She died of old age. In 3 hours, she would stop breathing again. Shu Maomao had to snatch her back from the jaws of death time and time again, while simultaneously using her supernatural abilities to absorb dust, all to see sunlight as soon as possible and end the eternal night. Shulan would forget she had died each time, but almost every time, she could roughly guess that she had. She started writing in a diary, recording her soon-to-be-lost memories, leaving them for the next Shulan to experience the rewinding. Shu Maomao said it was bright outside, and he wanted to take me to see it, but he didn't. He looked so sad, constantly saying it's okay, Mom, go to sleep. I guess he's being disobedient, using the rewinding to force me to stay. She placed the notebook on the table. Shu Maomao wouldn't look at her things because he was busy. But Shulan, bored in the room, would read it, each time staring blankly for a long time before continuing to write. Yes, he's gone back in time more than once. This foolish son, does he want to keep me like this forever? Isn't he tired? Tell him to give up. I saw the diary, Shulan, don't try to persuade him. He won't listen, he only become more stubborn. Shu Maomao is waiting for the sun to rise. He said Xiaohei, and the others should have a reward for saving me. Let's wait for him a little longer. This wait lasted for 26 pages of the diary, Shulan crying as she read. Is he trying to exhaust himself to death? Meanwhile, in midair, Shu Maomao drank a bottle of water, staring intently at the sunlight piercing through the air and falling to the ground, coldly asking Dazue in his mind, "Not enough yet?" Dazue stammered, "Yes, yes, starting now, the countdown begins." 24 hours later, the eternal night phase will be over. His host was far too brutal. To end the eternal night prematurely, he recklessly used earth, wind, water, ice, all sorts of supernatural abilities. Every 3 hours, he had to return to his host's mother to use a time rewind technique. For 8 whole days without sleep or rest, only a raider could withstand this intensity. When Shu Maomao returned to Shulan, he nearly collapsed onto the bed from exhaustion. He frowned, steadied himself by holding onto the wardrobe, and said, "Mom, the sun is out." Shulan wiped away her tears and dragged him to a chair. Okay, you should rest for a while, I'm begging you." Those working outside also saw the sunlight and ran back cheering. Without even needing to broadcast, they ran throughout the bay shouting, "The sun is out. The sun, it really is the sun. It's dawn. We can go back to the surface soon." Before long, the entire underground base was in an uproar. To maintain order, the broadcast repeatedly reminded everyone, "Don't crowd towards the entrance. The ultraviolet radiation on the surface is extremely strong. Leaving the base without protective clothing will cause serious skin damage. Don't rush. There's plenty of time later." Shu Lan's walkie-talkie also crackled to life. "Commander, did you hear that?" It was Lu Qing's voice. She was pregnant and currently at the postpartum care center awaiting delivery. Shu Lan wiped away her tears and replied, "Yes, I heard you." Her aged, hoarse voice made Lu Qing choke up. "Long time no see. How are you?" "I'm fine. Just had hot pot the other day and got a sore throat." Lu Qing had burst into tears. "Liar. You're the biggest liar in the world. Mimi said I probably give birth tomorrow. Will you come see your best friend?" Shulan said, "Yes, but I need to go to the ground to see the sun first. Take a picture so I can see it too." "I know, my child's nickname is Sun, Little Sun. You have to see both of them." "Okay." Chapter 213. To ensure she wouldn't forget, Shulan solemnly wrote in her diary, after returning with Shu Maomao, "Remember to visit Lu Qing's daughter. Her nickname has already been chosen. Little Sun." 24 hours, approximately 8 time rewinds. From the moment he started using time rewind on her, Shu Maomao dared not sleep, nor did he trust the alarm clock. He was afraid of falling asleep and forgetting the time, and accidentally failing to catch her. Every time Shulan opened her eyes after a time rewind, she would ask, "Baby, are we going out yet?" Shu Maomao hid her diary, calmly lying, "No, I made a mistake. It's dark outside. I use my telepathic ability to show you." By around 6 o'clock the next morning, he stopped lying to her, dressed her in protective gear, carried her to the surface, and rode a moth flying eastward to chase the first rays of sunlight. 2 more hours, Shu Maomao calculated in her mind. The moth, exhausted, perched on a scorched, barren mountaintop, refusing to move. Just as Shu Maomao was about to punch it, Shulan said, "Never mind, the scenery here is quite nice. Look at that huge crater in the distance. It must be filled with meteorites. TSK, thank goodness it fell here, not in District 9, or it would have crushed us." It was a place he had brought her to before, but she had forgotten. Shu Maomao didn't remind her. Using her earth-based abilities, she cleared a flat area on the mountaintop and placed her favorite chair there. Shu Lan slowly sat down, and Shu Maomao sat on the ground beside her feet, tightly gripping her left hand through her protective suit. Shu Lan suddenly asked, "Did I die before?" Even without reading the diary, she could guess. Shu Maomao softly replied, "Yes." Shu Lan pondered silently for a while, then sighed, "Fine, go back in time if you want." Even with repeated memory loss, she would repeatedly comfort him, "Do whatever you want." Shu Maomao stared intently at the gray sky, which shone with a faint light, waiting for time to pass second by second. It was quiet around her, so quiet that she could hear her breathing, gradually becoming steady, slow, and soft. Shu Maomao suddenly remembered that her body was like a machine running out of energy, urging her to stop operating and rest, but she was still willing to endure the pain of aging for his sake. An hour later, he brought her back to the space, unzipped the protective suit, and used the rewind function one last time. Shu Lan opened her eyes, her memory stuck 3 hours earlier. Why did we suddenly enter the space? Shu Maomao looked at Shu Lan, whose gaze was almost unfocused, tired and aged, and the defenses she had always held firm wavered slightly. Was he torturing her repeatedly by doing this? Big Mouth came over to remind her. 5 more minutes, host. Shu Maomao helped her put on her protective suit and said, "Let's go see the sunrise." Sunrise? That's not right, I remember it's afternoon now. Shu Maomao had learned her skill of lying without batting an eye. You're mistaken, Mom. You fall asleep anytime, anywhere, so it's easy to get the time wrong when you wake up. Oh, is that so? After leaving the space, Shu Lan saw a flat area on a bare hillside, with her usual chair on it, and her confusion deepened. Where is this? She was just in the underground base. It shouldn't be this drastic a jump in her memory. The more she thought about it, the heavier her heart became, and her eyes slowly welled up with tears. She roughly guessed what had happened. Shu Lan reached out and touched the back of Shu Maomao's head as he sat down at her feet. He was sitting at the same height as the little Maomao 20 years ago, always following closely behind her, clinging to her leg and quietly observing the world. But in her eyes, Shu Maomao had always been a little Maomao. Shu Lan gently persuaded him, Shu Maomao, everyone dies eventually. Shu Maomao remained stubborn. I know, but you can't. After Mommy dies, she become a star in the sky watching over you. You won't, don't lie to me. Shu Lan smiled. Find me 3 feathers of different colors. Shu Maomao grabbed a chicken, a duck, and a goose from his spatial storage, plucked 3 feathers from them for her to hold, and then threw the chicken, duck, and goose back into his spatial storage. Shu Lan teased him. You're not asking me why this time? You just want it. There's no why. Yes, baby, not all questions have answers, and not everything we ask for will necessarily come true. There will always be things in this world that don't go as planned, things beyond our control, like my death. Shu Maomao's eyelashes trembled, and she stubbornly said, anyway, I won't accept it. Even if it cost him all his strength, he would keep her. In the smog-like sky, the sun rose precisely on time. Sunlight fell into Shu Maomao's stubborn and persistent eyes, then slowly covered her face and her entire body. Mom, look. Look, the sun is rising. Humph, what eternal night. It's only 10 years, nothing special. Big Mouth counted down in Shu Maomao's mind. 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17. Shu Maomao. 1. In that instant, all sound vanished. Shu Lan's breathing, her heartbeat, the sound of oxygen being pumped into her protective suit. The sunlight, the bottomless crater, the desolate surface, the gray sky, all disappeared from his sight, leaving Shu Maomao's world utterly black. He lost all bodily sensation, only his consciousness remained, floating and contemplating. Until several cold, genderless voices entered his consciousness from all directions. Blue Star Doomsday trial is over. Settlement is now underway. Savior side, 009, humanoid weaponization, bound by Beiting death, bet lost. 011, time administrator, bound by Jianghe death, bet lost. 012, heartthrob, bound by Jiang Yunai death, bet lost. 013, upgradable space, bound by Lin E death, bet lost. Xiao Hei's voice popped out, finally settled. 011, the savior you chose is truly useless. Look how many restarts it took. My savior hadn't even started developing, and she wanted to restart from scratch. How am I supposed to win? It was Xiao Hei's voice, but not the Xiao Hei Shu Maomao knew. This Xiao Hei was even more arrogant. Another unfamiliar voice replied, it wasn't me who chose her. You guys said to make the trial more exciting and randomly select the savior. Giving such a powerful time management ability to a cautious but short-sighted human, do you think I wouldn't be furious? The voice of the light bulb also complained. I'm even more furious. The human I bet on is even more stupid. Half of the humans on Blue Star are male, half of the zombies are male, even the zombie king is male, and they all fall in love with her and obey her commands. With such a strong control ability, Jiang Yunai only knows how to date those few people in front of her. The voice of the big mouth sneered. Coincidentally, I'm a male version of Jiang Yunai, my mind is only on women, I didn't take the mission seriously at all. Xiao Hei's voice. 010 lost too, right? The raider he was bound to has long since turned into a zombie. Shu Maomao heard himself coldly reply, who said I lost? It was his voice, but not what he wanted to say. The voice that announced the results at the beginning appeared again. Raiders. 010, original bound user Li Yanli is dead. New bound user Shu Maomao has rated all the saving abilities, and survived until the end of the trial. Bet successful. Chapter 214. From the moment 010 spoke, Shu Maomao's consciousness was no longer Shu Maomao. It was 010, who had placed a bet on Shu Maomao, and returned their spiritual threads to their physical body. In the language of Earth, it and the other numerical entities were of the same kind from another cosmic dimension. Like everything in the universe, They didn't know when they existed or where they originated. But after countless years of evolution, they had mastered the manipulation of time and space. While they could be called life, they had no physical bodies. While they couldn't be called life, they possessed their own personalities and consciousness, capable of thought, communication, and the perception of their own kind. If the universe were a forest, these spiritual entities would be a group of carefree, free-roaming children. In this forest of the universe, they stumbled upon a planet with life, like mischievous children discovering an anthill. After observing this planet, these high-dimensional spiritual entities quickly lost interest in it. It's a planet with a backward civilization. The advanced intelligent life forms on it are short-lived, tiny, and fragile, unable even to detach from their physical bodies, leave the land, or enter space. The spiritual beings decide to play a game they played before, destroy a planet. This is an extremely simple matter for them. Controlling a nearby planet to collide with Blue Star, or removing Blue Star from its solar system and throwing it into a black hole would be enough to destroy it. But too simple is boring. They find ways to amuse themselves in the process. For example, using Blue Star's literature as scripts, they design an apocalyptic trial. First, a self-destructive virus is released, followed by meteorites that destroy the environment. Various natural forces are extracted to grant humans superpowers, to see if the so-called most advanced intelligent life form on Earth can survive their trial. Observing alone lacks engagement and isn't interesting enough, so the spirits assign themselves different numbers and added stakes to the trial. 011 proposed randomly selecting 5 humans and granting them what they considered the strongest apocalyptic superpower, to see whose power would lead humanity to survival until the meteorite phase ended. After the rules were set, 010 lost interest. This is boring, I'm not playing, I'm leaving. To persuade it to stay, the other spirits added more rules, mimicking the game Eagle catches chickens on Earth. 010, holding the spoils, became Eagle, and the others became the chickens. The chickens that survived to the end of the trial won, and the Eagle had to catch all the chickens to win. The global scope is too vast, and humans are so small for fairness. They narrowed down their search, selecting the country with the largest land area and the most people as the arena for their game of tag. Only when they heard that the outcome would be determined by betting did 010 finally show interest and agree to stay and play with them. They extracted a strand of their own spiritual energy and bound it, along with their special abilities, to randomly selected humans. They shielded the humans' primary consciousness, filled in different background settings, and guided their saviors to complete their tasks. Besides this, they couldn't interfere with the trial grounds in any way. The outcome of the game depended entirely on how their bound individuals acted. 011's time management and 010's predatory abilities were too strong. They couldn't accompany their bound individuals indefinitely to inform them of the existence of other saviors. They could only inform the bound individuals of the tasks they were to undertake at the beginning. Each spirit believed their chosen ability was powerful enough to guarantee victory. However, they were utterly disappointed by their chosen binders. Li Yanli, who received the plundering ability, was overly benevolent. Lin Yi, who received the spatial ability, was selfish and despicable, making it difficult for anyone to willingly submit. Jiang Yun, who received the control ability, was superficial and pleasure-seeking. Bei Ting, who received the humanoid weaponization ability, was reckless and impulsive. Jiang He, who received the time management ability, was hesitant and short-sighted. They had initially thought that even if everyone lost, no one would truly lose. But why did 010 become the winner? Weren't the plunderers already dead? The spirits paused for a moment, observing and analyzing the situation, and discovered the reason for the plunderers' victory. 010's spiritual threads, after the original binder Li Yanli's mission failed, left her, absorbed the life force and lifespan of a mother entity, formed a new binder, Shu Mao Mao, and restarted the plundering mission. This actually works? In Earth's language, isn't that cheating? The hot-tempered 009 was the first to lose his temper. Sure. 010, you've been a good boy for over 20 years, personally participating to beat us. The lightbulb muttered weakly, you're too competitive. You even thought of exploiting this loophole in your mental threads, which have no primary consciousness. 013 didn't know what to say, only managing a cold laugh. Heh, heh 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 heh. 010 calmly said, it can't be entirely considered that I personally participated. The consciousness on my mental threads has been overwritten by that human consciousness named Shu Mao Mao. Shu Mao Mao doesn't even know what the Raider's mission is. Besides, the rule that superpowers can be inherited has been openly stated from beginning to end. Your mental threads could also try to change their bound persons using inheritance, but unfortunately, you have no mother to give birth to you, nor to raise you. 009. Is 010 insulting us? According to the Blue Star language system, 010 does seem to be insulting us. The spirits collectively erupted in rage. Their rage was merely a form of mutual cursing within the same language system. After insulting 010 enough, 011 said angrily, "Foolish Blue Star people, after so many repetitions, you haven't improved at all. I should have just destroyed it." The other numbered spirits were also disheartened. 013 said, "Don't waste your energy. Just watch what happens to the raiders after 010 pulls the spirit threads back." Under the sunlight, two humans nestled together. The mother had died of old age, and the raiders had lost their souls, leaving only their bodies, no longer moving. Humanity survives to the end of the trial only because of the plunderers. After 010 leaves, the remaining million people won't last long in this environment either. Blue Star will still be destroyed. 010 said, "Then forget about them. Let's go, defeated wretches." Its words immediately drew hatred, earning it a new round of insults. With a casual movement, its spiritual form could traverse an entire nebula. 010 moved, turning back to look at the Milky Way. Blue Star, shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist, was no longer as bright as when it was first discovered. Soon, it would become an ordinary, lifeless planet. In the Milky Way, it would resemble an insignificant speck of dust. "Mommy, look, Blue Star is so tiny in the Milky Way, you can't even find it, like dust." "Yes, we are all tiny, tiny people on dust." 010 paused. Why did it think of her? She was just a tiny person on the dust, used by it to win the competition. 013 tossed it a mountain of mental garbage. "Here's your stuff you left with me, sweetie." 010, unperturbed by the defeated opponent's mockery, took it all and disposed of it. Photos, diaries, videos. Chapter 215. Before the video was destroyed, 010 stopped, almost as if possessed. She was just an ordinary woman from Earth. 010 told itself, nothing special. Although it had taken half of that woman's lifespan to win, she had said it was her wish, that her life was complete, and she had no regrets in death, so it was a fair trade. It had been her obedient child for over 20 years, and who knew how long this nickname would stay with it? Nicknames. She loved giving people nicknames. 010 stopped, realizing something was wrong. The returning strand of its spirit had merged with human consciousness, like a drop of ink in a pool of clear water, seemingly insignificant, but in reality, its entire being was polluted. Good boy, don't fall behind. Speaking of which, before 010, we were always beating up our mental silk phantoms at Blue Star. That's right. I also remembered it. I'm really angry. Go away, and scold it again. 010 was absent-mindedly scolded in various language systems, focusing entirely on the mental garbage 013 had just thrown back at him. What is it that prevents it from being destroyed? Is it the impact of the pollution of human consciousness? It needs to clean up the sources of pollution, otherwise the spiritual body will never be able to be peaceful in the future. But how to clean it? Started the video at 010 o'clock. The image of a human boy appeared in its consciousness, including a sweet voice. "This is my son Shu Mao Mao. He is 6 years old, and is a super cute baby." There is no need to listen to what the boy says next. The voice will automatically appear in 010's mind. "This person is my mommy. She is 26 years old. She is a very good mommy. She is very beautiful, smells good, likes to play tricks, can read minds, and the food she makes is particularly delicious. Baby, these rides are rusty, a bit dangerous. Sigh, if we come here before, mommy would have taken you to play on everything. Liar, you only rode one drop tower and you cried. Baby, many animals are much cuter than in the pictures. It's a pity you can only look at pictures. Mommy is a little better off than you. I've seen videos. I'm not very interested in things covered in hair. If there weren't a virus, mommy would probably open a dessert shop like that. My daily work would be making all sorts of little cakes and breads to sell. Any leftovers would be for Shu Mao when she comes home from school. No way, they'd definitely all be bought up." Soon, the last video appeared, focused on an elderly woman with white hair, Shu Lan, over 40 years old. "Lately, I've been forgetting more and more things. Forgetting other things doesn't matter. What I really don't want to forget is my son. Luckily, I have videos to watch. Shu Mao is out saving the world now. He's so busy." 010 paused. It hadn't seen this part before. When did she record it? I don't know why, but I suddenly become so old, like I'm about to die. I'm starting to regret it, not regretting giving birth to Shu Mao Mao and losing half my lifespan, but regretting bringing Shu Mao Mao into this terrible world. He's so pitiful. From birth, He didn't eat well, he didn't dress well, and he lived in a garbage dump, stinking every day. No wonder he never smiles. If I were born and raised in such an environment, I wouldn't be able to smile either. 010 thought. No, it's just that it's not naturally inclined to smile. When he grows up a bit more, my baby will have to kill for me, build my base, and protect me every step of the way. He won't even have time to make friends. 010 thinks. It doesn't want to deal with other humans. This world is really awful right now. Nothing goes right. The person I love is dead, and I'm going to die too, leaving my son all alone, burdened by the lives of millions. I feel so incredibly sorry for him. I'm such a bad mother. 010 thinks. It's not lonely, and it doesn't care about those millions of humans, it just wants to win. No apologies. No need for apologies. The person in the video wipes away tears with a tissue and exhales softly. If only people had a next life. In the next life, I want Xu Mao to be born in a healthy world, a world without viruses or meteorites. He have a mom and dad, grandparents, classmates, friends, and a lover. I make him the happiest child in the world because I love him. 010 has found the source of the contamination. While watching this video, its human consciousness, Xu Mao, struggled relentlessly, wanting to return to Earth and find its mother. Despite its true form repeatedly convincing itself that the woman wasn't its mother, but merely a tool of Earth, the human consciousness continued to influence its true form, emphasizing that its mission was to save her, but it failed. These lingering regrets, obsessions, resentment, and love for its mother were all sources of contamination. 010 stopped, helplessly calling to its companion. Wait a minute. What's wrong, sweetie? 010 said, I'm going back. That woman was right. Those who love to gamble will eventually lose. It seemed to have won, but in reality, it had lost completely. It was corrupted, its spirit was no longer at peace. When 010 returned to Blue Star, its timeline had advanced 13 years. The atmosphere had been repaired, and Blue Star had unknowingly healed itself, regaining its brightness. There were still humans active in District 9. After leaving the raiders, they hadn't immediately perished. Humans, seemingly small and fragile, were far more resilient than they imagined. 010 saw greenhouses full of vegetables, and vast tracts of cultivated land growing staples, like rice and wheat, recalling what had happened before entering the underground base. Xu Lan had emphasized many times not to rely entirely on space, lest the entire group perish when space disappeared. So she distributed various grain seeds in advance for everyone to store as a precaution, and built several underground warehouses filled with vacuum-packed grains, canned goods, milk powder, and even a large quantity of compressed biscuits that Xu Mao, who absolutely disliked them, produced. Xu Lan told many lies in her life, but there was one she never lied about. That was that she was truly adept at finding a way to survive, whether for herself or others. The one who won this trial was not a raider, but an ordinary human woman with no special abilities. It was her mother. 010 stared at Blue Star. After a moment, Blue Star's data appeared in her mental body, along with a previously left-behind Doomsday trial operating system. The records contained several timelines that had collapsed and become archives. 010 selected the initial one, the timeline where Li Yanli and Xu Lan met and parted ways at the KTV, and Xu Lan was infected and turned into a zombie. She copied and activated it. The starting point of the timeline was set to the day the virus was first released. Mutation phase, cancelled. Eternal night phase, cancelled. Memory, all erased. 010's human consciousness protested again. It thought, how annoying, this noisy source of pollution. It cancelled the erasure all option, setting it to retain all memories for those who survived the previous trial. The human consciousness continued to protest, reminding it that there was still one person. 010 had no choice but to add the original bound person, Li Yanli. Are you satisfied now? It asked its human consciousness, and also asked itself. The pollution source, which had spread across the main body, refocused on a single strand of mental energy. 010 overlaid the newly set timeline onto the Blue Star trial grounds, replacing the existing Blue Star timeline with the last save file in the operating system. It severed the thoroughly polluted strand of mental energy, shielded the main consciousness, allowed the human consciousness to take over, and threw it into the new Blue Star timeline. Go, clean it up, and I come back for you. Chapter 216. It was an ordinary, unremarkable day. The silence of the night receded like the tide, and the cheerful chirping of birds in the treetops ushered in a symphony of daytime noise. The sanitation workers' broom swept the ground with a swish, car wheels rolled across the road, and the crowds gradually thickened. In the alleyways, the steamer baskets of breakfast stalls were lifted, and puffs of white steam enveloped the warm, fragrant aroma of perfectly cooked food. Fried dough sticks sizzled in the pan, turning golden and crispy as they came out, tempting those who had risen early for work. Good morning. Good morning. Beep beep. So noisy. Morning light filtered through the curtains onto Shulan's eyelids. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience showing on her young face. Her eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes with displeasure. Who was making such a racket on the loudspeaker? She was about to yell, when the reflection of the old-fashioned floral curtains in her eyes, Shulan froze. Huh? A dream? She reached out to touch the curtain, her fingertips clearly feeling the soft, sun-warmed fabric. She could feel her own breath, heartbeat, the scent of her own hair, and the footsteps coming and going up and down the stairs. It all felt so real. Shulan's eyes widened suddenly, and she sat up, crying out in panic, "Baby! This wasn't a dream. It was real." What had Shu Maomao done after she died? She jumped down and searched the room, but couldn't find the second person she remembered. The more she looked at the room's furnishings, the more familiar they seemed. Shulan remembered. This was the room Li Yanli had rented cheaply from her grandmother's friend. Finally, Shulan stood in front of the bathroom mirror, seeing a young face in pajamas, disheveled black hair, and without wrinkles. A pang of sadness shot through her, and tears streamed down her face. This isn't right. She was clearly old and near death. Was it a reboot? Or a reward for completing a mission? Was her baby still there? Where did Shu Maomao go? If the reward returned to this time, did that mean? Just then, a phone rang in the bedroom. Shulan, like a drowning person grasping at a straw, stumbled back to the bedroom, found her phone under her pillow, and forcefully wiped away her tears before finally seeing the 3 large characters on the contact screen. Big pressure. He had come back to life too. Shulan cried even harder, hastily answering the phone, her voice choked with sobs. Li Yanli. Li Yanli's voice sounded breathless, as if he had just run from somewhere. I'm here, Shulan, it's me, where are you? Don't go out, I come find you. Listen to me, it's today, there's a virus that. I know about the virus, I remember everything. But my son is missing, he's not here. Li Yanli paused. He hadn't expected Shulan to remember everything. He had experienced that feeling of retaining memories yet finding everything changed, and he understood how devastated Shulan was now. Don't hang up, Shulan. Calls kept coming in, from the coach, teammates, parents. Li Yanli's reckless request for leave during the closed training camp was a serious violation of discipline. He would be punished. Li Yanli hung up on them all. He didn't care anymore. In Shulan's eyes, Shu Maomao was even more important to her than herself. He was afraid she couldn't handle it. Since we both remember, it means it wasn't a dream between you and me, it all actually happened. Public transportation is too unpredictable, it might stop at any time. Li Yanli rented a car, and drove there himself. Regardless of the timeline, today is the day the virus appeared. After I woke up, I didn't hear a single piece of news related to the virus. Everything on the street is normal. My super hearing hasn't activated, I still have normal hearing. So, did you successfully survive until the end of the eternal night? Shulan followed his train of thought, frantically wiping away her tears and catching her breath. Yes, I fell asleep after the sun rose, and I woke up now. What was Maomao doing when the sun rose? Beside me, quietly. I called him, but he didn't answer. Li Yanli drove onto the highway, flooring the accelerator. So you succeeded. Is it possible that this is the reward for success? We all returned to before the apocalypse, without the virus, without superpowers, and without meteorites. Shulan fell silent. Li Yanli guessed she couldn't speak. She would lose her voice when she cried particularly hard. Before the apocalypse, there was no virus, no meteorite, no superhumans, and no boy named Shu Maomao. Shu Maomao hadn't even been born in this timeline, yet his mother already possessed all the memories of the decades they had lived together. Li Yanli couldn't say, "It's okay, Shulan, we're still alive, we can have another child." They both knew it was another child, not Shu Maomao. The journey from the city where they were in closed training to Shulan's rented room took at least 3 hours by car. During those 3 hours, nearly 1 million people across the country awoke from a similar dream. In the dream, a terrifying virus turns people into zombies who attack others. Some humans possess strange superpowers, and unable to defeat them, they are driven to a place called District 9. District 9 isn't safe either. A woman named Qin Xishuang and a boy named Mao Mao forcibly steal everyone's superpowers. Stealing superpowers in the apocalypse, isn't that incredibly evil? Yet this very same evil mother and son saved them, feeding and clothing them, leading them to build an underground base, surviving until the sun rises again, only to disappear without a trace. Even stranger, when they wake up, they only remember the mother and son's names, but can't recall what they look like. The apocalypse. What a coincidence. Reborn. Reborn on the very day the apocalypse began. This time, they must be fully prepared to face the impending disaster. A strange wave of hoarding sweeps across the country, emptying supermarket shelves of long-lasting food. Some people posted online claiming the meat products contained viruses that would turn people into zombies, only to have their accounts banned and posts deleted. Someone live-streamed a call for awakened superhumans, only to attract a bunch of onlookers who seemed to enjoy the spectacle. Some rushed back to their loved ones, bursting into tears, leaving their families bewildered. 3 hours later, as the entire nation descended into chaos and inexplicable confusion, a car pulled up in front of an old building. A young figure rushed up the stairs like a whirlwind, standing before the familiar old wooden door. It was originally a red-painted door, but the paint had mostly peeled off, and the couplets that had been pasted on either side for countless years were now obscured by dust. Facing this door again, some unpleasant memories flooded Li Yanli's mind. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he raised his hand to knock, but the door opened by itself. Xu Lan stood behind the door, still in her pajamas, her hair still disheveled, looking as if she had just woken up. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, red and swollen. She seemed to have come to some realization in those 3 hours, staring at him with a resolute expression, and said fiercely, "I don't care, come in, we're having a baby." Li Yanli, Chapter 217. Regardless of what Xu Lan had said, hearing her strong voice gave Li Yanli a sense of relief. She was still herself, like a tenacious weed. Once the storm of sorrow passed, she would rise again with renewed vigor. His gaze softened, and he smiled before speaking. "Don't you miss me at all?" Hearing his voice, Xu Lan immediately remembered his death as a zombie. She pursed her lips, pulled him closer, and hugged his waist tightly. "Idiot, you didn't even say goodbye before you died." Li Yanli sighed helplessly. "I died, not left." "Who says goodbye before they die?" Xu Lan lifted the hem of his shirt, but Li Yanli pushed her away, saying seriously, "This really won't do. Calm down, you're only 17. I'm 20, if I have your child, I go to jail." Xu Lan said blankly, "I want to wipe my tears." Li Yanli, He turned to find a tissue, and handed it to her. They were both slightly embarrassed and silent for a moment. Xu Lan's sadness returned, and she covered her eyes, sobbing, "I think Xu Maomao will come back. He won't abandon me in the new timeline." "You're so mean, you won't even agree to this." "I don't want to live anymore." Li Yanli didn't want her to cry. He was also in a difficult position. This wasn't something he could easily agree to. Then, Li Yanli realized, "Not this year, you forgot? Pregnancy is next year. If you're going to give birth, it has to be at the original timeline for it to most likely still be Xu Maomao." Regardless of whether it was true or not, he needed to calm her down first. She was blinded by longing. He needed to be rational. Xu Lan, as expected, listened. "Oh right, it's about next year." Li Yanli looked around her room, went over to pull back the curtains, and opened the window to let the sounds outside be clearer, and asked, "Have you eaten anything since you got up?" "No, I don't want to eat." Li Yanli guessed it. Since waking up, she'd been preoccupied with the baby's crying and had forgotten about herself. He said, "The crispy Sichuan-style duck on Hele Street should still be open." Xu Lan said listlessly, "I don't want to eat." "And the pan-fried pork at Spring Square, I remember you loved their pan-fried octopus and cheese corn." "I don't." "The osmanthus outside smells wonderful. Want to go for a walk?" The osmanthus was indeed very fragrant. Later on, you could hardly smell that elegant, rich fragrance in the city. Either it didn't bloom and withered, or it was masked by the stench of corpses. She definitely preferred a world without the zombie virus. After she died, Xu Maomao must have done something to bring back the world she loved. Xu Lan lifted her head. She couldn't let herself be defeated. She needed to pull herself together and take care of herself first, so she could raise her child well in the future. "I'm going to change my clothes." Li Yanli asked with a smile. "Which restaurant do you want to eat at later?" "Octopus." The various events that followed proved this was the real world, not a dream. Xu Lan, who had been absent from work without reason, was severely reprimanded by her boss and had a day's wages deducted. Li Yanli was similarly scolded by the national team coach and ordered to return to the team by the next morning. Neither of them took it to heart. After all, compared to the life-or-death experience they had just gone through, these were trivial matters. More concerning is whether the zombie virus is simply a belated arrival, or a complete illusion. Xu Lan was eating, while scrolling through the news, when she saw the apocalyptic dream story causing a huge uproar, with the names Qin Xiaoshuang and Saran trending online. She handed her phone to Li Yanli, who was frying meat. "Sister, look, we're celebrities now." Li Yanli glanced at it, a smirk playing on her lips. "What does Qin Xiaoshuang and Saran's fame have to do with me, Li Yanli, and you, Xu Lan?" Xu Lan took back her phone, nodding. "That makes sense. Those were people from the previous timeline. What did they have to do with it? Why don't you go back? You finally made it into the national team. What if there really isn't a zombie virus? We can't let that ruin your future." Li Yanli shook her head. "I don't dare gamble on that possibility." Xu Lan frowned and said, "If the virus never appears, does that mean we never be apart, stuck together like double-sided tape?" Li Yanli said, "Sure. Anyway, I won't leave you for now. There are many paths to the future, but you only have one life." Xu Lan complained, "Actually, there are many. Dying and coming back to life, like playing a video game. Hey, do you think aliens are playing with us like toys, throwing viruses at us, meteorites at us, making us die and then come back to life? It sounds like aliens are pretty bored." "You bet." Xu Lan sighed. "Anyway, you should go back tonight. I don't want to be the mastermind behind ruining a champion badminton player's career." Li Yanli still disagreed. "It's uncertain whether there will be any badminton matches in the future." Xu Lan put down her chopsticks and called out loudly, "Li Yanli." Li Yanli raised an eyebrow and teased, "Sigh, you're so fierce to your deceased husband. It seems all those words of love you said before were just to coax me." Xu Lan was speechless. "When did I fierce you? Go back. I quit my job and come with you. I live near you. You can find me as soon as you come out. You protected me for 4 years, now it's my turn to protect you. Anyway, I don't have a home, it's the same wherever I go." Her expression was serious. Li Yanli's eyes slowly changed, his lips slightly lowered, then quickly rose again. "You do have one, who said you don't?" He picked up his phone, turned around, and took a picture of them together. "Your home is called Xu Lan's home. Let's start building it now." The news of the apocalyptic dream went viral online for several days. No zombies or superhumans appeared, and no large meteorite was detected. It was quickly classified as the most widely participated prank of this century. The person with memories. "I can't reason with you short-lived ghosts." They had no choice but to create a forum called Survivor Base in District 9, where survivors from all over could comfort each other. "That must be true. I remember all your names, just not your faces." "Me too." Wives-seeking post. "My wife's name is Ming Hui, originally from District 12. After waking up from the dream, she lost contact with me. Please, fellow survivors, help me bump this post so I can find my beloved. I found Secretary Hua in person. Secretary Hua is so rich." Occupying the city center, the sharply angled glass building reflected the sunlight coldly. A huge, prominent corporate logo adorned its top, making it one of the city's iconic landmarks. Inside, the receptionist was professional, polite, and aloof. The floors were spotless, the environment quiet, and the air filled with the scent of high-end fragrance. Turret gates, facial recognition, and impeccably dressed security guards all reminded people, order here is not to be challenged. On the top floor of this strict and sophisticated company, there was a vast office space dominated by cool colors. On the aerospace-grade desk sat an ultra-thin, top-of-the-line laptop, a metal pen holder, and a stack of documents awaiting review. Apart from these, there was nothing else, reflecting its owner's extreme pursuit of order and efficiency. In a high-back leather chair, a handsome man, with an air of refinement, held a black smartphone, his tone extremely cold. 3 days have passed, and you still haven't told me anything about Qin Xiaoshuang. Chapter 218. 6 months have passed, and President Hu still hasn't found his commander, Qin Xiaoshuang. The world continues to operate as usual, with various infectious diseases making the news every season, yet none causing people to lose their minds and attack their own kind. The 9th District Survivor Base Forum still exists, and many people are still active on it, their posts shifting from searching for relatives and friends to venting. Families, who understands? I stockpiled so much stuff. And then, the apocalypse didn't even come. I understand. My basement is full of rice. People give cigarettes and alcohol as New Year's gifts, but we get rice. I'm even worse off. I figured money would just become worthless anyway, so I spent all my savings. By the way, has no one found the commander and Lady Mao yet? A woman as capable as the commander must be very prominent in every field. Commander Qin Shuxuang, not yet 18, and having not yet had a chance to show her skills in any field, lies in her school dormitory, laughing heartily at the forum. A bunch of idiot subordinates, she's back to school. After confirming there wouldn't be any more viruses, Li Yanli stopped clinging to her and suggested she go to school, but Xu Lan refused on the spot. I don't want to. With so many timelines, we live for hundreds of years combined. I'm like an old monster. What's the point of going to school? I'm going back to working. Li Yanli said, you told me before that you regretted not finishing high school and wanted to take the college entrance exam to see how many points your smart brain could get. Xu Lan asked suspiciously, did I say that? Li Yanli nodded firmly, yes, I did. When we were getting too bored living in the space, I asked you what regrets you had in your life, and that's what you told me. Too many memories can sometimes be a burden, like watching many movies, and suddenly having to recall a single line from one of them. Xu Lan thought for a long time before remembering that she seemed to have said that line, and she did feel a little regretful. So, after spending the new year at his house, the idle Xu Lan went back to school to continue her studies. In truth, she hadn't been out of school for very long, just missed her senior year of high school, but the memories of all the timelines she experienced in between felt like an eternity. Therefore, she had basically forgotten everything she learned in the last century. In her first mock exam, Xu Lan ranked last in the entire school. The cunning Xu Lan, unashamed, instead took a picture of the ranking list and sent it to Li Yanli, boasting, look, I have so much room for improvement. Next, I show you what a slacker's comeback looks like, shocking the whole school. Li Yanli laughed uncontrollably. Right, doesn't the school forbid cell phones? Xu Lan retorted defiantly. So what if they forbid it? I'm secretly bringing it because I'm dating a shameless college student. The shameless college student, oh shameless. I wonder who's been counting down the days to sleep with me and have my babies. Xu Lan replied, Xu Lan, not me. My name is Qin Shuxuang. Room check. Room check. Bye-bye. Bring me some crispy duck when you come to visit this weekend. In the second mock exam, Xu Lan scored in the middle and boasted again, look, what did I say last time? Amazing. My girlfriend is practically a genius. But that lousy homeroom teacher is so annoying. He asked me if I copied someone else's test. I said, dude, can you at least look at how many points everyone around me got before saying that? I scored higher than all of them. Who could I have copied from? He said I was rude. Haha, when I die, my hair will be whiter than his. Calling him big brother is pretty polite, okay? Yes, very polite. Genius, I don't have a competition this week. What should I bring you when I visit? That sour beef rice bowl from the place near your university, and some herbal dessert. Okay. Studying is something Xu Lan can master as long as she's serious. High school seniors aren't allowed to go home except for public holidays. They have to stay at school for self-study on weekends. Every weekend, Li Yanli would bring a huge pile of food to the school gate and hand it to Xu Lan through the fence. Xu Lan sat behind the fence eating. Going to school feels like being in prison. You're here to visit someone. Ha ha ha. A group of high school girls stood nearby, pointing and whispering about the beautiful Li Yanli, and even secretly taking pictures with their phones. Xu Lan swallowed her food, turned around and called out, Hey classmate, it's okay to take pictures of my brother, but turn off the flash for a second. The teacher's coming to confiscate your phone soon. Li Yanli handed her a bowl of sweet soup and asked, Am I your brother? Xu Lan rolled her eyes. What else? If I said you were the father of my future child, I have to give a speech under the national flag on Monday. She even rhymed, making Li Yanli laugh uncontrollably. Having eaten and drunk my fill, visit over. See you next time, brother. See you next time. In the third and final mock exam, Xu Lan ranked in the top 100 in the entire school, becoming a gifted student in the eyes of her homeroom teacher. The school even used her as an inspirational representative, having her give a speech at the pre-college entrance exam pep rally. Xu Lan complained to Li Yanli, the school leaders made me tell the story of how I dropped out of school and worked odd jobs everywhere to earn money so I could come back to school. I didn't work to pay tuition, I worked to eat. Li Yanli said, if you don't feel comfortable you won't go. Go! The school leaders will even give me a 3,000 yuan scholarship in front of everyone at the pep rally. Ha ha ha. Life passed peacefully and beautifully. Xu Lan successfully took the college entrance exam, had a farewell dinner with her classmates and teachers, and generously wished each other well. She was no longer the little girl who, after injuring a customer, hid fearfully in a dark alley, watching her former classmates laugh and walk towards a bright future. Her exam score was good enough for a top-tier university in the country, But when it came time to fill out her application, Xu Lan said she didn't plan to go to university. Then she was caught by Li Yanli's parents and given a lecture. Xiaolan, you already taken the exam, and you did so well. Why don't you continue your studies? Are you worried about money? Your aunt and uncle can help you pay your tuition, don't worry. The unruly Xu Lan in front of others automatically became less assertive in front of Li Yanli's parents. Because her parents were such kind people, they actually believed in their love story of sharing hardships in that bizarre dream. While their future daughter-in-law might feel a little awkward, they still considered Xu Lan a very important person. I'm just taking the exam for fun, I don't need to go to university. Li Yanli's parents exchanged a glance and earnestly advised, child, you only live once. Try not to make choices you regret. Imagine seeing those university students later, won't you regret not going to university like them, not getting another degree? Xu Lan nodded sincerely and said, I'm sure, I thought about it very seriously. I don't want to go to university, I want to open a shop. Life truly only happens once. She could choose to walk the same path as others, or she could choose to walk a different path. A flower that blooms upwards is still a flower that blooms sideways is still a flower. In short, she would bloom freely. Chapter 219. Li Yanli knew that Xu Lan was always a decisive person, and once she made up her mind, she would see it through to the end. Therefore, he didn't try to persuade her further, but instead asked what kind of help she needed to open the shop. Xu Lan said, nothing is needed. You just need to free up your time in October, and not go to the competition. Thanks to the shopkeeper, Ms. Dai, who marked the dates on the calendar, Xu Lan vividly remembered that the day Xian fell to zombies was October 20th. That night, she injected herself with a magical potion and successfully conceived Xu Maomao. Li Yanli, very well, the unavoidable task of having a child. He tried to persuade her to change her mind. Xu Lan, no matter how I think about it, I feel it's too early. Look, you only turn 18 in September. Don't cry, okay, we have it. Xu Lan also knew that in the public's mind, becoming a mother at this age was considered childish. She would be criticized for being hasty, impulsive, and wasting her body. Li Yanli would be gossiped about behind his back, considered a beast for seducing girls at such a young age. But she couldn't care less. Xu Lan harbored an indelible obsession. Without Xu Maomao, her soul felt incomplete, all her happiness was superficial, and she only offered a perfunctory laugh at anything funny. Coincidentally, Li Yanli had a crucial international professional league final that day. A victory would propel his athletic career to new heights. After reviewing the schedule, Xu Lan dropped the matter. On the field, Li Yanli exuded confidence and charisma, like a king in his domain. He had always been exceptionally talented, lacking only the opportunity to join the national team. Having overcome that hurdle, Li Yanli brought glory to his country in various international competitions, becoming a rising star in sports through his overwhelming strength. She couldn't possibly let the brilliant Li Yanli sacrifice her future to follow her madness. After the competition, Li Yanli was going to a celebration party with her teammates and coach. Xu Lan watched the match and returned to the hotel alone, sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees in a daze. Was she too hasty? Perhaps it wouldn't matter if it was a little later. No matter which timeline, as long as the parents are the same, the child will always be the same child. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, startling Xu Lan from her wandering thoughts. She asked warily, who is it? It's me. Hearing Li Yanli's voice, the dark clouds in Xu Lan's eyes instantly dissipated. She jumped off the sofa, ran barefoot to open the door, and exclaimed in surprise, weren't you going to the celebration party? I saw you leave with your coach. Li Yanli was carrying a large bag of takeout containers. She took off her shoes as she entered. I asked them which local restaurants were good and brought them over for you. Why didn't you reply to my messages? Look at the sweat on my forehead, it's all from. You scared yourself. Xu Lan looked back at her bag. Oh, I forgot to turn my phone off silent before going to bed last night. I haven't checked it. Li Yanli said helplessly. You count down the days until you want to sleep with me, but when the day comes, you don't care at all. Xu Lan stared at him blankly. So, you're willing to gamble with me? Li Yanli put the takeout box on the table, turned around and hugged her. I was wrong before, you were almost depressed from missing him so much, and I kept worrying about your age, putting pressure on you. We take responsibility for our own actions. We don't need to care about the constraints of worldly rules. Xu Lan looked at him with red eyes. I thought you weren't going to come see me tonight. Li Yanli said, yes, even if the coach breaks my legs, I crawl over on my arms. After joining the national team, his coach changed, and he no longer had to deal with the coach who had betrayed him. Xu Lan smiled through her tears. Your coach would be reluctant to let go. He finally found such a promising player. Well then, let's eat first. Having talked about having children so much, the air grew increasingly awkward at this moment. They were together in every timeline, each timeline repeating the exhausting rhythm of escaping, finding supplies, and killing zombies. They had no time for romance. They were more like comrades fighting side by side than lovers. Even when they were fortunate enough to have a stable life, they would restrain themselves and maintain proper decorum because of their parents' presence. When Li Yanli heard that Xu Maomao could read his memories, he was relieved that he hadn't done anything inappropriate to Xu Lan. The most intimate physical contact they had was a hug and a kiss, otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. Later, it became a zombie and a human, making contact between them even more impossible. In other words, after a lifetime of wandering, having children, they returned as a pure and innocent young couple. The meal was eaten in unprecedented silence, which led to remarkably high efficiency. They finished their food in no time. After finishing, Xu Lan was too embarrassed to even look him in the eye. She grabbed her clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. I shower first. After a while, Xu Lan emerged fully dressed and respectfully said, I'm done. Please go ahead. Li Yanli looked her up and down. Are you going out? Xu Lan looked bewildered. No, why would I go out? Li Yanli couldn't help but chuckle. This person who always talked about having children had this kind of realization. It was really kind of cute. He went into the bathroom, and when he came out, he was only wearing a towel. Xu Lan casually turned her head, her eyes widening in surprise. Li Yanli walked over, cupped her chin in his hand, lifted it, his Adam's apple bobbing, and eagerly kissed her. The night deepened, and their love intensified. Xu Lan was rather thin, and her belly was very noticeable when she was 4 months pregnant. After seeing the hospital's examination report, Li Yanli's mother bought Xu Lan a full set of gold and silver jewelry, expressing her apology for her poor parenting. Meanwhile, Li Yanli's father called Li Yanli into his study, and had a long earnest talk with him for over an hour. Afterwards, he nervously asked Xu Lan if it would be convenient for her to visit her parents. They absolutely had to have an engagement party. Xu Lan suddenly felt sorry for Li Yanli. Uncle and aunt, if I said that this bad woman, forced him to have sex with me, would you believe me? Li Yanli, who was cutting fruit in the kitchen, smiled and said, Don't believe me. I wasn't forced. I was 100% willing. The two elders felt a wave of dizziness, and their heads throbbed. These two kids were unbelievable. They hadn't even grown up yet, and they already hit it off, unexpectedly causing a pregnancy. It was like a pot, and its lid were mismatched. Now that things had come to this, what could they, as parents, say? They could only take good care of their daughter-in-law and ensure she gave birth to a healthy baby. It was still premature. Contractions started at just over 7 months, exactly the same timeline as before. The Li family of 3 was prepared, but they still rushed her to the hospital in a flurry. Xu Lan was in a lot of pain, but her face was a mixture of tears and laughter, overjoyed. Her premonition was incredibly strong. This was the angelic baby who would fulfill all her wishes. Previously, Xu Lan had taught herself childbirth skills using books she found, welcoming a new life in a simple and rough manner. This time, she had the help of many people, doctors, nurses, her lover, and new family members. The procession was much grander and more elaborate than before. The baby was born with its eyes tightly closed, refusing to cry no matter how much the nurses tried to wake it, anxiously calling for the doctor. Li Yanli, who was with Xu Lan during the delivery, kissed her forehead. Hearing the nurses' voices, she walked from one end of the bed to the other, and pinched the baby's bottom. The baby immediately opened its mouth and made a sound, seemingly even raising its eyelids to glance at Li Yanli with disdain. The weak Xu Lan immediately smiled. It seemed she had gotten what she wanted again. Chapter 220. Xu Lan received queen-like treatment during her postpartum confinement. Even a cough was met with immediate attention and concern. Everyone strictly followed postpartum care guidelines. Mr. Li, carrying a video camera, started filming from the moment he saw the baby. Mother Li prepared a pile of exquisite little clothes for Xu Maomao to wear. Oh, our Maomao is sleeping, so cute. After her parents and nurses left, Xu Lan had Li Yanli bring the baby to her side, and whispered in his ear, They're all gone. No need to act anymore. It's you, baby, my son Xu Maomao. The baby, eh? Xu Lan looked at the baby, his eyes were open, curiously observing this new world. Xu Lan asked, Baby, why aren't you talking? Li Yanli said, Maybe I'm afraid of scaring you. It's quite startling for a baby this young to start talking. Xu Lan's lips curled into a smile. Her head slumped immediately, her emotions extremely unstable. In just a moment, her eyes reddened again. I think he is exactly the same as before, premature, doesn't cry, and is a boy. Li Yanli looked at her weak face with heartache, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Yes, exactly the same, it's Xu Maomao. But he's still young, he might only remember at some point, just like us. He didn't dare to pour cold water on the idea that the child didn't have memories of the previous timeline and wasn't Xu Maomao, worried that Xu Lan, who had waited so long, would collapse on the spot. Xu Lan placed her fingers on the baby's hand. The baby turned to look at her, clenching his fingers and squeezing her soft palm. Her heart softened, and she insisted softly, "It's him." Although Xu Lan repeatedly said it didn't matter, there was no need for an engagement banquet, they could just get their marriage certificate when they were old enough. But the Li family elders insisted that their engagement banquet be held together with Xu Maomao's full-month celebration. Xiao Lan, how many relatives and friends are attending? Whether it was her parents or relatives, they all acted as if Xu Lan didn't exist, and Xu Lan wouldn't think of them at times like this. The images that flashed through her mind were Zhong Mei, Lu Qinghe, Ji Lan, Hui Yu. Finally, she smiled and said, 0. After hearing her life story, the elders felt even more sorry for her. Li's mother expressed her pity by taking Xu Lan shopping, while Li's father pulled Li Yanli into the study for a lecture. The whole family was vying to take care of the child, leaving Xu Lan the most idle one. She spent her days eating, drinking, lying down, and watching sports, becoming even rounder than before, her complexion rosy. When Li Yanli's face appeared on television, Xu Lan, holding her baby who couldn't speak yet, pointed at him and said, "Look, your dad's handsome. I have good taste, right? Oh my! Your dad can jump so high even without superpowers." Everyone likes a handsome and talented athlete, and Li Yanli quickly became a minor internet sensation, with endorsements and interview offers pouring in. Soon, someone noticed that he always wore a sparkly ring during interviews, and a reporter, being nosy, noticed this. "Does that ring mean anything to you? Or is it just an accessory?" Li Yanli smiled gently and said, "It's my engagement ring. I'm waiting for it to become my wedding ring." Xu Lan wasn't even of legal marriage age yet, so he was waiting. After growing up from a red-skinned monkey, the well-nourished Xu Maomao was fair-skinned and incredibly cute. Everyone who took him for a walk would stop and take a second look. He would always watch the adults make faces at him with a blank expression, his eyes subtly revealing his speechlessness, possessing a maturity beyond his years. Even so, he was endlessly adorable. Xu Lan and Li's parents would take pictures of him constantly with their cameras and phones, filling up their memory but unwilling to delete any. At 6 months old, Xu Maomao began to utter the indistinct sound of mom. When Li Yanli returned from vacation, she tried to teach him the word dad, but Xu Maomao slapped her face, crawled over, and snuggled into Xu Lan's arms. Li Yanli rubbed her nose and sat up, looking at him with a wry smile. "I suspect he has memories, he just won't tell us." Xu Lan shook her head. "Not yet. Once he remembers, he just call you Li Yanli. Then help me teach him how to call me dad." "No. Please, wife." Xu Lan got goosebumps, and said disgustedly, "Don't call me that, it's so cheesy." Li Yanli leaned back on the sofa, thinking he had found Xu Lan's weakness, and said cheekily, "If you don't teach him, I call you that every day." Xu Lan wasn't about to give in, and vowed to retaliate in a sickeningly sweet voice, calling out, "My dear Ya Lily." Li Yanli nodded calmly. "Here, my dear Xu Lan Lan." "Xu Lan, eh?" She gave up, having underestimated this man's shamelessness. When Xu Maomao was 10 months old, she could clearly say mommy, daddy, grandma, grandpa, and could also have simple verbal communication. Xu Lan had her father, Li, the most educated member of the family, give him a formal name, Xu Qiu, taking Xu Lan's surname. This formal name was rarely used. The whole family preferred to call him Xu Maomao, because only when called Xu Maomao would the little baby turn around and acknowledge them. When Li Yanli went abroad for a competition, the family of 4 flew there to watch the competition and take some sightseeing and photos. They visited beautiful and well-preserved historical sites, the clean and bustling sea, an aquarium, a zoo, and saw foreigners with different skin and hair colors. Xu Maomao, with his big, dark grape-like eyes, turned his little head left and right, curiously observing all this vibrant life. Xu Lan kissed him and said with a smile, "Baby, mommy didn't lie to you, did I? The living world is even more fun." Xu Maomao hugged her neck and returned the kiss. Li Yanli leaned over and kissed Xu Lan as well. Shu Maomao paused for a moment, then reached out to wipe Shu Lan's face. Li Yanli laughed in exasperation. Shu Maomao, you can kiss me but I can't? You dislike your dad that much? Come here, Shu Lan, let me hold him. Shu Lan handed Shu Maomao to him, and Li Yanli bent down to kiss Shu Maomao's cheek. Shu Maomao quickly wiped his face, and Li Yanli then kissed his arms and neck, making the child twist and turn, crying out, Mommy, save me. She can't save you. Even if she did, I still kiss you. Daddy's the zombie king. He just loves kissing you delicious humans. Shu Maomao turned his head and cried out again, Grandma, Grandma. Shu Lan laughed so hard, he almost fell over. Shu Maomao returned to his grandmother's arms, glaring angrily at Li Yanli. I hate Daddy. Shu Lan stuffed a candy into Li Yanli's hand, which Li Yanli unwrapped and put into Shu Maomao's mouth, saying, If you eat Daddy's candy, you're not allowed to hate Daddy anymore. Shu Maomao snorted, turning his head away and ignoring him. After a while, Li Yanli said, Grandma's tired, come and let Daddy hold you. Shu Maomao obediently opened his arms, and moved into Li Yanli's arms. When Shu Maomao was a little over 2 years old, Shu Lan had made thorough preparations for opening her shop. She found a shop in a good location, renovated it, and opened for business, naming it 9th District Cake Shop. Business was initially slow, so Shu Lan set up a tasting table at the entrance and stood behind it every day, inviting passers-by to try her cakes. She wanted Shu Maomao to stay home and be cared for by his grandparents. But Shu Maomao insisted on coming with her. Even if she left beforehand while he was asleep, he would call his grandparents and find his way to her shop. Shu Lan smiled and put the cropped cake shop employee hat on his head, pinching his cheek, then keep following Mommy around, you clingy mama's boy. Chapter 221. Shu Lan, dressed in her work uniform, stood by the tasting table, smiling broadly at passers-by, saying, Newly opened cake shop, free samples, have a taste. Shu Maomao, standing on a high stool, imitated her, handing plates to passers-by, saying in a childish voice, have a taste. A group of beautiful women passing by stopped, covering their mouths and squealing, so cute. Give Auntie a piece, Auntie will try it. Boss, your son looks just like you. Wow! What kind of cake is this? Shu Maomao became the shop's mascot, attracting people every day to stop, taste the cakes, be amazed by their deliciousness, and then go inside to buy some. The number of customers gradually increased, and business gradually improved. The hired shop assistant suggested that Shu Lan upload videos of Shu Maomao attracting customers at the shop entrance to the internet, to gain followers for her account, and also attract customers to the shop. Shu Lan didn't take this suggestion. She named the shop this to reminisce about her life in District 9. In such a large country, with such a small shop, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't find it strange. But if she were to accidentally become famous online, people might actually recognize her as the ruthless and autocratic commander Qin Xiushuang from that apocalyptic dream, and her son as a bloodthirsty raider. That would be a huge loss. Right now, she's just a human woman selling desserts, the zombie king is a somewhat skilled athlete, and the raider is an adorable human child with no superpowers, nor has he taken away her life force. They could live peaceful, uneventful lives like ordinary people. Humans won this game, the events of the apocalypse were just a nightmare. Although Shu Maomao's appearance, personality, and hobbies were exactly the same as before, he lacked the memories of that timeline. Shu Lan felt regretful, but also comforted herself. It's okay, I just raise him properly again. After Shu Maomao's 3rd birthday, Shu Lan and Li Yanli registered their marriage and held a wedding ceremony. Shu Lan tugged at her sparkling wedding dress, feeling a pang of pain at the price. She whispered to Li Yanli, Shu Maomao, and I picked up these dresses as trash in the city before, I didn't expect them to be so expensive. Li Yanli mimicked her in a low voice, the money we had before was also trash, just thrown away carelessly, trash for trash. Shu Lan thought about it, and realized it was true. Money is something you use when you have it, and you can earn more when you don't. Being happy is the most important thing. While she and Li Yanli were waiting in the dressing room for the wedding to begin, Shu Maomao, wearing a white blazer, ran in. Seeing the large train of Shu Lan's wedding dress, he lifted it up and crawled inside, hugging her legs. Then a little girl, about the same age as Shu Maomao, and wearing a white dress, ran in, calling out in a clear voice, Brother Maomao. Huh? The little girl was Li Yanli's cousin's daughter, and she was responsible for being a flower girl, carrying a flower basket, and following behind Shu Maomao after her entrance. She was very attached to Shu Maomao, but Shu Maomao found her noisy and ignored her. Auntie, where did Brother Maomao go? Shu Lan smiled and lied. I don't know, Auntie didn't see him. He might have run outside to play. Go look for him near Grandma and Grandpa. The little girl went out, confused. Only then did Shu Lan lift her skirt and call out like a thief, he's gone. Baby, come out. Such a handsome little prince. Don't mess up his hairstyle. Shu Mao popped out and sat next to her, looking a little impatient. Mommy, when do we start? Shu Lan said, about 10 more minutes. Don't you want to play with Xiner? No, I don't understand what she's saying. She just gibberish and laughs for no reason. If I ignore her, she cries. The precocious Shu Mao couldn't communicate with his peers. Shu Lan said, then when you go to kindergarten, you have to hide from your classmates every day, because all the kids there are like that. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Come on, go play. Baby, do you want some? Shu Lan held up her Americano, which she used to stay awake, and offered it to his lips. It's chocolate-flavored, very sweet. Shu Mao took a sip without hesitation, his little face scrunching up like a bun. It's bitter. You lied to me again. Shu Lan laughed heartily. Little Shu Mao was so funny. The wedding was held on the lawn. Shu Lan, in her wedding dress, walked ahead, with Shu Mao following slowly behind, scattering flower petals from a basket into the air. A dutiful little flower girl. After the vows, when the MC announced that the groom could kiss the bride, Shu Mao watched the two embrace and kiss, then suddenly ran up, moving so fast his grandmother couldn't catch him. He stood before his parents, one hand gripping Li Yanli's suit trousers, the other Shu Lan's skirt, his little brows furrowed, and said unhappily, "What about me?" Li Yanli bent down, picked him up, placed him between her legs, exchanged a glance with Shu Lan, smiled, and simultaneously kissed both his cheeks. The photographer quickly snapped a picture. The developed photo later hung in their living room. Not long after the wedding, Li Yanli went abroad for a competition again. That's how it is with athletes' families. You see them on TV more often than you see them in real life. Shu Lan put up a temporarily closed sign at her cake shop, and went back to her in-laws' hometown with Shu Mao to experience rural life. Seeing the endless rice paddies and pretty detached houses, Shu Lan had a feeling of returning to a different world. She even wondered if 3 different colored balls would pop out when the door opened. No balls. Standing at the door were 2 kind-looking elderly people, whom she had met at the engagement and wedding, Li Yanli's grandparents. On the way, Shu Lan saw a watermelon field. After asking the owner, she paid and took Shu Mao to pick a few watermelons to take home. The watermelons became sweeter after being chilled in well water. After their afternoon nap, Shu Lan cut a smaller watermelon, and she and Shu Mao each ate half under the big tree by the door, enjoying the breeze. Mommy, look, a mouse. Shu Lan looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed, there was a gray field mouse in the ground. She nodded. It's a mouse, and it's quite big. Shu Mao asked, not as big as the one in my dream, Mommy. I go get a knife and kill it. Shu Lan suddenly stopped eating watermelon, turning to look at him in astonishment. Dream? What did you dream about? Shu Mao calmly said, I dreamt we lived in a small house. Just you and me, no grandpa or grandma, no dad. There was a lot of dirty garbage around, and we ate noodles and rice porridge every day. Sometimes this big mouse would appear, black, running very slowly, and you would ask me to get a long knife to kill them. Shu Lan's heart began to race with excitement. Anything else? Baby! Did you dream about anything else? Shu Mao shook his head. No, why are you crying, Mommy? Are you afraid of mice? Don't be afraid, it's gone now. When it comes out again, I kill it. Shu Lan laughed and cried at the same time. She knew Shu Mao couldn't bear to part with her. He would definitely remember, just a little slower than she and Li Yanli. Chapter 222. She gradually discovered that with each step Shu Mao took to grow older, she gained more of her previous memories, as if the souls of 2 timelines were slowly merging and awakening. Don't rush, baby, take your time. Mommy will accompany you as you grow up again. After the competition, Li Yanli returned with bags full of souvenirs and medals. Hearing Shu Lan's words, she looked at Shu Mao on the ground, playing with a mascot doll, with surprise. Will I ever hear him call me Dad again? Shu Lan said, probably not. Li Yanli squatted down in front of Shu Mao, seizing the opportunity to solidify their relationship. Who am I, Shu Mao? Shu Mao looked up at him coldly. Li Yanli. Li Yanli's smile froze. Didn't you say? He hasn't completely remembered yet? Shu Lan said innocently. He really hasn't remembered. He only remembers that we lived in the garbage dump together. He has no reason to lie to me. Li Yanli sighed. That means the relationship has faded, Shu Mao. Stop calling your dad by his full name. Come on, call him dad like I do. Shu Maomao turned to look for his dinosaur toy. Li Yanli chased after her, call out, Dad. Shu Lan burst into laughter. Li Yanli then realized what was happening and said helplessly, You little rascal, you weren't deliberately keeping quiet to take advantage of me, were you? Shu Lan retorted, He's very close to Grandpa and Grandma. It's your fault for never coming home. Li Yanli abandoned the younger one and focused on mending her relationship with the older one. She touched Shu Lan's waist, kissed and nibbled on her earlobe, and whispered, Okay, let him sleep with Grandpa and Grandma tonight. Shu Maomao, who didn't have super hearing, heard this too and protested, No way. Li Yanli said defiantly, What do you mean no? You're almost 4 years old, it's time to sleep in your own bed. Your dad started sleeping separately from your parents when I was 4. No way. Mommy is mine. Li Yanli bent down, picked up Shu Lan, and ran off. She's mine, my wife. I can sleep with her for the rest of my life, aren't you envious? Shu Lan slapped his back impatiently. Aren't you asking for it? Seeing Shu Maomao stand up, Li Yanli turned and ran into the room, like a kidnapper, slamming the door shut. He closed the door, put Shu Lan down, and leaned against it to kiss her, his voice hoarse as he said, I missed you so much. I'm not playing anymore after I win the Grand Slam. Shu Lan blushed and glared at him, her eyes flickering, then she lowered her head in a panic. You. Oh dear, the baby's still outside. Shu Maomao banged on the door behind him, shouting, Mommy? Mommy! The door didn't open. He stared at it for a moment, then turned and walked away, going to his grandmother and great-grandmother, who were shelling beans. He took one of their hands and led them upstairs. Come here. What is it, Maomao? A bad guy locked my mommy up. I told him to open the door, but he won't. Grandma and great-grandma banged on the door, completely bewildered. Open the door. Which bad guy kidnapped Maomao's mommy? Li Yanli, He was speechless. When Shu Maomao was 4 years old, Li Yanli achieved his goal and resolutely decided to retire at the peak of his career. He had become quite famous in recent years, and upon hearing this news, his fans expressed their regret. People around him advised him to reconsider, and even people from the General Administration of Sport advised him not to act impulsively, to think twice before acting, and to speak up about any difficulties he might be facing. Li Yanli only stated that it was for personal reasons that he could no longer continue, but he eventually announced his retirement on social media. Sooner or later, better badminton players would emerge, but the years he missed out on his son's growth could never be made up for. In his heart, family was far more important than medals. As a national-level athlete, and having attracted a large fan base due to his appearance, Li Yanli's retirement news trended on social media for several days. It was spotted by a psychologist who was at work, bored and scrolling through celebrity gossip. Li Yanli, Li Yanli. Lu Qinghe repeated the athlete's name several times, searching for his information. After seeing his wedding ring, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she pulled out a number saved on her phone. Hello, Secretary Hua. Oh no, President Hua, I have a bold hypothesis here that might help us find the commander. Not long after, Huiyu had information on Li Yanli's family. Li Yanli had married early. His wife was the owner of a cake shop named Shu Lan, very young, only 23 years old, and they had a 4-year-old son. In the candid photo, a beautiful and gentle woman is holding a little boy's hand, smiling slightly. Huiyu's gaze lingered for a long time. His intuition told him that the person in the photo was the one he was looking for. Postpone the itinerary, I go to Donghu Province. In the cake shop in District 9, Shu Lan decorated a cake while speaking to Li Yanli through a Bluetooth headset. You land tonight, so you won't have to go abroad for competitions anymore? Yeah, if we keep going, even our sons will become enemies. Okay, then I pick you up from the airport with Maomao later. You go ahead with your work, I take a taxi. Hearing the rustling sounds, Shu Lan turned and precisely targeted Shu Maomao, who had slipped in. Stop. Baby, you already eaten one donut today. Another one will give you cavities. Shu Maomao looked longingly at the donut, trying to resist. Mommy, I brush my teeth properly. That won't do. Children who eat too many sweets won't grow tall. Do you want to become a shorty? No. That's fine then. As long as you can resist eating the donut, Mommy will reward you with a mango crepe this afternoon. Okay. Li Yanli chuckled softly in the earpiece. Quite obedient. He's always been obedient, the most obedient child in the world, except for his father. Li Yanli sighed. It's like killing his heart, Shu Xiaolin. Just wait, I'll be back soon to warm his cold heart with fatherly love. The two didn't hang up until just before boarding the plane. Shu Lan delivered the beautiful birthday cake, ending her main task for the day. She pinched Shu Mao's ear, her voice sweet and cloying. Daddy's coming back. Aren't you happy? Shu Mao said. It's alright, Mommy. You said that a child without a daddy also. Shu Lan covered his mouth, saying seriously, Shu Mao, that's what Mommy used to say. You can't say that again. Your daddy will be very sad if he hears it. He loves you so much, you have to love him too. Shu Mao opened his big eyes and nodded seriously. Shu Lan let go, and Shu Mao pouted, muttering, I love him, but he's annoying sometimes. Shu Lan laughed, took out her phone, and said, Come on, say what you just said again. Do you love Daddy? I love Daddy, but Daddy is annoying sometimes. Li Yanli heard this voice message as soon as she got off the plane, paused, and her eyes instantly softened into a pool of spring water. Long pressed the voice message, save it, and then called Dear Commander. I'm back. Wait for me at the shop. I come pick you, and the baby up for dinner. Chapter 223. Where you found the shop called 9th District Cake Shop. It was a small shop on the roadside, decorated in a cartoon style, lit up with warm, bright orange light in the evening. Exquisite breads and cakes were displayed behind the window, some already sold out. The shop was bustling with customers, indicating good business. If it was 9th District, then he was even more certain that it was the commander. She must have that dream too. As customers gradually left, Yu saw her, holding a child's hand, smiling and talking to a little girl behind the counter. Then she waved and led the child out. It was her. He remembered her just like that, inseparable from her son, speaking gently and seemingly harmless. Actually, she was more ruthless and decisive than anyone else. He opened the car door and got out, suddenly feeling a little nervous, wondering what he should say when he stood before her. Commander, it's been a long time. Your name is Shu Lan. No wonder I couldn't find you. How are you doing? Do you need money? Is your husband good to you? These are the questions he wanted to ask, the questions Yu wanted to tell her. He found Lin Yi, the man who ignored the rules, was repeatedly late, and rushed into the private elevator reeking of alcohol and with disheveled clothes, like a bug in a perfectly clean, precise instrument. When Yu opened his eyes with his memories intact, the personnel department had already fired Lin Yi as he had requested, and that day was precisely when the virus began to spread. He thought the apocalypse would come again, and he planned to send Lin Yi to the commander, hand over his spatial abilities, and then properly repay the 7 years of torment. But the virus failed to appear, and no matter how much interrogation Lin Yi endured, he insisted he had no spatial abilities. The apocalypse seemed like a dream. Yu stared coldly at Lin Yi's bruised and swollen face, filled with confusion, fear, and suppressed anger. Strangely, the first thing that came to mind wasn't the 7 years of suffering, but the beam of light falling before her and the scent of toiletries. She led him into the light, washing away his filth. There was no need for him to get entangled with this muddy, stinking mess anymore. Yu told her subordinates, keep an eye on him. Don't let him earn a single penny for 7 years. If he steals or robs, you know what to do. Yes, Mr. Hua. The changing green light brought Yu back to reality. He saw Shu Lan leading her child out of the store, striding onto the zebra crossing the road with powerful, determined, and swift steps. As he crossed the street, the mother and son emerged from their shop, less than 10 meters away. Because her back was to the crosswalk, Shu Lan didn't see Yu. Instead, she opened her arms, beaming, and ran into the arms of a tall man carrying a suitcase on the street. Yu seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall, his steps halting instantly. That man was the athlete he had met online, her husband, Li Yanli. Li Yanli's eyes were filled with his wife and child. He bent down and kissed Shu Lan's forehead, then bent down and picked up Shu Mao with one arm. The family of 3 chatted happily about dinner. Shall we go home and pick up Mom and Dad first? I called them, and they said they eat at home and wouldn't bother us. How about we go for hot pot later? Okay, baby, do you agree? Yes. 3 votes, then we have hot pot. Li Yanli, let me tell you, I saw a really beautiful kindergarten. Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten, I want to work with you to earn money. Go ahead, baby, kindergarten is so much fun. The phone rang, it was Lu Qinghe calling Yu, excitedly asking, how's it going? Mr. Hua, have you found the commander? Yu gazed at the family of 3 walking side by side under the dim city lights, his worries gently settling down, turning into a wistful smile. He said, no, we made a mistake. Li Yanli's wife isn't the commander, she's just an ordinary, happy woman. Don't disturb her. Chapter 224 Extra Chapter. Shu Lan said, baby, try everything. You can't just say you don't like something without even trying. After much coaxing, Shu Maomao finally agreed to go to kindergarten for a day. Kindergartens have trial days, where children can try attending classes for a day to see how they adapt before deciding whether to enroll. Follow the teacher inside, listen to her, and play with the other children. When they dropped Shu Maomao off, he had a grumpy little face, following the teacher with his neck constantly turned back. His mommy and daddy stood at the kindergarten entrance, smiling and waving at him. Once he couldn't see the entrance anymore, Shu Maomao turned his head back, his brows furrowed, his cheeks puffed out. Shu Qiyu, you sit here. Shu Maomao accepted his name, glanced at the child on his left, then at the child on his right, and finally sat down with a heavy heart. He didn't understand why he couldn't stay by his mother's side the whole time, like in his dream, instead of coming to this place full of strangers and unfamiliar children. But his mother kept telling him to try, so he decided to stay for a day and see if he didn't like it. Outside the kindergarten gate, once her son was out of sight, Shu Lan's smile vanished, replaced by a mournful face. What? The thought of not seeing him for a day makes me so sad. But she wanted to let go, to let Shu Maomao experience society on his own, to know that the world can be vibrant even without her, to make new friends, to adapt to new rules, and to practice saying goodbye in advance. Li Yanli asked. The teacher asked if you wanted to go in with him for the experience. Why didn't you go? Shu Lan, standing on tiptoe, strained to find her son inside. Of course we have to be completely separated. I can accompany him to kindergarten, but what about elementary school? Middle school? Does he need me to accompany him all the time? I'm not the kind of clingy mom who can't be without her son. Half an hour later, Li Yanli carried Shu Lan on her back, allowing her to see Shu Maomao playing with his teacher from above the kindergarten wall. She said helplessly, Say it again, you're really not the kind of clingy mom who can't be without her son? Shu Lan remained stubborn. I'm not. I was just thinking, what if he cries? You know it's very rare for Shu Maomao to cry. Li Yanli asked, Did he cry? No. Shu Lan pulled her head back. Put me down, he seems to have seen me. Li Yanli squatted down, while the kindergarten security guard, munching on sunflower seeds, watched the two sneaky young couple. Inside the kindergarten, Shu Maomao looked away, heard the teacher say touch his little nose, casually placed his hand on his nose, and secretly smiled. He saw her, mommy was outside. Shu Lan, like a wilted sunflower, squatted on the ground, sobbing, Li Yanli, will Shu Maomao think I don't want him anymore? Li Yanli was both amused and exasperated. How could he? He's so smart, he definitely knows you're doing this for his own good. How come kids grow up so fast? He's 4 years old in the blink of an eye. Li Yanli thought of the thick stack of family photo albums on the bookshelf and didn't know how to reply in the blink of an eye. Shu Lan didn't need his reply, she could console herself. Sigh, let's go, let's go. We're already inside. We come back to pick him up tonight. Reaching the car, Shu Lan opened the door, frowned, and turned around. No, Shu Maomao has a big appetite. He won't express if he's not full. He eat 2 bowls of rice for lunch. I have to go back and talk to the teacher. Li Yanli placed her hands on her shoulders and turned her back. You already told her. Did you? I'm sure I did. I heard it clearly. I told her as soon as we arrived, and the teacher said she remember. Oh. Shu Lan got into the car and sighed heavily. Li Yanli narrowed her eyes and said, Dear Miss Shu Lan, didn't you say you wanted to learn to let go and let him grow up healthily? Who really needs to learn to let go? Your separation anxiety seems more severe than his. Shu Lan turned her head away without speaking, her eyes gradually reddening. From the timeline before Shu Maomao was born until he entered kindergarten, she and he had never been apart for a single day. Shu Lan knew that she also needed to learn to let go. Knowing is one thing, but being unable to let go is another. The child who had been right in front of her suddenly disappeared, and she felt as if a piece of her body was missing. Li Yanli said, Let's sit here for a while. I drive off when you want to leave. After a while, Li Yanli asked, Guess what he say when we pick him up tonight and ask him if kindergarten is fun? Shu Lan thought for a moment, then finally smiled through her tears. He'd probably say, It's not fun, they're all idiots, they don't know what they're doing. That's right. Shu Maomao didn't understand why a game of touching facial features would last so long. Facial features are on the face. You can touch them when you wash your face, right? I don't know why the group of children suddenly started yelling and making faces. And when they were drawing, the teacher clearly said that everyone should draw on their own paper, but the little girl next to me insisted on poking her paper with her crayon. You should draw a flower first. Shu Maomao looked at the girl coldly for a moment and said, "This is my drawing." The little girl said, "Can we draw together?" Shu Maomao threw away the paper, walked to the teacher, and held out his hand. "I want a clean piece of paper." She smudged my drawing. The teacher said gently, "Little Cece wants to draw with you. Would you like to draw with her?" Shu Maomao refused decisively. "No." The little girl then burst into tears, and the teacher had to comfort her for a long time. Shu Maomao took a new piece of white paper from the table behind the teacher, returned to his seat, first took out a black crayon, drew a circle to represent a face, and then drew black hair. His mother had black eyes, black eyebrows, and red lips, and often wore a light blue work uniform from a cake shop. The louder the little girl cried, the more earnestly he drew. Finally, the entire family of 5 leaped onto the paper. Only then was the girl calmed down, and she asked, looking aggrieved, "Why didn't you draw flowers?" "My mom always taught me to draw flowers first." Shu Maomao walked past her, handed his finished drawing to the teacher, and asked, "What do I have to do before school ends?" His mother said he could leave after school. The teacher said, "Little friend, don't worry. After lunch, we take a nap, learn to sing, play some games, and then we see our parents." Shu Maomao went back, plopped down on a stool, and sighed heavily, resting his chin on his hand. Sigh, how can a day be so long? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shu Lan and Li Yanli stood at the kindergarten gate, eagerly waiting. As soon as the gate opened, the little ones lined up and came out, being picked up by their parents. Shu Maomao walked in the middle of the line. Seeing his parents, he ran over like a fledgling returning to its nest, and hugged Shu Lan's leg. Shu Lan squatted down and asked with a smile, "How was kindergarten, baby? Was it fun?" Shu Maomao's face was full of displeasure. "No, it wasn't fun. They're all idiots. I don't know what they're doing." Shu Lan and Li Yanli exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Shu Maomao, ? Strange mom and dad. What's so funny? In the end, Shu Maomao didn't get to go to kindergarten because the teacher said his mental development was on a different level than other children his age. He wouldn't experience the joy of play or make friends there. Then, Li Yanli took Shu Maomao to practice sports. Competitive sports captivated him. He could spend the whole day on the training field without getting bored. From then on, a new star rose in the sports world. Chapter 225 Extra Chapter. After running her cake shop for a few years, Shu Lan's income stabilized, and she had some extra money. Without hesitation, she chose a house, paid the down payment, took out a loan, and fulfilled her wish. Shu Lan's wish was quite cliché, not to save humanity, nor to become the world's richest person, but simply to earn enough money to buy her own house, where her family would never abandon her. Her wish was fulfilled. The new house wasn't far from where Li Yanli's parents lived. Visiting was just 2 blocks away, so they could see each other anytime. Sometimes when she and Li Yanli were too busy with work, they could ask her in-laws to help take Shu Maomao to his extracurricular classes, or take the child to their house for a meal. Previously, Shu Lan and the child shared a room, while Li Yanli stayed in the guest room when he came home. On the night they moved in, Li Yanli and Shu Maomao took a bath together, put their son to sleep, closed the door, and went into Shu Lan's bedroom. Shu Lan sat in a chair, applying a face mask and playing on her phone. She glanced up at him. "Is there something else you want to say?" Li Yanli frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong, and turned to look. Fine, very well, there was only one pillow on the beautiful, spacious bed in the bedroom. He was so annoyed by Shu Lan that he laughed, walked over, and grabbed the back of her neck. "Shu Xiaolin, what do you mean? Where's my pillow?" Shu Lan said ingratiatingly. "Li Yanli, listen to me. It's like this. I'm a little uncomfortable sleeping in the same bed with you every day, so how about we have separate rooms? The bed next door is the same size as mine, and I already made it for you when you took a shower." Her eyes sparkled, but Li Yanli remained unmoved. He released her hand and said coldly, "Not good. I don't want to be a monk with a wife. Please make room for your husband." Shu Lan scratched the back of her neck guiltily, "But, it's just, I dream about kicking off the covers." "Go ahead and kick them. I pick them up for you and cover you up properly." Shu Lan was still awkward. Although she and Li Yanli had dated and even talked about marriage, they had never crossed that line in the previous timeline. Even after the restart, they rarely saw each other. Now, the thought of sleeping together with him night after night in the future. She felt strangely embarrassed. Shu Lan tried to make him understand her worries. "Don't you find it strange? Waking up every morning to find someone lying next to you. And my eyes and face are swollen when I wake up. I definitely don't look good." Li Yanli said, I know, so what? I even seen what you looked like as a zombie. Shu Lan, eh? True, he's seen her look all the time. Li Yanli turned and went to the next room, retrieved a pillow, locked the door, walked to the bed, placed the two pillows side by side, and sat down, lifting the covers. After a smooth, efficient routine, he patted the spot next to him. Come on, my dear wife. Shu Lan remained silent, rushed into the bathroom, removed her face mask, splashed cold water on her face to cool it down, and quietly berated herself for being useless. Honestly, they've been married for generations. The kids are all grown up. It's just sleeping. What's she so shy about? Shu Lan walked out with her head held high, threw back the covers, lay down, and suddenly met Li Yanli's gaze. She quickly turned her head away. What are you looking at? Turn off the light. Li Yanli chuckled softly, teasing her. Shu Xiaolin, you're making me feel like a tyrant forcibly taking a woman. I clearly remember we were a respectable husband and wife. Am I mistaken? Shu Lan shifted closer to him, muttering, No, I'm just not used to it. Li Yanli lay down, turning his head to see the back of her head, and sighed, Actually, I have a secret I never told you. Being a zombie for so many years in the previous timeline left me with deep psychological trauma. As soon as he said that, Shu Lan remembered the time he spent alone on the ground, feeling his body gradually rotting until he finally died. So long. Shu Lan belatedly realized that since her rebirth, her focus had been entirely on Shu Maomao, rarely paying attention to Li Yanli. Li Yanli had a good temper, didn't hold it against her, and always thoughtfully cared for her feelings, staying by her side, and helping her recover from that cruel and long post-apocalyptic memory. Overwhelmed by heartache, Shu Lan turned over, placing her hand on Li Yanli's abdomen, and looked up at him, asking, Is it uncomfortable here? Li Yanli's eyelids drooped, and he gave a dejected Shu Lan felt a lump in her throat, her heart clenching with pain. Idiot, why didn't you say so sooner? Li Yanli forced a smile. For an adult, a minor psychological problem like this, I thought I could handle it. But no, it's getting worse. Shu Lan reached out and hugged his neck. I'm sorry, I neglected you. I didn't know what you were going through. Besides the stomach discomfort, do you have any other psychological problems? Li Yanli hugged her back, his hand resting on her back. They nestled together, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, unseen by Shu Lan. He deliberately spoke in a vulnerable tone sometimes. I feel like I'm still that zombie. Shu Lan's voice was gentle. Yes, and what else? It's okay, just say it. A couple should share each other's pain and joy. Li Yanli's hand slowly slid down, stopping at her waist, touching the hem of her pajamas, while he whispered intimately in her ear. Whenever I'm near you, I smell the fragrance emanating from you, making me want to open my mouth and use my teeth. Shu Lan felt increasingly uneasy. To bite you to pieces. The zombie's claws caressed the warm blood flowing through the body. The former supreme leader of the human base was being torn apart and devoured by the hateful zombie king, his lower lip bitten deeply, until finally, he fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. In the morning, Shu Maomao got up and ran to Shu Lan's door. His parents said that as long as he slept peacefully in his new room, he could go wherever he wanted and eat whatever he wanted the next day, and they would spend the whole day with him. Shu Maomao reached out and knocked on the door. Mommy, mommy, I'm up. It was quiet inside. After a while, the door opened, and his father came out, put a finger to his lips and shushed him, then picked him up. Your mom wants to sleep in. Come on, Daddy will take you out for breakfast. Shu Maomao didn't want to eat breakfast outside, he wanted his mom's homemade noodles, which she would put in lots of delicious toppings. Shrimp, mushrooms, fried eggs, vegetables. He looked over his father's shoulder, and saw a motionless figure in the blankets. His mom looked like she was sleeping soundly. Shu Maomao turned his head back, thinking, Fine, let her sleep in. He eat the noodles tomorrow. Chapter 226 Extra Chapter. Shu Maomao loved being held by Li Yanli, because it made him feel taller. He was taken back to his room. Li Yanli put him down and asked, Will you dress yourself or should I help you? Shu Maomao coldly replied, I'm 4 years old. Li Yanli said, I know. I celebrated my birthday with you. 4 years old, and then what? Shu Maomao opened the wardrobe, pulled out the clothes he needed to change into, took off his pajamas, and pulled the t-shirt over his head, straining to get it out. Li Yanli smiled and reached out to adjust the collar, so he could stick his head out more easily. He was always surprised when he watched Shu Maomao brush his teeth, because Shu Maomao was never perfunctory. He was meticulous and serious from beginning to end. You brushed your teeth really well, Maomao, even better than me. Shu Mao Mao glanced at him, rinsing away the toothpaste foam in his mouth. Mommy said I have to brush my teeth and bathe properly, so I don't turn into a big, smelly, black rat. Li Yanli nodded. Yeah, your mom's right. You have to be as sweet and fragrant as her. It was 7 or 8 o'clock. The breakfast shop was bustling with business. Li Yanli was holding her child's hand, queuing to order. Outside on the street, there was a minor collision between cars on their way to work, and the drivers were arguing on the roadside. Shu Mao Mao watched quietly for a while, then shook Li Yanli's hand. Li Yanli picked him up so Shu Mao Mao could speak close to his ear and not be unable to hear him in the crowd. Daddy, Shu Mao Mao said, I don't have any superpowers anymore. Every now and then, Shu Mao Mao would have a new memory of living in the apocalypse. Sometimes it was in a dream. Sometimes it was triggered by a key factor in reality that made him suddenly remember. Shu Lan no longer insisted on her theory that steamed fish, grilled fish, braised fish, and sweet and sour fish weren't the same fish. She called this fusion. Whenever they possessed memories from another timeline, they were merging with their selves from that timeline, becoming more experienced. Shu Mao Mao was gradually merging himself completely. Li Yanli nodded and whispered, None of us have special abilities. Shu Mao Mao asked solemnly, Then if someone bullies Mommy, how can I kill them? It was noisy around them, and his voice was low so no one noticed. Even if someone did hear him, they would just consider it childish talk. Only Li Yanli knew that Shu Mao Mao was seriously asking for an answer. He walked a few steps forward with the group and whispered in his ear, You can't just kill people now, or you be arrested and locked up in a jail, never to return home. If anyone bullies your mom, call me. Look how tall Dad is. It's all to protect you both. Remember my phone number? Shu Mao Mao nodded, yes, 151. Li Yanli stopped him from reciting the number. It's good that you remember it. Dad will take you out to buy a smartwatch later, and teach you how to use it. Okay. Li Yanli felt it was important to teach the child some rules of modern life, so he wouldn't be led astray by the apocalypse. When you have a conflict with someone, you should first reason things out and clarify who is right and who is wrong. Look at those two people arguing so loudly, but they didn't fight, because if they did, they would be arrested by the police. Shu Mao Mao leaned his head on his shoulder. His shoulders were broad and comfortable to lean on. What if someone hits Mommy? Then we have to fight back. Fighting back is called self-defense and resistance, and we won't get arrested. Shu Mao Mao withdrew his gaze from the spectacle and memorized these words. Mao Mao, do you want dumplings, rice noodles, or regular noodles? Dumplings. He wanted to save the noodles for tomorrow, for Mommy to make for him. Shu Lan was sound asleep after a long night's sleep when Li Yanli dragged her out of bed for breakfast. She chewed her dumplings resentfully, growing angrier the more she thought about it. She punched his shoulder hard. That's not fair. Li Yanli opened the lid of her soy milk to let it cool, completely unfazed by the punch. What's unfair about it? Shu Lan muttered. Why are you still so energetic? I'm an athlete, honey. This little bit of exercise is just a warm-up. Shu Lan hunched her shoulders and shuddered. Every time you call me wife, I feel so cheesy. Li Yanli, shameless as ever. I say it a few more times, and the cheesiness will wear off. Wife, wife, wife. Shu Lan picked up a steamed bun and shoved it into his mouth, annoyed and embarrassed. Shut up, you're so annoying. For some reason, Li Yanli had this obsession with calling her that, and sure enough, the more she heard it, the more used it became, and after a while, it no longer felt cheesy. Having just moved into their new home, and with many things still to buy, the family of 3 went shopping. Shu Mao Mao pointed to a child riding a bicycle in the neighborhood and said, Mommy, I want that kind of bike. Shu Lan remembered a story she had told him, chuckled, and decided to tease him. Okay, you find it for me. Feathers aren't easy to find in the city. If you bring me 3 leaves of different colors, Mommy will buy you that kind of bike. Shu Mao Mao asked, What do you need leaves for? Shu Lan said, I don't want anything, I just want it. You give me what I want, and I give you what you want. We trade. Shu Mao Mao thought she was right. He let go of his parents' hands, ran to the green belt, picked 3 leaves of different colors, and handed them to her. Shu Lan took them, and added a bicycle to the end of her shopping list. Just then, a store employee called, Manager, I know you're busy moving, but today is really unfortunate. We have 5 large cake orders. Custom-made large cakes all need to be made to order, and each one takes a lot of time. The staff will be overwhelmed. But she couldn't just not do it. Those who ordered cakes were likely long-term customers. Shu Lan was hesitating when Li Yanli said, Send me a screenshot of the memo. I take our son to buy it. Shu Mao Mao said, I want to go to the store too. Li Yanli stuck out one leg to block him. No, you're not going. You're coming with me. I need help. Shu Lan, burdened with loans, felt that making money was indeed more important. She also wanted to improve their relationship, so she left the shopping to the father and son and rode her electric scooter to the store to make the cake herself. Li Yanli squatted down, turning Shu Mao's little head, which had been following his mother's movements, back to face him. Get in the car. Your mom's probably busy today and won't have time to look after you. We need to help ease her burden, not add to it, understand? Shu Mao understood him, and sullenly lowered her head to get in the car. Okay. Li Yanli chuckled. You really don't want to be with me? Let me ask you, if your mom and I fell into the water, who would you save? Shu Mao glanced at him sideways. With a cold "do you even need to ask?" expression. What if Grandma and I fell into the water? Shu Mao continued to glance at him sideways. You can swim. Suppose I can't, and you're the only one in the family who can. Grandma? If Grandpa and I fell into the water. Shu Mao even learned to answer first. Grandpa. Li Yanli nodded. That's good, luckily your dad can swim. After buying the household items and groceries on the list, they also bought a smartwatch and a bicycle. Li Yanli bought him a bicycle without training wheels. Training wheels are small wheels that are attached to the sides of the rear wheel of a bicycle to maintain balance and prevent the bike from tipping over. He figured Shu Mao wouldn't need them given her balance. After getting home, Li Yanli called Shu Lan and, learning she was too busy, decided to cook dinner and bring it over to eat with her. Shu Mao asked skeptically, Can you cook? Chapter 227 Extra Chapter. Of course I can. Li Yanli took out her phone. I can search online for how to make it. Let me see. What do you think of curry chicken rice? Okay. You can do some chores too. I teach you how to peel potatoes. Shu Mao proudly puffed out his chest. I don't need you to teach me. I know how to peel them. Li Yanli wasn't particularly talented at cooking, but with a tutorial, following the steps wouldn't make the food too bad. After the food was ready, the father and son ate at home first, then packed the food into takeout containers and delivered it to the restaurant. Shu Lan was pleasantly surprised. Wow! What have I done to deserve eating food cooked by a world champion? Li Yanli, like a waiter, placed her hand on her stomach, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, It's my honor, Commander. Shu Mao also contributed to this dish. The human cub Shu Mao, who had grown up again in a world of people and love, was clearly more lively than the previous little raider Shu Mao. He lay on the table, pointing to the potatoes in the bowl, and said, Mommy, I peeled them. Shu Lan clapped enthusiastically and praised, You're so clever. Mommy's going to eat all the potatoes? Shu Mao withdrew his hand contentedly. After lunch, Shu Lan still had to continue working, so Li Yanli took Shu Mao home. After a half-hour nap, Li Yanli taught him to ride a bicycle under the shade of a tree in the neighborhood. He crossed his arms and casually said, This is very simple. You sit on it, straighten the bike, and pedal hard. Once the wheels are moving, just keep pedaling. Shu Mao sat on the bike, glanced back at Li Yanli, who hadn't done anything but verbal instruction, turned his head back, and pedaled hard. The wheels moved, but the handlebars weren't righted in time, and the bicycle quickly veered off course and tipped to the side. Shu Mao braced himself with his feet, but the bike was heavy, and he landed on his bottom with a thud. Li Yanli was startled and rushed over to help Shu Mao up, checking him for injuries. Fortunately, Shu Mao had been slowly brought down by the bike, rather than falling directly off, so he wasn't hurt. Li Yanli brushed the dust off him and said, Don't tell your mom about this, or I get a scolding. He had thought that with Shu Mao's athletic talent, he would pick up the bicycle quickly and wouldn't need his help. But he fell right at the start. If he was injured, Shu Lan would definitely be angry with him tonight and think he was irresponsible. Shu Mao, who had fallen, said unhappily, Humph. I tell her when she asks me that you didn't help me with the bike and made me ride by myself, causing me to fall. I buy you ice cream later, Rainbow Mountain. Okay. After quickly reaching a reconciliation, the father and son rallied. This time, Li Yanli held onto the back seat, and Shu Mao pedaled again. The child prodigy was still the same child prodigy. Before long, Li Yanli let go, and Shu Mao rode incredibly fast on his own, seemingly heading out of the neighborhood. Where are you going, Mao? Looking for Mommy. Come back. Li Yanli caught Shu Mao at the gate and dragged him back, bike and all. You're like a little tadpole, all you know is looking for your mom. I told you she's busy, don't go and distract her. Shu Mao said, I don't need her to take care of me. Even if you say you don't need her, she'd still be distracted taking care of you. Besides, you can't ride a bicycle on the road yet. If any big truck bumps into you, you get seriously injured. Do you want to see your mom suffer because of you? I don't want to. Li Yanli put the bicycle back in the garage, looked at the top of his head, and sighed helplessly. You're so unhappy about spending a day with me? No, Shu Maomao said dejectedly. I miss mommy so much. She didn't sleep with me last night, and I haven't seen her all day. Mommy and I used to be together all the time. Indeed, from morning till night, they relied on each other. Li Yanli softened, feeling like a thief who had stolen Shu Lan from Shu Maomao. No wonder this kid always fought so fiercely with him. I miss my wife too, but she asked me to take you with her for a day, so I can't just give up halfway. Come on, let's go to Spring Plaza to buy ice cream, and then wander around. I ask her if she's off work yet, and I pick her up as soon as she is. Okay. Shu Lan was very efficient when focused on her work. By 3 p.m., she was already decorating her 5th cake, and she would be off work soon if nothing unexpected happened. The wind chimes rang at the shop entrance, and a customer walked in. A friendly staff member asked, "Hello, what would you like to order?" A cheerful female voice replied, "Is your manager here?" I looked for her. Are you ordering a cake? Just tell us your requirements, or send us a sample picture. My requirements are very detailed. I'd like to discuss them with your manager in person. The staff member could only go to the kitchen to ask Shu Lan. After listening, Shu Lan said, "If the customer isn't busy, please wait for me in the break room for 10 minutes. I'll be done right away." 10 minutes later, Shu Lan finished the last stroke with jam, put down her things, and went out. She removed her mask, flashing a sweet smile. "Hello, excuse me." Seeing the stylishly dressed, radiant woman before her, Shu Lan paused slightly before calmly continuing, "What are your specific requests?" The woman stood by the counter, her eyes bright, but her words sounded laced with a hint of resentment. "I want to order a cake, no other decorations. Just write one sentence on it. Qin Xiaoshuang, you biggest liar in the world, didn't you promise to come see me after I give birth?" Shu Lan's smile widened. She cleared her throat, and said with feigned seriousness, "Excuse me, sir, that's extra." Lu Qinghe chuckled, "Extra it is? But could you also add my contact information, manager?"